Oh, this thing's Brand. If you're talking to me, this thing was not plugged in. My bad. Okay, now I should hear you. Yeah, it's on. Hey, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay. How long can we go? Does it matter? Or? I'm meteorologist Joe DiCarlo here in the Fox SA Weather Center. It's just after 2:30 a.m. and wanted to hop on Fox San Antonio here and give you an update on the weather situation that we continue to watch. We have an area of low pressure out to the west sitting along the Rio Grande, and we have a lot of lift in front of that as you work to the east, and that is where we're seeing that flooding rainfall. Flash flood warnings do continue for areas west of San Antonio this morning. That's where we're seeing the heaviest rainfall. We have moderate rain across Medina County from Hondo up towards Utopia into the Camp Wood area, and that's where we have that flash flood warning in these red shaded boxes here where we're continuing to see that moderate rain. The heaviest rain at the current moment is right here just to the south of Camp Wood. This is northwestern Uvalde County and far northeastern Kinney County. Also southern Edwards and southern Riel counties right around the Camp Wood area. That's where we're seeing the greatest rainfall at the current moment, the highest rainfall rates, and a little bit of lightning as well with the strongest part of the storm here right along 55 just to the south of Camp Wood. So that's what we continue to watch. Heavy rainfall. We've already seen upwards of a foot of rain in this area the past 24 to 36 hours, and it continues to rain very heavily. So we're going to be watching the river levels in the hours ahead, especially out to the west here in the hill country. That's where we're watching the greatest concern right now. As you work back towards Kerrville into Kerr County, we have some heavy rain right now moving into the city of Kerrville. Most of the rain in Kerr County is the eastern half of Kerr County. So as you work towards Ingram and Hunt, it's pretty dry, a few drops here and there, but the heaviest rainfall in Kerr County is right over Kerrville right now. But most of the flooding so far is to your south. We're keeping an eye on it, but right now just some heavy downpours pushing up towards the Kerrville area. Boerne's dry for the moment. As we head into San Antonio, this is just light rain around Bexar County right now. So not seeing any heavy downpours at the current moment. That could change as we head deeper through the morning, but right now it's just some light rain around the San Antonio metro. Here's future radar. This is what the radar could look like as we head through the next few hours. There could be some variation, so we're looking for a trend here. And the trend is that we're going to continue to see pockets of heavy rain through the morning, even into the afternoon today. So what we're watching, again, is out west, and the hill country has the greatest chance of flooding in the hours ahead. But it does not mean we can't get a heavy downpour that could create flash flooding in San Antonio and Bexar County. So that's something we have to watch. Here's 4 a.m. As we head deeper into the morning, you see again, still pockets of heavy rain, especially out to the west. This could be a flooding signature here. This is 8 a.m. And again, right over the same areas that have seen the heaviest rainfall. That's what we're worried about. As we head deeper into the day, here's 2 p.m. Still seeing some pockets of heavy downpours. Any additional rain could create flash flooding. Here's the evening hours scattered. Could see a little bit of a lull as the atmosphere tries to recharge. And then overnight into your Thursday morning, we're still seeing heavy rain, especially areas out to the west, Del Rio, Rock Springs, up towards the Kerrville area. That's heavy tropical rain, which could create some flash flooding. And then Thursday afternoon, we're tracking more of an isolated chance. And then after that, it begins to dry out. But we're still talking about another 48 hours or so of the potential for heavy rain. So how much rain could we see? Here's that computer model is showing, and you see the big bullseye, west and northwest. These are high totals Don't fixate on any particular number here. We could see much more than this. Some of these yellow shaded areas are over 6 inches of rain, 6 to 10, even higher than that still to come in spots, especially across the hill country and again, areas west of San Antonio. But this could change a little bit, vary into the city as well. So let me just show you the radar real quick before we hop off, just to show you what we're continuing to track right now as of about 2:35, 2:40. Again, we'll go back to Kerrville right now. That's some heavy rain. No warnings right now in Kerr County, but that's some heavy rain moving into the city of Kerrville right now. As you work back towards Ingram and Hunt, it's pretty dry, a few drops there, but the flooding rain right now is off to your south. And this is the greatest concern at the moment from Camp Wood to Lakey to Utopia. That's the moderate to heavy rain. You start to see that red, and that's putting down a lot of rain in a short period of time. So we're watching the rivers out here. We'll continue to watch the rivers through the morning. So we're keeping an eye on the radar overnight tonight. Here from the Fox SA Weather Center, we will continue to hop on and give you occasional updates on air. And of course, we're streaming the radar right now 24/7 on the Fox SA Facebook page as well as foxsanantonio.com. Stay safe. We'll continue to watch that flash flood warnings until at least 8 a.m. for Medina, Uvalde, parts of Kinney, Edwards, Real, and some of Bandera counties as well. This is the area we're watching at the current time. We'll continue to keep you updated from the Fox SA Weather Center. I'm meteorologist Joe DiCarlo. It's about 13 minutes to 4 o'clock right now, and wanted to hop on here and talk about the flash flood warnings that we are continuing to watch right now west of San Antonio, and give you a radar update at the current moment, because it could be a rough morning commute around San Antonio over the next few hours. We have an area of low pressure sitting off to our west, and that is the trigger mechanism for showers and thunderstorms with heavy rain, and the flash flooding threat being the main concern. Right now, the heaviest rain is again out to the west. This is northeastern Kinney County, southern Edwards, southern Real, and far northwestern Uvalde County. This is where it's been really raining throughout the night. The heavy downpours right around the Camp Wood area, and that's where we're continuing to see the heaviest rainfall right now. So we're watching the rivers out in this area. That's going to be the main focal point the next few hours. We have reporters out here. They're going to be checking out the water levels and the river levels over the next several hours. But what we're watching right now is heavy rain about to move into the city of Uvalde, where it's been pretty quiet through much of the night. We are seeing some pop-up showers and thunderstorms now to your southwest. That's going to be moving into town, so some heavy downpours about to move into Uvalde. Again, the heaviest rain around Camp Wood at the moment. Into the eastern hill country as we head towards Kerr County, Kerrville. This is light to moderate rain right now over the city. Not seeing much as you head out towards Hunt. Ingram, we got a little moderate rain right now. But that's the current situation right now. Not tracking any flooding right now around Kerrville, but we're going to be watching this over the next few hours. This activity is training and not moving very much as it moves to the north. Back into San Antonio, it is mainly just some light scattered rain. You see here near Bernie, and then in the northwest side near Helotes here. We'll see if these are trends here. Some pop-up showers, some downpours. That could be kind of a trend as we head through the next few hours closer to sunrise. So no flooding right now around San Antonio at the moment, but that could change later on this morning. As you work down to the southwest into Frio County, Pearsall, just north of Cotulla, these are some heavy scattered downpours pushing off to the north and northeast. So this is going to be what we're watching. Is this a trend here along the I-35 corridor to see additional storms that develop that could have pockets of heavy rain moving into the metro? So that's something we're watching here over the next several hours. Future models, this is one computer model. What could happen as we head towards 5 a.m. Again, the heaviest to the west, northwest, into the hill country. That's a flooding signal right there. So heavy rain over specific areas, especially Medina and Uvalde County, where we've seen many areas with over a foot of rain the past 24 to 36 hours. That's what we're concerned about as we head into this morning. So again, that could be over San Antonio as well. That's just the trend that we're watching. Here's 9 a.m. Still seeing that signature of heavy rain potential. That's a flash flooding threat. Then as we head into the afternoon, it becomes a little bit more scattered. The atmosphere could work over itself, and we could have a little bit of a lull, kind of like what we saw yesterday. But still tracking some pockets of heavy rain. And then another kick moves in overnight into Thursday morning. Again, there's that flooding signal again across the hill country. Heavy rain that doesn't move very much. That's a flooding concern, and that's going to continue to be with us through your Thursday before most of this starts to move off to the west, and we're only left with some isolated activity by Thursday evening. How much rain could fall on top of what we've already seen? Take a look at these totals. I'm trying to put out almost 20 inches additional rain on top of what we've already seen out towards Camp Wood. Don't fixate on a specific number here, but that's the trend. You see the yellow shaded area, especially west and northwest of San Antonio. That's a flooding potential across the hill country and areas to the west. That's the concern in the days ahead. Less of a flood threat as you work south to San Antonio and to the east, but still could see some pockets of a few inches of rain as well. And this is on top of what we've already seen. So we're continuing to watch the flood threat. Right now, as I head back to the radar to give you that full picture view, that is a new flash flood warning. So as I speak here, we are watching another flash flood warning, and that is now in effect for the Kerrville area. So Kerrville now in a flash flood warning. We're seeing heavy rain really train right over the city, move to the north. So this is the flood warning that stretches from southern Kerr County all the way to the north up into Gillespie County around the Harper area. So that's another flash flood warning that we're watching now over Kerrville. So we're seeing pockets of training thunderstorms. The National Weather Service, we've already seen rain the past several days. That's why they're quick to issue those flash flood warnings, that any additional rain could easily cause a flash flood. So multiple flash flood warnings in effect right now across the area. Again, to the west and now to the northwest of San Antonio, Kerrville, Camp Wood, Lakey, Utopia, Uvalde, all included in these flash flood warnings. We're going to continue to watch the radar from the Fox SA Weather Center. We'll have much more in our morning show starting at 5 a.m. going all the way to 9 a.m. will be nonstop coverage of the weather situation this morning. Stay safe. Have a great rest of your night. We'll see you at 5 a.m. on Fox News First. Check, mic check. 1 2 3 1
It's
2
just
3
like
mic
fun to
check,
find him in
mic
the
check.
booth, like, where's Waldo?
Yes, hold on 1 second. That's crazy. He always has that same hat on too.
Always. It's so funny.
Sweet, thank you.
All boys camp. Mic check. And he And more rain is coming, and some San Antonio roads are already flooded.
You're watching Fox News First, Early Edition.
Let's get to it. 5 o'clock on this Wednesday. I don't know about you, but so I'm starting to fall asleep last night and my phone just goes nuts. Flash flood warning, and then it's a tornado warning.
Mm-hmm. You
And
had
I'm like,
there was another one overnight in the Uvalde area too.
oh, I'm like, this is crazy weather. Joe DiCarlo in for Brad today, and this potentially dangerous as well, right?
Yeah, dangerous for sure. We had 2 tornado warnings, one in Bexar County last night. They had a funnel cloud on the north side, and then one out in Uvalde County earlier this morning. Both did not touch the ground, at least no reports of a touchdown, but we had a tight enough rotation for the tornado warning. The bigger concern, though, is the flooding. We take a live look right now. Raul B. Rodriguez Law Camera. This is Uvalde at the current moment. It is wet, and look at the lightning ongoing right now. Torrential downpours in our western areas. We've been seeing this all night long, and that's where we have most of the flash flood warnings until 8 a.m. out to the west. We also have another flash flood warning till 9:45 up into Kirk County. Let's go on a radar tour. We're going to be tracking the radar throughout the morning, and here's where we're seeing the heaviest amount of rain right now. Uvalde County into portions of northeastern Kinney County, southeastern Edwards County, southern Riel County, southern Bandera County, included in that flash flood warning. This is the heaviest rain right now north and northeast of Brackettville, between Brackettville and Camp Wood. And Highway 55 is closed in spots as you work from Uvalde up towards Camp Wood because of how much rain we've seen here. We've seen over a foot of rain in areas out to the west, and it is torrential downpouring right now, and that is creating a lot of headaches right now if you're in our western counties. And then Uvalde, we had that camera shot here. We were facing to the east. There's heavy rain right along US 90 right now, so a lot of lightning. You see that. You saw that in our camera shot as well. That's moving into Sabinal, and we have the Sabinal River right here as well, so this is likely to rise in the next few hours. Same thing with the Nueces River, the Frio River out in this area. That's where we're seeing the greatest impacts from that heavy rain. So this is where we're seeing very high rainfall rates at the current moment, and that's where we saw yesterday all the flash flooding and highest amounts of rain. So it's the same areas again this morning. Flash flood warning until 9:45. That does include Kerrville as well in eastern Kerr County, and then it stretches up into Gillespie County. This is moderate rain now. The good news is it is weakening a little bit, but still putting down a pretty good downpour right now over Kerrville. Now, western Kerr County towards Ingram and Hunt, it is dry at the current moment. So we'll keep an eye on the Guadalupe River right now, but for the most part, it's just that heavy rain from Kerrville right now. We'll be watching the river down towards Center Point and Comfort because of that shower and thunderstorm. In Bexar County, seeing some downpours here near downtown San Antonio. It's very hit and miss. For the most part, we're doing okay right now in Bexar County, but that could change. Looking down to the southwest, near Pearsall, this is another batch of heavy rain that has developed. This is going to be moving into Medina County, Hondo to Pearsall, very heavy rain. And again, over the same area, so we could easily see flash flooding. And we could see additional showers and storms over San Antonio as well as we head deeper into the morning. Excessive rainfall risk, level 4 out of 4, high risk out to the west. Del Rio to Uvalde, towards Eagle Pass, Lakey, Camp Wood, and then a moderate risk as you work back towards San Antonio. So everybody has the flood risk. Next several hours, we're going to continue to track those pockets of heavy rain. That is a flooding signature here. This is through the late morning, even into the afternoon. And even again tonight into tomorrow morning, more heavy rain, more flooding is the main concern. We're going to have much more throughout the morning. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Joe, we have a team of reporters covering the weather. We'll have live reports coming up. Heavy rainfall also being seen here locally. High water still a concern impacting traffic, especially on the northwest side. Let's take a look. One of those areas was Babcock and Loop 410, where you can see here drivers in some high water under some bridges. Some of those cars had to slow down to make it safely through those intersections and on those roads. Another area that saw some high water was on Midcrest and Hillcrest. The water in this area really deep. You can see the cars driving through it, splashing, and the water itself was starting to overflow off the side of the bridge there. And on Danville and Overbrook, the City Public Works Department was setting up barricades It blocked off a road where water was rushing off into a ditch. Another area that saw flooding, East Sunshine Drive and Woodlawn Lake. As we expect more rain today and in the coming days, it's very important to really pay attention to the roads. It's best to be safe, turn around, don't drown. If you think the water may be too high, remember, it only takes 12 inches of water to sweep a car off the road.
Well, Southwest ISD is making sure that students and their families stay off the road as much as possible. So they have canceled all student activities scheduled for today, including the summer feeding program. Be sure to check out their Facebook page for any updates. Well, check this out. A driver near Uvalde capturing dramatic video yesterday showing just how powerful flash flooding has been in that area. So Gabriel Pablos with Pablos Trucking, he was stuck on the roof of his 18-wheeler while driving on Highway 83. So you can see the water rose so high that eventually it came over the hood of the cab. He was holding onto a tree while waiting to be rescued. His family says that the semi-truck was eventually swept away. A giant 18-wheeler swept away. He says it was raining so hard that he just couldn't see the roadways and didn't realize that a stretch was covered by water.
Wow. All right. Video of the dry Nueces River giving us a look at some of the flash flooding going on. This was around 3:30 yesterday afternoon north of Highway 90 near Uvalde. It's the first time this section of the river has seen water in several weeks. This is a good example of the runoff created by flash flooding. The water doesn't soak into the ground, but instead runs along the surface. The good news, the flat terrain in the area helps keep the water from becoming a raging wall. Some parts of North Uvalde County got up to 16 inches of rain yesterday, with more expected over the next few days.
And check out the water levels at Uvalde Memorial Park. So the water rose to the point of nearly covering picnic tables in the park. It's almost as high as some of the lowest leaves on the trees you can see there along the river, which are normally several feet off of the ground. And right now, taking a live look from our storm tracker, keeping an eye on the road conditions. Yep, the windshield wipers are on in just about any stretch of our viewing area right now. Rain falling heavily in areas west of Bexar County. And as mentioned, the Sabinal and the Frio River levels are rising rapidly. And the rain expected to continue from Uvalde to Real to western Bandera County. So keep it right here on Fox SA for live updates on the ever-changing weather conditions.
And you know how you can keep track of the weather? Keep it right here on Fox SA for, of course, live updates on the changing weather conditions. Joe DiCarlo and the weather team will be here constantly providing live updates on air and online at foxsanantonio.com and on our Facebook page. And make sure you never miss a weather update. We have a great app. You can download our free Fox SA weather app. It has live and future radar as well as breaking alerts.
And now, on-time traffic.
Well, today's commute is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
True.
So let's go to our resident, I don't know, Forrest Gump. No, that doesn't
Oh,
work. Joy Bergen, you know, you can't be put in a box at all. You're one of a kind.
Thank you, Ashley. Good morning, y'all. We have, of course, some wet roads this morning. We also have some closures still left behind from some of the flooding that we saw. This is a live look from I-35, the frontage road at Salado Creek, still closed right now. We also still have the frontage road closed I-35 down on the southwest side between Casson and Somerset, and the frontage road of Highway 90 out near Leon Creek. Now, that said, the water has gone down significantly in all of those areas, but still going to see those barriers. Now, I want to talk to photojournalist David Mendoza, who is live in road cam this morning, live on the scene. David, good morning.
Hey, good morning. We are in the downtown area, Nogalitos, just above 35 on a bigger scene right now. So I did have a chance to talk with a covert officer on the scene. This is allegedly a covert operation with SAPD, multiple divisions of SAPD involved. I did see suspects being arrested over here. So what this covert officer told me is that 3 suspects have been arrested on a kind of a sting operation for burglarizing building charges. We saw them a little earlier over here with this group of covert officers being detained, being searched. Right now, Nogalitos is closed while they process this scene. This car just pulled into the scene right now, but right behind him is allegedly the suspect's vehicle right here. You can just see the front end of it. They were busted up here. I heard some commotion over the scanners too, with multiple divisions trying to catch these guys. Sounded like they fled their vehicle and try to make a break for it, but were shortly detained after that. I'm gonna get a little closer. I'll let you know what else I can learn. Back to you.
All right, David, thank you. We'll be following up on that throughout the morning. More live updates right here with your on-time traffic.
Well, we're continuing to track that heavy rain flash flood warnings west of San Antonio, including Camp Wood to Uvalde. Also another flood warning up into the Kerrville area as well. We're tracking heavy rain. It's going to be on and off through the day, and flooding is the main concern. First warning forecast coming up.
Live, this is Fox News First Early Edition.
5:13 now. Welcome back. We'll get to our weather coverage in just a moment. But first, a vigil was held Tuesday for Ozana Cisneros. She's a 7-month-old baby reported missing last month.
Yeah, she had been the subject of an Amber Alert, which has been canceled, but authorities continue searching for her, all while they've also recovered skeletal remains while searching for her at Concepcion Park. Now, they still have not determined if those remains are that of a human or an animal.
Fox SA's Karina Hollingsworth reports.
Close to 24 people gathering to pray for the safe return of 7-month-old Ozana Cisneros.
Our warm thoughts towards her. And let us continue to cover her with prayers.
Ozana and her 19-year-old mother, Maximina Cisneros, reported missing back on June 10th. The baby last seen at their home off Roosevelt Avenue. Police found Maximina squatting at a home on Parkview Drive on Friday, but no sign of the baby. Authorities finding skeletal remains after scouring nearby Concepcion Park, but have not confirmed if they're Ozana's. Osman Chaka, a friend of Ozana's grandmother, attending the vigil, remembering the first time she held Ozana when she was just 3 days old.
My heart just sunk into her, you know. I fell in love with her when I held her.
Menchaca praying that the baby is alive and found soon.
I'm just really hurt that, you know what I mean, she's just a little baby, you know. I'm really hurt that I just hope that wherever she's at, she's not out in this rain and this heat.
Police have not arrested anyone in connection with baby Osana's disappearance, but did arrest Maximina's boyfriend on Friday on an outstanding warrant. At this time, police have not linked anyone to Osana's disappearance and have not called off their search for her. Reporting for Fox SA, I'm Karina Hollingsworth.
All right, let's take a look at your roads right now. Right now, it looks like in San Antonio things aren't too bad, but that could definitely change. 35 at Salado Creek, you can see the road closure there because of some water over the roadways. 281 at Sonterra. We're going to be back with Joy on traffic, and Joe has got your full rainy forecast. It's 5:16.
Live, this is Fox News First Early Edition.
Well, this morning, heavy rain and a growing risk for flash flooding. Now, the highest risk is west of San Antonio, but the rain still definitely coming down in Bexar County.
There are several road closures you need to know about this morning. Fox SA's Christina De Leon joins us live from one right now. Christina, tell us where you are and how does it look out there?
Yeah, well, luckily right now the water has subsided. The road closure basically was put on the Bexar County flood map. You can see it is up right now, but it is simply passable. There's no major issues, thank goodness. The Cibolo Creek has receded, no major issues, but the rain is going to start back up again, and that is going to cause problems for drivers. So that's the scary part. Cibolo Creek had risen throughout the night, and that was the scary part. So they put this road closure up, and you can see that the truck came through here. So they're not having any issues right now, but that was what was scary throughout the night, is that the water came up very high and made it simply impassable, but now it has come back down. We're at West Speck and Cibolo Creek in far northern Bexar County, and this is why they put that barricade up. But you can see that truck made it through no problem. The man said he actually lived in this area, used to seeing it obviously, so wasn't worried about navigating his way through. One of many parts in northern Bexar County. In Comal County, there are 9 road closures. Some include Blanco Road at Cibolo Creek and Lower Smithson Valley Road at 1863. For a full list of closures, you can head to their website at comalcounty.gov. But for now, that is the latest in northern Bexar County. Near Comal County, I'm Christina De Leon, Fox SA. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Christina. We have crews just spread out across the area right now, taking a live look from our storm tracker, keeping the eyes of the roadways. Now, last check, they were in the hill country near Comfort, the town of Centerpoint, and this is an area that is under a flash flood warning right now. And Joe DiCarlo keeping a close eye on the Guadalupe River, which right now is doing okay, but that flash flood warning again in the area of Kerrville and Fredericksburg. We will continue to keep watch. So stay with Fox SA for live updates on the ever-changing weather conditions and live updates from our meteorologist on air and online.
And now, on-time traffic.
All right, I want to take you back live to the downtown area where we have photojournalist David Mendoza covering a police response here. He's been live on the scene getting more information for us. David, good morning. Remind us where you are and everything that's going on.
Hey, good morning. Still on the scene, Nogalitos, directly over 35 in the downtown area. Now, I have talked to a officer over here. He tells me that we have 3 suspects arrested in association with burglarizing buildings. So this is kind of a covert operation. We've seen other task force here. We've seen the street crimes unit of SAPD, as well as just your normal SAPD officers out here. I believe they're talking with the suspect in the back of the vehicle now. So, you know, you hear burglary of buildings to say, okay, well, these guys are just burglarizing stuff. Well, when there's this many task force with it, we have a robbery division, street crimes, covert. This might be a bigger deal than what it sounds like. These might be habitual offenders or really be notorious around the city. Right now, Nogalitos over 35 is packed with police vehicles. We have wreckers on scene. And after speaking with the covert officer, this was actually the vehicle that the suspects used before they were detained. Also heard over the scanners that they may have fled the vehicle. Kind of a commotion until officers got them into custody. Right now, again, they're in the back of these vehicles. I've seen 2 suspects so far. Police tell me there are 3 suspects in total. Any more information, I'll bring that to you live. Back to you.
David, thank you. Appreciate your work as always. Of course, we also still have the wet roads out there this morning. There are still some high water crossings that are closed, so please keep that in mind as well as you head out the door. We'll have live updates right here with your on-time traffic.
And now, first warning weather with meteorologist Joe DiCarlo.
Well, live look, Raul B. Rodriguez law camera this morning out in Uvalde, where we've been seeing the heavy rain throughout the morning, and occasionally you see some lightning off in the distance. This is facing east on Highway 90. Flash flood warnings continue west and northwest of San Antonio this morning. Here's where we have the current warnings right now, including Camp Wood down towards Uvalde, even in the southern Bandera County as well. This is where we've seen the heavy rain throughout the night, and really yesterday as well. We had pockets of rain out here of over a foot, and now it is still raining, and it's raining at a really good clip right now. We're talking 2-3+ inch rainfall rates per hour, and that's where we're seeing the heaviest rain right now. It's just west of Camp Wood. This is a really heavy thunderstorm. A lot of lightning here. Highway 55 between Camp Wood and Uvalde is shut down because water over the roads, and the Sabinal River as well, cresting over Highway 55. So that's what we're watching. We have crews going out to this area. We'll have a live update later on in the show from this general area. So this is the main flood concern right now is in northern Uvalde County, northeastern Kinney County, and southern southeastern Edwards and southern Real counties. That's where the greatest risk of flooding is right now. Even the Sabinal River around Sabinal, that is heavy rain from Uvalde to Sabinal right now on US 90. And then as you push down to the south and southeast into Frio County, this is a heavy thunderstorm here. This is moving into Medina County. So Hondo, you're dry now, but you have a heavy thunderstorm to your south, and this is trending in that general direction to the north. So this is where we're seeing the heaviest rain at the current moment. Into the hill country, this is until 9:45, a flash flood warning, which does include Kerrville to Centerpoint, Comfort right about here. right now, the good news is this is light rain, and it's mainly moving to the north into Gillespie County. So we're keeping our eyes here. We do have that flash flood warning until 9:45, but right now it's mainly light rain around Kerrville. As you head into Bexar County, we're doing good for the most part right now, but we do have a few downpours developing, especially around Alamo Heights. That's a thunderstorm moving over the airport right now to the north, and then additional activity starting to fire down to the south. So we're going to keep our eyes on the radar right now. Fairly quiet in terms of flooding in Bexar County, but that could change as we head through the morning. So we're going to continue to watch the radar. Here's the highest risk of flooding today. It's a 4 out of 4 risk to the west. Again, Del Rio, Uvalde, Camp Wood to Bandera. Then a moderate risk. That's a level 3 out of 4. That includes San Antonio. It includes Kerrville and Boerne as well. And then a slight risk you push further to the east. So the western half of our area has the highest risk of flash flooding. Here's what the radar may look like as we head through the rest of the morning. You see pockets, especially west of San Antonio, of heavy rain that doesn't move very much. That is a flooding signature over the next few hours. Here's 11 a.m. We're still tracking that heavy rain. And then into the afternoon, we could see a little bit of a lull, but you see we still have that scattered chance of showers and thunderstorms, pockets of heavy rain. And then overnight, we'll have additional activity into Thursday morning with another flood risk, especially out to the west and in the hill country. And even into tomorrow afternoon, we're tracking an isolated to scattered chance of a few showers or storms. We have to wind things down as we get towards Friday. Based on that computer model, this is how much rain could fall. Don't fixate on a number, because this little bullseye here in the hill country could be a little further to the east, and that could include Bexar County and San Antonio. So just a trend here. The highest risk is west and northwest, and then you could see pockets here of 2 to 6 plus inches of rain. We could see over 10 inches of rain in spots on top of what has already fallen. So that is that flood risk that will continue through the day today into tomorrow as well. Here's your day planner. It's going to be a wet one on and off. Temperatures in the 70s to only about 80 degrees. Thursday, we continue to have that heavy rain and flood risk. So alert day today and tomorrow. We'll begin to quiet things down by Friday. And then it's just hot sunshine for the weekend into next week, with temperatures climbing into the mid to upper 90s. And we're going to have a lot of humidity thanks to all that rain that we've seen the past few days.
5:29 now. We'll get to our weather coverage in just a moment. The Summer Spurs are looking for some bonus ball games out in Vegas.
And as we wind down the World Cup here on Fox SA, will Argentina keep it from being an all-European final?
Ooh, all right. Chuck McKinnick breaks it all down in Max in the Morning.
England will try to make it an all-European final later today against Argentina. The winner of that game will get Spain on Sunday here on Fox SA. The consolation game is Saturday afternoon. And it's the Spurs' last regular season Summer League game later tonight against the Utah Jazz. Spurs are guaranteed at least one more game after this one, whether it's a consolation game or if they can earn a spot in the Las Vegas Summer League Final Four. Chuck McKinnick, Max in the Morning.
Well, we have seen just some incredible video amidst all the flooding, and including troopers linking arm in arm against rushing water while floods swamped parts of Uvalde.
So this morning we have the new images of the storm's destructive power.
Have a way to receive warnings, and just be aware that if you're under a flash flood warning, there could be flash flooding in your area. So just be aware for any flash flooding of roadways and low water crossings that might be flooded, and of course turn around, don't drown.
You're watching Fox News First, Early Edition.
5:33 on this Wednesday. We are, about halfway through the marathon of all this rain?
Yeah, maybe not even halfway.
Maybe nearing the halfway mark.
30-40%, maybe a third of the way there.
Okay.
Okay.
That's not good news.
No, we got a lot more. We've already seen about a foot of rain, over a foot of rain in spots of Medina and Uvalde counties.
Wow.
And that is where it's pouring this morning.
Yeah.
So by the end of this, we could see totals 20, 25, maybe even 30 inches, not even out of the question.
That's like hurricane rain.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It all depends where it falls, and that's where we're watching the rivers, we're watching the creeks, and that is the main concern moving forward. Right now, Raul B. Rodriguez law camera out in Uvalde this morning. There's the lightning you see in the distance. This is headed or facing eastbound on a Highway 90, and you see the lightning out there right now. That's where we have the flash flood warnings out west of San Antonio at the moment. This is where the heaviest rain is, northern Uvalde County into parts of Kinney and Edwards and Real counties near Camp Wood. This is where the heaviest activity is right now. Rainfall rates of 2 to 3+ inches an hour right now, right along Highway 55 north and northwest of Uvalde. And parts of Highway 55 are closed because of the Sabinal River that is going past over 55 and flooding. And also north of Uvalde as well towards Lakey towards Concan, Utopia. This is very heavy rainfall right now. Sabinal, we're seeing that rain as well. We've seen yesterday Highway 90 was flooded because of the Sabinal River, and we could see a similar situation today as well. So we have our crews going out to Sabinal to keep an eye on that river flow over Highway 90. Heavy rain right now into southern Medina County, northern Frio County. This is actually the strongest storm right now in our area, just off to the northwest of Pearsall. This is going to move up towards Hondo within about an hour or so. So that's some heavy rain that we're watching. Into the hill country, we do have a flash flood warning for Kerrville and Center Point right now. The good news is that the heavy rain associated with this warning has now pushed north into Gillespie County. So it's light rain right now from Kerrville to Center Point to Comfort. We're keeping an eye on the Guadalupe River right now, but most of that heavy rain is now to the north of the warning in Kirk County. Into Bexar County, we're doing good so far, but we're starting to see more pop-up downpours right now. One over the airport, one on the south side. This could fill in over the next few hours. So right now, no flooding in the San Antonio metro. That could change. The excessive rainfall risk today, high risk out to the west, moderate risk, including San Antonio. So expecting more pockets of heavy rain through the morning, even into the afternoon. Flooding is going to be a main concern here. And even as we head towards Thursday, we're tracking more chances of heavy rainfall. We'll have much more in your full forecast coming up.
All right, as far as our roadways here in San Antonio, we really have not seen the same level of flooding that we've seen out to the west, out in Medina County, Uvalde, all of those areas. Right here in San Antonio, not too bad, but we do still have a couple of areas closed down. This is one of them. This is going to be a live look at I-35, the frontage road at Salado Creek. We also have the frontage road of 35 closed down on the southwest side between Casson and Somerset. And then on the west side, Highway 90 frontage road at Leon Creek. So all those usual spots still closed right now, just kind of left behind from the flooding that we saw yesterday. Everywhere else is just going to be those wet roads. I want to turn now to photojournalist David Mendoza, who is live in the downtown area. He has been following this scene for us for quite some time, getting more information. And David, we've seen a few people in handcuffs here. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joyce. So yeah, that's right. We are at Nogalitos, directly over 35 in the downtown area. Now, we have seen some people in custody. From what officers tell me is that we had a apprehension of 3 suspects believed to be charged with burglary of building. So this was actually kind of a big sting operation, if I'm a little freer with my words. It sounds like multiple divisions of SAPD were actually involved with this. One thing that I have noticed that is a bit interesting to me, it looks like we have one of those covert vehicles right here being loaded up on a wrecker. So I'm not sure if one of the covert officers was actually involved in some kind of wreck, or I do see some damage right there actually on the vehicle. So I'm not sure if there was a collision between the suspects and the officers right now. Now, we did see these people being put in custody and searched. I would say they're anywhere from between 20 to 40 years old. Again, here's that covert vehicle again being loaded away on a wrecker right now. So it's still a very active scene over here on Nogalitos, just above 35. If I'm able to gather any more information, I will let you know. Back to you for now.
David, thank you. That is the latest for now with your on-time traffic.
Texas DPS giving us a look at some of the water rescues that happen in the Uvalde area. Many troopers walk through fast-moving water in groups to avoid being swept away themselves. They have boats in the area to help them navigate any high water.
And just so much has happened in Uvalde. We continue to get more video. This one showing how much water the town has been getting. A lumber yard on Main Street just filled with water. You can see some lumber floating away in the current of the floodwaters.
Video from the Texas Game Warden is giving us a look at just how powerful those floodwaters can be. This is video west of Sabinal in Uvalde County. In the distance, you can see a vehicle being swept away. Luckily, game wardens say the people who were in that vehicle were rescued. It's just one of many swift water rescue calls the department has responded to so far.
And this is a look at the Chalk Bluff Park just northwest of Uvalde. It's a normally pristine area for swimming, but it had water coming all the way up to the tables. The trees with water around them, they're normally outside the river. The park says they are in no danger, but the river will be unswimmable for at least the next several days.
We continue our team coverage of the weather up the road in Del Rio. People are preparing for round 3 after heavy rain drenched Val Verde County. Fox SA's Destiny Fuller has the latest from Del Rio with how county leaders are getting ready for what's happening now.
Cities across Val Verde County catching torrential rain in round 1 of what's expected to be a near 4-day event. This video coming from Texas game wardens showing flooding near Pandale Crossing at the Devil's River. It's one of many examples we've seen. The floodwaters extending all the way south to Uvalde County. This video showing flooding that closed several roads in Uvalde. While things haven't reached that point in Del Rio, Val Verde County Sheriff Joe Frank Martinez says crews are keeping a close eye on the situation.
And we're just preparing for the next couple of days. You know, there's anticipated a lot of rain coming into the county. There's been no life safety issues.
They're also prepared in case the waters get too rough.
The emergency management coordinators are, they're discussing options. We probably, if it came to that, we'll probably have a shelter too if we need it.
For Fox SA, I'm Destiny Fuller.
And as Joe has been telling us, the next round of storms expected this morning. Sheriff Martinez says people living in Val Verde can get safety information. That will be through the county's app. Continuing coverage now on the current storm system sweeping through central Texas and South Texas.
Yeah, well, Fox SA's Ethan Trejo is joining us from the Sabinal River, checking out the water levels in an area with a recent history of flooding.
Well, yeah, we're here in Sabinal. You can see that the rain is very clearly starting to come down pretty hard now here. The Sabinal River has been experiencing some heavy rainfall and therefore has been experiencing a lot of flooding. I'm going to step out of frame here so you can see this, exactly what I'm talking about, and bear with me because I am by myself here. You can hear that rain absolutely pouring down, but just behind me, this over here is going to be the Sabinal River creeping up. You might not even be able to see it because it's so dark out here, which is why they're warning drivers if you're going to be out on the road. You want to be sure that you're being careful. The rainfall obviously coming in very heavy now. They've closed several roads here in Sabinal in an effort to try and protect drivers that are going to be out on the road. The Sabinal mayor saying that they have established an emergency shelter for anybody that needs it. They're warning residents if you're going to be out on the roads, do not be driving into any high waters. Turn around, don't drown. So we're going to be updating you with all the latest here in Sabinal, and we'll be bringing all that right to you. Reporting live, Ethan Trejo, Fox SA.
And keep it right here for Fox SA for live updates on the ever-changing weather conditions. Joe DiCarlo and our weather team will be here constantly providing live updates on air and online at foxsanantonio.com, as well as our Facebook pages. And make sure you never miss a weather update by downloading our free weather app. It has live and future radar as well as breaking alerts.
And here's how much rain has fallen so far in this event. We're talking pockets of 10 to 15, 17 inches of rain on the Medina and Uvalde County lines. And it is pouring in this general area right now. We will have much more flooding ongoing on the Sabinal River. We are going to continue to track the radar, have updates coming up.
Live, this is Fox News First Early Edition. And now, First Warning Weather with meteorologist Joe DiCarlo.
Well, we have some breaking news right now. We have a new tornado warning that has been issued for parts of northwestern Frio County and far southern Medina County. This is off to the north and west of Pearsall. This tornado warning is in effect until 6:30 p.m. or until the National Weather Service maybe cancel it early. But right now, there is a pretty defined area of rotation right here. So this is just north of Highway 57. This is in Frio County. Here's Pearsall. Here's Moore. So well to the north and west of Pearsall, well west of Moore. This is where there could be, some tightened rotation. If there was a tornado at all, it would be in this area right in here. And this, again, is a pretty defined area of rotation. So that is why the National Weather Service went ahead and issued that tornado warning until 6:30 p.m. right now for parts of northwestern Frio County. So this is north of Highway 57. There's the latest scan. It got a little broader, so that's some good news, but we still are seeing some rotation right in here. So again, this is on Highway 57, south and west of Moore and well northwest of Pearsall. So the rotation is north of the highway. So Highway 57 is right here. As you work to the west into Zavala County, that would be Batesville in this general area. And then this is Frio County right here. There's the Frio County line. There's the Medina County line. And it's just right about here. So this is where we do have that broad rotation right now. But if you are in this area, again, this is the polygon right here. This is well east of La Pryor, east of Batesville. It's moving to the north and northeast, and a lot of lightning. This also is a severe thunderstorm warning embedded in this as well. So there's a larger severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued, and then a smaller tornado warning. And look at that lightning right now. This is a very strong thunderstorm at the current moment, and it has enough rotation that the National Weather Service went ahead and issued that tornado warning until 6:30 a.m. Pearsall right here. So this is west of I-35. So here's San Antonio. We have some downpours starting to develop here in Bexar County, but this is well to the southwest of San Antonio. As you work down into parts of Medina County, Frio County, northwest of Pearsall, and this is moving to the north. So if you're in southern Medina County, you're watching the storm with a lot of interest as well, because a lot of heavy rain. That's been the main threat, is the flash flooding, but we can't rule out some brief spin-up tornadoes as well. So that's where the rotation is at the moment, right along Highway 57. On the north side of Highway 57, and it's moving to the north and northeast. So it will eventually cross into southern Medina County. It's still got a little ground to cover here in Frio County, but this is where we're watching closely right now with that rotation. Again, northwestern Frio County, southern Medina County. That right here, Highway 57 right here, this is where the rotation is at the moment. It does look broad. To me, it doesn't look like there's a tornado on the ground, but that could quickly change. So you want to act like there is a tornado on the ground whenever you get a tornado warning, because we could quickly see a spin-up tornado. Again, till 6:30 a.m. is what the tornado warning is in effect until in northwestern Frio County. So again, heavy rain pushing to the north. This is going to push into Medina County. Hondo, you're about to see some heavy rain, but the tornado part of this storm, if there was a tornado, that's where it would be.
Yeah,
in this
Joe,
tornado warning.
I have a question about that.
Yes.
So if there is a tornado in that cluster right there, would it be rain wrapped? And I know it's so hard to see because it's so dark.
Yes.
So this could be a very dangerous thing, right? Would it be wrapped in
Yeah,
rain?
it does look like it would be wrapped in rain because of just the presentation here on the radar. There's just, this is a massive thunderstorm with a lot of heavy rain. And in the middle of that, in the middle of all this lightning, there's that rotation. So this does look like, it would be a rain-wrapped tornado. It looks broad. I'm going to check the National Weather Service too, their chat, to see what they're saying about this. But right now it looks broad, so it doesn't seem like there's a tornado on the ground. But again, it could pop up. It could briefly touch down. So that's why there is a tornado warning, just because there's enough rotation in this storm that it could easily form a tornado. So that's what we're watching. But Ted, you're right. It would be a rain-wrapped tornado if we had any tornado at all. Until 6:30 a.m. is what the warning is for. So you want to take shelter, interior room away from windows. If you're in northwestern Frio County, far southern Medina County, that's again where that would be, where that rotation is. And we have a lot of rain. This is a strong, look at all the lightning strikes that we've seen really within the past 15 minutes or so. This cell has really blossomed up and it's moving to the north. It's going to eventually impact Hondo with just the torrential downpour and the flooding risk. That's the main concern today, is the flood risk. But you can't rule out some spin-up tornadoes. Let me step off the screen real quick. Let me look at the National Weather Service chat.
And if they do, if there is a tornado that actually comes down, the only way you'd be able to see it, it would be illuminated by all that lightning there, right?
Yes, and that is very true. So they have not updated it. They said a tornado warned cell is just north of Highway 57, like we mentioned, northwestern Frio County, moving northward into southwestern Medina County. So that is the latest update. Again, like exactly what we've been saying. It's right in here that we have that rotation signature. And that's something that we're watching. We're seeing if it's tightening up a little bit. So that's where you want to look for the bright red, the bright greens. Right in here would be where we would have a tornado if we had one at all. Or if it's trying to come together, it would be right in here. Here's 57. The good news is this is a very rural area of Frio County. It's well northwest of Pearsall, and it's well west of Moore. But
does the track take it into any populated areas or not at this time?
What we would have to watch is if it held together. This storm is going to Hondo regardless. We'll see if it still has that rotation when it makes it to Hondo. But any town that we're watching would be Hondo for the direct impact of that circulation or that rotation. It is still about an hour away from Hondo. So likely that we might not have a tornado warning when it reaches there. We could have a severe thunderstorm warning, and then again, the flooding risk. That's the main concern with just that torrential downpour. But yeah, a lot of lightning. If you are in this area of Frio County, with the lightning, possibly could see a little bit of a lowering. But don't recommend going outside. The interior room away from windows, that's where you want to be whenever you're in a tornado warning. You want to act like it's a confirmed tornado on the ground, even if it's not. And we don't have any confirmation of a tornado right now, but enough of a signature that the National Weather Service wants to warn it. And it warns it into southern Medina County as well. Doesn't include the city of Hondo yet, but again, if that were to stay on that track, it would be headed towards Hondo. Definitely going to see that heavy rain, a lot of lightning. That is going to move into Hondo, regardless if there's a tornado warning on this storm or not. So that's really what we're watching right now.
All right, Joe. So you're saying basically if it does hold together and we are, that storm is headed toward Hondo, you're saying maybe an hour or so until it gets to Hondo?
Yes, about an hour or so before it gets to Hondo right now. Again, not a confirmed tornado, but this storm in general, look how it's expanding as well. So a lot of rain. That's the main concern. When we talk about it all morning is the flood risk. It's raining right now in Pearsall. It's raining in Moore. It's starting to rain in Hondo again, and that heavy rain is going to trend right over it. This is decently tight, so you want to act like this is on the ground because this is a pretty robust signature here of potential rotation. North of Highway 57, this is in a rural area of northwestern Frio County. That is where a tornado would be. If we had a tornado, it would be right in here. It's still in Frio County. It's about to move into southern Medina County. It's moving off to the north. We will have much more on this tornado warning coming up right now at 6 o'clock. Well, it is 6 a.m. and we are watching a tornado warning again for northwestern Frio County, southern Medina County until 6:30 p.m. This is the velocity signature right now. This is winds and going to and from the radar, and we're looking for tight rotation for a potential tornado. And right now, it flared up about 5 minutes ago. It has weakened a little bit, but if there is a tornado right now or a potential developing tornado, it would be right here. Again, we've been talking about this the past several minutes. North of Highway 57, this is a rural area of Frio County. It's about to move into southern Medina County. This is where the rotation is right now. That tornado warning is in effect until 6:30 a.m. So if you're in this warning, you probably got it on your phone if you are. I know this is a rural area of Frio County, but you would get it on your phone. If you're in that warning, interior room, away from windows, regardless if there's a tornado or not, it is a very heavy thunderstorm right now. A lot of lightning, a lot of rain falling with this as well. Can't rule out a little hail as well with a storm like this as it moves. This is northern Frio County into southern Medina County. If you're in Hondo, this storm is headed towards you. It's going to be a little while, about 45 minutes to an hour before the worst of the storm is on Hondo. But it is moving in that general direction. Can't confirm if there's going to be a tornado warning or not with it. With this kind of setup, we often see these areas of rotation. They become a little tighter, they become broader, and then it's broad enough for the National Weather Service to cancel the tornado warning. But right now, it is defined enough that we're going to keep that tornado warning going right now in northern Frio County. This is where the area of interest is, so here's Highway 57. If you live in Frio County, this is northwest of Pearsall, well to the west and southwest of both Devine and Moore. And this is about to move into southern Medina County. So this is where the area of rotation is right now. It's moving in a north-northeast direction into southern Medina County. So we have no confirmation of any tornado, but enough of a rotation that the tornado warning is issued, and it will likely stay issued until we see that rotation becoming a little broader and dissipating. But right now it is holding its own right now in northern Frio County. Zoom this out a little bit. We're seeing more heavy rain around San Antonio and Bexar County. Flooding is the main concern that we're watching this morning, but you can't rule out some spin-up tornadoes, and we have enough of a rotation that there is a tornado warning again for Frio and southern Medina counties until 6:30 a.m. It does not include Pearsall. So if you're watching in Pearsall, you hear Frio County, it is not for the city of Pearsall. It is well to your north and west. Batesville is about here as well. This is Zavala County. It's not in Zavala County, but just, a Barron's here of 57 goes from Frio County into Zavala County towards La Pryor. This is north of there. So again, 57 is here. It's not headed towards 57, it's heading to the north. Right in here is where there would be a potential tornado or a potential lowering. That's what we're watching right now. It's hard to see because it's still dark out. You would not be able to see this. There's a lot of lightning, so that could be illuminating the sky a little bit, but it is still dark. It would be rain wrapped as well if there was any signs of a tornado because of just this thunderstorm right now. It's in the middle of this cluster of heavy rain. Flooding, again, the main concern this morning and the main concern with this storm, but we cannot rule out a tornado, a brief tornado. Latest signature, it is more broad, which is good news. We are looking for more broad, when it's tight, when it's bright reds, bright greens right next to each other, that is signs of that's signs of rotation and a potential tornado. We saw that a little bit a few scans ago. There was a little flare up there. It has since weakened a bit, but still a little rotation right in here. So that is what the National Weather Service is watching right now. I'm going to step off the frame, see if they've updated their chat a little bit. They are watching this very closely right now.
Joe, they did issue, this isn't as concerning as a tornado, but a special weather statement for Concan, 55-mile-per-hour winds, and it said no hail expected, but that was something they issued about a minute ago.
Okay, I can see that for sure. So the main concern is flash flooding, and I also do want to mention the National Weather Service did note potential rotation also near Uvalde. It is weaker than they say what they're looking in Frio County. I just want to bring that, just to keep an eye on that here over the next little bit. Let me go back to the radar. You mentioned Concan for a special weather statement. I could definitely see the wind gusts and the heavy rain, the flooding rain. That's the main threat right now in parts of northern Uvalde County, far southern Edwards, Real, and the Bandera counties. All the red boxes here are flash flood warnings. Very heavy torrential rain. We've had the Sabinal River up a little bit, the Frio River as well. This is what we're watching here north of Highway 90. And then we have that tornado warning back into Frio County. Let me go back to the velocity and show you what we're looking at right now. So it would be right in here. It does look a little broader again than it was a few scans ago. So that's good news. But the tornado warning does remain in effect until 6:30 p.m. for this red polygon. I know it's hard to see because of all the lightning that we're seeing right now. It's embedded in a severe thunderstorm warning. So the severe thunderstorm warning is a little broader. It includes much of northern and northwestern Frio County.
Hey, Joe.
Yes,
so
Ted.
Should people in Hondo right now, should people in Hondo really be on the lookout for this and be preparing?
Yeah, so Hondo, we're starting to see some light to moderate rain right now. You're definitely going to see the heavy downpours with this storm as it moves to your north. Within the next 30 minutes or so, you start to see some very heavy downpours. The heart of this storm with all the lightning is headed towards Hondo. I can't say if there's going to be a tornado warning or not by the time it reaches Hondo, but you do want to prepare for this storm for sure. You want to, don't go out on the roads if you don't have to. I know it's almost rush hour here, but if you can stay home for sure, because the flooding rain is going to be the biggest threat, especially along Highway 90. And again, we can't rule out a quick little spin up tornado. We have that tornado warning right now. It's not for the city of Hondo yet, but I can't say if it is going to be issued for Hondo eventually. Right now, we're watching that rotation right now in northern Frio County.
So also we're getting word from the Medina County Sheriff's Office about the tornado warning. They say they're aware of the warning, although there are no visible signs at this time of a potential tornado. No reports at this time of any damage or other incidents caused by severe weather, but they've been working through the night and will continue to do so. So they are aware of this, but so far nothing that they see, nothing's been reported, but that doesn't mean that there's not something there, correct?
Frio County Sheriff's Office also shared that severe thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado located near Frio Town, 13 miles northwest of Pearsall. I'm just asking everyone to take precautions, to move to a basement or the lowest level of wherever you are right now, and to avoid windows.
Yes, and we had the 2 tornado warnings before this one. This is our 3rd one of the past 24 hours. Yesterday, it's about 6 in the evening, we had one in Bexar County, right over northern San Antonio, and it was broad rotation. Never got as tight as this. This is the tightest signature I've seen so far with the 3 tornado warnings. Now, that was about 10-15 minutes ago. It has since weakened. It's more broad now, but it's still enough where the National Weather Service is keeping this tornado warning, at least for now. When we had that one in Bexar County, it was broad. It never really got tight like the signature right there did, but they still had the tornado warning. Same thing with the one in Uvalde County about 1:30 this morning. We also had a broad signature, and that's what we were watching very carefully. This is definitely a tighter signature, but it has weakened on the last scan. So hopefully this trend does continue. Regardless, we're talking about a strong thunderstorm right now north and northwest of Pearsall, moving into Medina County. So this is now at least the tornado portion of it, or the rotation with it, is now moving out of Frio County. It's moving into Medina County at the moment, and it's looking much more raggedy than it did about 5-10 minutes ago. So that tells me that there's likely not a tornado on the ground at the moment, but something could spin up real quick. So you want to be on guard, interior room away from windows, northwestern Frio County and southwestern Medina County, at least until this tornado warning is allowed to expire by the National Weather Service. So right now we're still keeping our eyes on it, not seeing anything tight at the moment, but cannot say that that's going to hold or not. Here's the general look of the storm. Again, the tornado warning embedded in the severe thunderstorm warning, definitely the strongest of the storms we're seeing right now. San Antonio, we're starting to spark much more heavier downpours right now over the city. So again, the next few hours, flooding going to be the main concern as it moves to the north, and then the flood warnings out to the west, Camp Wood to Uvalde to Concan. That's where the flash flood warnings are at the current moment. But we have that tornado warning again until 6:30 a.m. Northern Frio, southern Medina County, right about here. Maybe seeing another area of rotation right here now, just north of Highway 57. So that's something that we're also going to watch here. So 2 potential areas of rotation now. One now in southern Medina County, one in northeastern Frio County. That's what we're watching right now. But again, tornado warning to 6:30. We're going to have much more on this in a little bit. Back to you.
Oh, hang on, my phone hung up. I'm here. My mic disconnected. I'm back. I'm here.
Emergency management put out some road closures. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Live, this is Fox News First Early Edition.
Well, continuing coverage now of the severe weather that we are seeing across south central Texas.
Yeah, we're seeing tornado warnings, thunderstorm warnings this morning. Fox SA's Christina De Leon is in far north Bexar County near the Comal-Bexar County line. She's near Cibolo Creek and Blanco Road where barricades are going up. Christina, what's going on out there?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. And the rain is coming down. In fact, it's coming down pretty good right now. It's like cue the live shot and cue the heavy rain. Wow. Good live shot out here. Let me show you what it looks like as we've got a barricade. There was a nice man in a large truck that decided to leave his headlights on for us because we wanted to show you what it looked like here. This is a low water crossing, and I don't know that you'll be able to see it because of all the rain coming in. This is just an area that you are not able to pass through because there is water right over this area. This is Cibolo Creek, and I guess if the rain wasn't here, you'd be able to see the water. Poor guy, he's got his lights on so you can see it, but now that the rain is coming down pretty good, you can probably hear the water that's going over Cibolo Creek. This is simply impassable. We've seen cars just turning around, not even trying to take their chances, maybe passing through the barricades on the other side. It is simply too dangerous. It's less than a foot, but it only takes a few inches to take your car and sweep it off the roadways right into Cibolo Creek. A scary situation, but again, as the rain comes down, no doubt that rain gauge will go up a bit here. And again, we thank this man for putting his lights up here so that we could see it a little bit better this morning. This is one of the many road closures in Comal County. There are 9 road closures. Again, some of them including right here Blanco Road and Cibolo Creek and Lower Smithson Valley Road at 1863. For a full list of road closures, you can always head to their website at comalcounty.gov. A scary situation because the rain is so unpredictable off and on throughout the day. So that gauge may show about or less than a foot, but it could go up very quickly. So you want to be extra careful. If you feel like you know your neighborhood and you know these low water crossings, even though the barricades are up, simply not worth the risk. Turn around, don't drown. It is a very real phrase, something you don't want to get caught in before it is too late, especially when it's so dark out here. Reporting live, I'm Christina De Leon, Fox SA. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Christina, we continue our team coverage of the current weather conditions in Camp Wood. That's in Real County.
Yeah, and it's been a serious flooding situation unfolding in that location overnight. Fox SA's Destiny Fuller joining us live right now. Destiny, how long have you been there? And give us an idea of what you've experienced over this course of time.
Good morning, guys. We've been out and about in this part of Texas since at least yesterday. This morning is when we made the trip over to Uvalde in this area. Now, we tried to go north on 55 to try and make our way around towards the Camp Wood area, but there was some really heavy rain coming down. We weren't really safe to go that way. It was really dark, some low water crossings in the area. So we decided to turn back around and come here to Uvalde. Now, we are seeing some rain, but not nearly as heavily as it was when we were heading in the Camp Wood direction, but there have been some road closures issued for Uvalde in the city and also Uvalde County. We haven't seen too many cars on the road. It is still fairly early, and we definitely didn't see anybody when we were going up. Now, there were a couple of closed to through traffic signs on the freeway as we were on 55, but that's the extent of what we see. No rising water just yet, but that could also be because it was extremely dark going that way. We'll have to go back that way when there's a little bit better visibility and give you guys an update. But as I said, there's some road closures to be aware of, and we'll have that information for you online. And that's kind of where we're at in terms of what things are looking like here in Uvalde.
Destiny, thank you. And this current storm system is sweeping through our area with a vengeance.
Yeah, so we're monitoring several rivers in particular, the Nueces, the Sabinal, and the Frio rivers for rising waters. And Fox SA's Ethan Trejo is at the Sabinal River checking out the water levels, as this area where he's at, it has a recent history of flooding.
Well, yeah, we're here in Sabinal. You can see that the rain is very clearly starting to come down pretty hard now here. The Sabinal River has been experiencing some heavy rainfall and therefore has been experiencing a lot of flooding. I'm going to step out of frame here so you can see this, exactly what I'm talking about, and bear with me because I am by myself here. You can hear that rain absolutely pouring down, but just behind me, this over here is going to be the Sabinal River creeping up. You might not even be able to see it because it's so dark out here, which is why they're warning drivers if you're going to be out on the road. You want to be sure that you're being careful. The rainfall obviously coming in very heavy now. They've closed several roads here in Sabinal in an effort to try and protect drivers that are going to be out on the road. The Sabinal mayor saying that they have established an emergency shelter for anybody that needs it. They're warning residents, if you're going to be out on the roads, do not be driving into any high waters. Turn around, don't drown. So we're going to be updating you with all the latest here in Sabinal, and we'll be bringing all that right to you. Reporting live, Ethan Trejo, Fox SA.
Yeah, the roadways are wet just about everywhere, and right now we are following a 3 to 4 vehicle accident on the city's southwest side involving an 18-wheeler. Joy Bergen has a full breakdown after the break.
Live, this is Fox News First Early Edition.
6:22 on this rainy Wednesday. We'll get back to our team coverage in a moment, but first, heavy rainfall also being seen here locally. High water still a concern, impacting traffic, especially on the northwest side. One of those areas, Babcock and Loop 410, where you can see here cars driving in some high water under bridges. Some of those cars had to slow down to make it safely under the bridge. Another area that saw some high water, Midcrest and Hillcrest. The water in this area very deep. You can see the cars driving through it. And the water itself was starting to overflow off the side of the bridge there. And on Danville and Overbrook, the City Public Works Department was setting up barricades. It blocked off a road where water was rushing off into a ditch. Another area that saw some flooding, East Sunshine Drive and Woodlawn Lake. As we expect more rain in the coming days, it is very important to pay attention to the roads. Be aware that only 6 inches of water, only 6 inches, that's what it takes to sweep your car off the road.
Well, Southwest ISD is making sure that students and their families stay out or off the roads as much as possible. So they've canceled all student activities that were scheduled for today, including the summer feeding program. Be sure to check out their Facebook page for any updates. Well, check this out. A driver near Uvalde capturing dramatic video yesterday showing just how powerful the flash flooding has been in that area. So Gabriel Pablos with Pablos Trucking, he was stuck on the roof of his 18-wheeler. This was along Highway 83. And you can see eventually that the water rose so high it came over the hood of the cab. Again, an 18-wheeler. Now, Pablos was holding on to the tree as he waited to be rescued. His family tells us the semi-truck was eventually swept away. He says it was raining so hard he couldn't see the roadway, didn't realize a stretch had been covered by water, and then the flooding just got worse.
Video of the dry Nueces River giving us a look at some of the flash flooding going on. This was around 3:30 yesterday afternoon off of Highway 90 near Uvalde. It was dry. It's the first time this section of the river has seen water in several weeks. Good example of the runoff created by flash flooding. The water doesn't soak into the ground, but instead runs along the surface. The good news, the flat terrain in the area helps keep the water from becoming like a raging wall of water. Some parts of North Uvalde County getting up to 16 inches of rain just yesterday, with more rain expected over the next couple of days.
And check out the water levels at Uvalde Memorial Park yesterday. The water rose to the point of nearly covering picnic tables in the park, almost as high as some of the lowest leaves on the trees along the river, which are normally several feet off the ground.
And now, on-time traffic.
All right, I have a live picture for you here of an accident that happened on the southwest side. So this is I-35 southbound at Palo Alto Road. We do have one lane of traffic moving through. It's difficult to tell here in this live picture because it's dark and we've got the flashing lights, but our photojournalist David Mendoza was able to drive by this area earlier, and he said there were about 3 or 4 cars involved, including an 18-wheeler. Anytime there's an 18-wheeler, that can take a little bit longer to get this cleared out. This is not far from where we already had a closure on the frontage road of I-35 northbound between Casson and Somerset for the flooding that we saw yesterday. We also have a closure here on the east side, the frontage road of I-35 at Salado Creek, and then on the west side, the Highway 90 frontage road at Leon Creek. So following all of that for you, and we have photojournalist David Mendoza live in road cam driving through some of this, look at that lightning, David. So already seeing really rough conditions for you. Good morning, where are you?
Hey, good morning. I am at 410 eastbound in Bandera Road. As you just saw, we have some pretty vicious lightning going on right now. So I'm headed to the northwest, probably going to take I-10 up to the rim. Right now, I can describe the driving conditions as a little dicey. Roads are very wet. We're already seeing a lot of cars on the road. And then we got this vicious lightning pretty close, actually. Hearing that thunder rumble shortly after we're seeing the strike. So rain is starting to come down. Be careful if you're heading out on the road right now. It might be best to play it safe for a little bit at home, see what happens with the weather, but I'll keep you updated. I'll let you know what I come across out here. Back to you.
David, thank you. Stay safe. That is the latest for now with your on-time traffic.
And now, first warning weather with meteorologist Joe DiCarlo.
All right, well, we continue to track that tornado warning in effect till 6:30, and now they just issued a new one on top of it, pretty much the same area until 7:15. So it is now extended with that tornado warning until 7:15 a.m. for northern Frio and southern Medina counties. Now, this is a pretty rural area north and west of Pearsall. We continue to look for possible rotation. About 30 minutes ago, we were talking about it, this little area of more tight defined rotation that could be a potential tornado trying to develop. It has now been really broad, but the National Weather Service still looking at this, still seeing a little rotation here north of Highway 57, and just because of that, they want to keep that tornado warning going until 7:15. So they're continuing to watch this, watching every scan by scan, to see if it tightens up, becomes a little broader. But right now, they're going to keep the tornado warning going. Again, this is off to the northwest of Pearsall by about 15 miles or so. Moore's right about here on 35. Here's Devine. This is well to the southwest of you. Hondo is right here. So again, if there was any rotation, it's right in here for a potential developing tornado. Right now we're seeing no signs of any tornado on the ground, no damage, anything like that. But what we're watching is to see if this tightens up a little bit. So it could be a developing tornado. That's why you want to take, if you're in that tornado warning, interior room, away from windows, act like the tornado's on the ground, even if it's not. We have that tornado warning in place for a reason. The National Weather Service is watching that area very closely north of Highway 57, and this is going to be moving into southern Medina County. Elsewhere, it is the flood risk that is the main concern this morning. As you work west of San Antonio, you saw David Mendoza's shot on the northwest side. We're starting to see additional storms here now in the San Antonio metro. But as you work to the west on Highway 90, this is going to be a very treacherous drive. If you cannot travel, if you have the option to not travel between Uvalde and San Antonio this morning, do not do so, because really Brackettville and San Antonio this morning, you do not want to be on this stretch of road right now. It is very heavy rainfall right now, and it's the rivers and the creeks, especially north of Highway 90, torrential downpours. This is an area that's seen about 15 inches of rain the past 24 to 36 hours, and it is still coming down in buckets. By the end of this event, we could be talking rain totals between 20 and maybe even 30 or more inches in spots, and that would be primarily right in this general area here, north of Hondo to Utopia to Camp Wood, Concan, areas like this. This is where we're seeing the heaviest rain right now. Flash flood warnings continue in these red shaded boxes. And then we also have that storm down towards that tornado warning storm, Frio to Medina County, pushing towards Hondo. Hondo is starting to downpour for you, and that's going to continue to be the case. Into the hill country, or at least the eastern hill country, Kerrville, we have that flash flood warning until 9:45. This is from earlier activity. We had a little bit of a lull, and now we're starting to see additional storms trying to develop here right on the Bandera and Kirk County line. So much of Kirk County right now is fairly quiet, but we have some moderate rain about to move to the north into Center Point, into Kerrville. Bernie, hit and miss showers for you, but we have additional storms to your south firing up that are going to be moving right into Bernie. Here's Bexar County. It's mainly the northwest side right now, right along 410. It's where we had our David Mendoza. We hear thunder right now at our studios here. That is this storm right now, sitting right over the northwest side. It's going to be pushing up towards the rim, into La Cantera, Dominion, Fair Oaks Ranch. This area right now in Bexar County, that is the biggest area of flooding concern right now, is the northwestern portion of Bexar County, with that heaviest rain moving to the north. Still fairly quiet on the south side, but we're going to continue with this rainfall threat throughout the day. Excessive rainfall risk, that's a flood risk. It is highest out to the west. That's where we have a level 4 out of 4 risk of flooding. Moderate risk back into San Antonio, so everybody has that flooding concern through the day. This is one computer model. Don't fixate on exactly one specific location, but we see a trend here. Heavy torrential rains at times through this morning. Into the afternoon, it becomes a little bit more isolated, but the atmosphere could work itself over, and we could have a little bit of a lull into the afternoon and the evening. And then as we head into tomorrow, we're going to fire up more showers and storms, which could have areas of heavy rain with flooding potential again. The best chance going to be west and northwest of San Antonio. And even into Thursday afternoon, we're still tracking a rain chance before we start to shut off the pattern as we head into Friday. How much rain could fall on top of what we've already seen? This is one computer model showing that bullseye in the hill country and areas out to the west, but don't fixate again on one specific location. It could shift a little bit, but less of a chance if you're further south and east, higher chances as you work up towards the hill country. Here's your day planner today. We're going to have the rain on and off through the day. Temperatures only in the 70s to about 80 degrees for that afternoon high. Our alert day today and again tomorrow will begin to dry out by the end of the week into the weekend. Let me back up real quick, go to that tornado warning real quick. We also do have our storm tracker out on the roads. Let's take that shot if we have it. We are headed southbound into Medina County at the moment. He's working his way from Kerrville right now. And look at those dark skies out there. He's headed southbound. He's going to head towards Hondo and check out that area that does have that tornado warning. Back to the graphics here. A quick update on the tornado warning. Again, it continues until 7:15 a.m. for parts of northern Frio County, southern Medina County. This heavy thunderstorm about to move into Hondo. We're continuing to see very broad rotation, so that's some good news. We're going to continue to watch this from the Fox SA Weather Center. If it tightens up, we will, of course, let you know. We're tracking this tornado warning to 7:15. Flood warnings continue as well in our area. Flooding threat through the day. A lot going on in the weather department. We'll be tracking it. We'll be right back after a quick break.
You're watching Fox News First, Early Edition.
It is 6:36 right now. Thank you for sticking with us. Flooding threats over a wide portion of our area and also tornado warning that has been extended at this point. So Joy is going to give us an update on the traffic, but Joe, take it away.
A lot going on right now. This is our third tornado warning of the past 24 hours, but this one's been the most impressive. However, recent scans have shown it much weaker. Right now, we are tracking flash flood warnings and the tornado warning, all west and southwest of San Antonio. Here's the tornado warning. This is in Frio and southern Medina counties, a very rural area, northwest of Pearsall and south of Hondo. It says a lot of lightning. Regardless of a potential tornado threat, it is heavy rain, a lot of lightning as well. But we're watching the rotation. It's been broad, it's tightened up a little bit, it's gotten broader, and then it's going back and forth. And it's doing that again. It's gotten a little bit tighter than it was just 5 minutes ago. If we had any developing tornado, it's pretty much sitting in this area. It's cycling. It moves to the north, and then it wants to come back to where it originally began here in northern Frio County. This is Highway 57. It says north of 57. Fairly broad, but enough rotation that the National Weather Service is keeping this tornado warning. Again, it's been extended now to 7:15. It'll be right in here that we're watching for potential of a developing tornado or so. Nothing confirmed, nothing on the ground, but enough rotation that the tornado warning is going to continue here. Northern Frio County, southern Medina County, well to the south and west of Hondo, well northwest of Pearsall. This is what we're keeping our eyes on right now. As you work back to the northwest, flash flood warnings from Hondo to Uvalde to Camp Wood. This is torrential downpours in an area that's already seen over a foot of rain. It continues to downpour, watching the creeks, watching the rivers very carefully right now. From Camp Wood to Uvalde, parts of Highway 55 here are closed because of flooding on the roadways. And then as we head towards Highway 90, it's a downpour as well from Sabinal to Hondo right now. And then there's that tornado warning that we're watching moving up to the north. Into the hill country, it's more spotty from Kerrville to Bernie, but we have some pockets of heavy rain. And then in the San Antonio right now, it's the northwest side. Thunder and lightning, a lot of heavy downpours, 410 to 1604, right around Leon Valley to the rim, back up towards Fair Oaks Ranch. That's where the heaviest activity is right now in the San Antonio metro, moving to the north. Flooding, the main risk today, high risk, level 4 out of 4 to the west, moderate risk into San Antonio. I'll have more on your first warning weather. We're tracking that tornado warning. We're tracking the flash flood warnings. It's coming up.
All right, on to traffic. We do have a new accident on the northeast side of San Antonio, 410 eastbound at Perrin Vital. I'm not seeing a big delay there, but still wanted to give you that warning that we have a lane blocked. An update now on that accident we've been following on the southwest side, I-35 southbound at Palo Alto. There were a few vehicles involved in this, including an 18-wheeler. All of that now cleared out, so we have traffic moving through again. However, when we take a look at this live picture, now that the sun's come up a little bit, we can see some of that standing water off to the side there. This is also an area where we had a closure for flooding. That's on the frontage road of I-35 there between Casson and Somerset, the northbound lanes. And so now that we can kind of see some of that water, yeah, it makes sense. That's what's covering part of the frontage road there. Rest of San Antonio, we are dealing with some storms again this morning. We have photojournalist David Mendoza live in road cam with an update on the driving conditions. David.
Hey, good morning, Joy. Well, driving conditions still about the same as the last time we talked. Dicey right now. 10 West and UTSA Boulevard headed west towards the rim. I've seen moderate rain. It is moderately raining right now. Not the best driving conditions. You can see some people ahead of me have their emergency flashers on. Visibility is dropping. So not optimal, as I was saying, but I haven't really seen any flooding. Ponding, definitely. We definitely have some ponding on 10 West right now. Some lower dips in the roadway gathering some water. Just be careful if you're heading out of the house right now. Might even want to hang back, have a cup of coffee, just monitor how things progress over the next hour or so. I'll keep you updated. I'll let you know what else is going on our city streets. Back to you for now.
All right, David, thank you. And as always, good advice there. It's better to play it safe than sorry later when it comes to weather like this. Of course, we will continue to monitor all of this for you. We'll have live updates with your on-time traffic.
Days like this can be kind of confusing because it might be light rain where you are, where in other areas there's flooding. So that's why we have crews spread out everywhere covering this severe weather that's across our region.
So let's get to Fox SA's Christina De Leon. She is near the Comal-Bexar County line. And Christina, what are you seeing out there right now?
Well, we just saw a truck barely make its way through this water crossing. I'm gonna get out of the shot here at Old Blanco Road and Cibolo Creek. It just stopped for a minute and then decided to risk it and go through. You can damage your vehicle even if you make it through, because after he made it through, he stopped for a minute. I don't know if his car had some damage underneath. You know, this is not worth the risk. I don't care how little water there is. If there's a barricade up, it is not worth taking your chance. This is what it looks like here. The rain has let up just a little bit, and maybe that's why they thought that they were okay doing that. It is still moving. You can see the water is moving, and it is moving to Cibolo Creek because it only takes a few inches. If that truck hadn't have made it, guess what? That truck would have ended up in Cibolo Creek. Scary situation for anybody here. You can see this is not standing water we're talking about here, and it has been rising throughout the day. We can hear the thunder rumbling in the background here. Again, now the rain has let up, but it is expected to start back up again here in the Comal County, Northern Bexar County line. But this is what it has been looking like throughout the morning. You can tell why this is impassable and why there is a barricade up. So you want to use extra caution. One of many places around town that has road closures for a reason. This is Comal County, 9 of them in all. So you want to use extra caution out here, and the rain isn't going to let up. So this is only going to get higher. So you want to be safe. Turn around, don't drown, as we see another car come through. Most of them, 99% of them, they just turn around, especially the cars, because they definitely won't make it. So please use extra caution. Be safe out there. It is simply not worth the risk. Reporting live, I'm Christina De Leon, Fox SA. We will send it back to you.
All right, Christina, thank you. Texas DPS giving us a look at some of the water rescues that happen in the Uvalde area. Many troopers walk through fast-moving water in groups to avoid being swept away themselves. They have boats in the area to help them navigate any high water.
And more video out of Uvalde showing just how much water the town has seen. A lumber yard on Main Street filled with water. You can even see some lumber floating away in the current of the floodwaters.
Video from the Texas Game Wardens giving us a look at just how powerful floodwaters can be. This is video west of Sabinal in Uvalde County. In the distance, right there, you can see that vehicle being swept away. Luckily, Game wardens say the people who were in that vehicle were rescued. They're okay.
And here's a look at what Chalk Bluff Park looked like just northwest of Uvalde yesterday. Normally a pristine swimming area, but it had water all the way up to the tables. And then the trees that are in the water there, that is normally dry land. The park says that the Nueces River will be unswimmable for the next several days.
So we do have reporters scattered across many counties this morning, and right now they are keeping a very close eye on the weather that is sweeping through central Texas.
Well, Fox SA's Ethan Trejo is along the Sabinal River and checking out the water levels in an area with a recent history of flooding.
Well, yeah, we're here in Sabinal. You can see that the rain is very clearly starting to come down pretty hard now here. The Sabinal River has been experiencing some heavy rainfall and therefore has been experiencing a lot of flooding. I'm going to step out of frame here so you can see this, exactly what I'm talking about, and bear with me because I am by myself here. You can hear that rain absolutely pouring down, but just behind me, this over here is going to be the Sabinal River creeping up. You might not even be able to see it because it's so dark out here, which is why they're warning drivers if you're going to be out on the road. You want to be sure that you're being careful. The rainfall obviously coming in very heavy now. They've closed several roads here in Sabinal in an effort to try and protect drivers that are going to be out on the road. The Sabinal mayor saying that they have established an emergency shelter for anybody that needs it. They're warning residents if you're going to be out on the roads, do not be driving into any high waters. Turn around, don't drown. So we're going to be updating you with all the latest here in Sabinal, and we'll be bringing all that right to you. Reporting live, Ethan Trejo, Fox SA.
All right, so now we are going to go to Uvalde, where just a little bit ago we showed you some video of lots of places being flooded in Uvalde.
Yeah, already flooded and just getting more rain. Fox SA's Destiny Fuller has been in and around this area. You're trying to go to Camp Wood, had to turn around. What's the current situation there in Uvalde?
Well, the best thing that I can say is that it has stopped raining, which has made it a lot easier to see and to possibly get around. We haven't tried to make that trip again. We've just been keeping an eye on some of the things that some of the Uvalde County emergency managers have been posting as it pertains to road closures in both the county and in the city. One of the closures that we saw is on Highway 55 in the direction that we were actually trying to go. Ethan said it best, turn around, don't drown. We didn't run into any high water when we were going that way. It's been nearly an hour since we attempted to make that trip, and like I said, we haven't been back. But I do think that that's the best advice here, especially in some of those areas where you just can't see how high the water is until you actually get up right close to it. Now, they have put up a couple of signs that we've been able to see in the daylight, letting people know that these areas are closed to through traffic. We have started to see a couple more people to show up on the road as we head deeper into the morning. But like I said, the best thing that I can say right now is it has not been raining, and we haven't seen too much of the ponding or the flooding in this downtown area. But once we start moving around and we get a little bit more of a view of what's going on in this area, we'll be able to tell you guys. We'll send it back to you.
All right, so this is a live look from our storm tracker, keeping an eye on weather conditions for you. He is right now in Medina County, and he is heading toward that area where Joe has been talking about this tornado warning that is currently going through. It is 7:15, right, Joe? Yeah, 7:15 this morning. So storm tracker heading in that direction to see what he can find, but you can see from his windshield wipers, it is still raining pretty heavily out there, and we will get you the latest information from Storm Tracker as soon as we get it.
And to make sure that you never miss a weather update, you can scan this QR code and download our free Fox SA weather app. It has live and future radar along with breaking alerts.
All right, we've got some other news this morning. England will try to make it an all-European final this afternoon against Argentina. The winner of this game will get Spain on Sunday here on Fox SA. The consolation game is Saturday afternoon.
15 seconds until meteorologist Joe DeCarlo's forecast, but first, this.
Don't blow your money. Call Beluga Air and Insulation. Adding insulation keeps the air you purchase inside of your home instead of escaping through your attic. Homeowners have seen a savings up to 54% on their annual energy bill. Don't blow your money. Call Beluga Air.
And now, first warning weather with meteorologist Joe DeCarlo.
Well, we're tracking flash flooding, and we're also tracking that tornado warning we've been talking about here the past almost an hour that this has been ongoing right now in northern Frio County and far southern Medina County, and it's still in effect until 7:15 p.m. So what we're watching right now is for any rotation, and we're not really seeing a whole lot. It is very broad, but the National Weather Service still has a tornado warning out for here. There's a small little community right about here called Yancey in southern Medina County. This is about 15 minutes south of Hondo. So they are included in this tornado warning. If you are in Yancey, interior room away from windows, just in case. Not really seeing any signs of a potential tornado at the moment, but there's enough rotation that we're still watching for that potential where the red and greens meet. If anything, any rotation, it's right in here. This is now well to the north and northwest of Highway 57 and far south of Highway 90. So it would be right in this general area that we're watching right now as this lifts to the north into Medina County. It's now out of Frio County. The tornado warned portion of this storm is now out of Frio County into southern Medina County. Back to the west, this is flash flood warnings. Medina into Uvalde, into parts of Kinney County, southern Real, Edwards, into southern Bandera counties as well. Just torrential downpours north of the city of Uvalde. So again, Highway 55, we had our Destiny Fuller out there, cannot make it from Uvalde to Camp Wood right now because of water over the roads. Northern Uvalde County, this is where we are seeing flooding ongoing. Concan into Utopia, Sabinal, that's where the heaviest rain is right now. And again, that tornado warning till 7:15 for far southern Medina County. Back into Kerrville, we had that flash flood warning till 9:45. That is from earlier rain, but additional little thunderstorms starting to move to your north right now, moving into town. And then in San Antonio, it's the northwest side dealing with very heavy torrential downpours right now in the northwest side of San Antonio. This is again pushing to the north. Today, the flood risk 4 out of 4, high risk out to the west, moderate risk level 3 back into San Antonio. Everybody has a flooding threat for your day today. So future radar continues to show pockets of heavy torrential flooding rain, especially west and northwest of San Antonio. That's where we have the greatest chance. Could go into a little bit of a lull this afternoon and this evening as the atmosphere recharges, and then it develops again overnight into tomorrow morning, especially out to the west and northwest. Pockets of heavy rain and potential flooding in the forecast. This is what could fall on top of what we've already seen. Again, this could really be anywhere, but you see the trend here west and northwest of San Antonio. The heaviest rain on top of almost a foot of rain that has already fallen. Rain through the day today, on and off, temperatures in the 70s to lower 80s. We'll have much more after the break.
Live, this is Fox News First Early Edition.
We are back right now with a quick look at the roadways within the city, taking a live look at our TransGuide cameras. Wet roadways just about everywhere. 37 at Hackberry, no problems over there. 410 at Broadway, and considering all the rain, we're in fairly good shape. There is an accident along I-35 North at Judson Road, and the two right lanes are blocked. So there's a backup of about 20 minutes. And then various areas that are closed because of flooding, such as the I-35 frontage road closed between 410 and Frostbank Center Parkway. That's the Salado Creek area. Kind of the usual suspects we're seeing closures because of all the rain. Now, if you're traveling outside of our area, one, not exactly recommended, but if you have to go, a good tool to keep in mind is drivetexas.org, where you can check the conditions anywhere in the state.
And we still have that tornado warning for...
yeah, until 7:15. It is southern Medina County. Yancey is the community involved.
All right, we'll be right back.
We're continuing to track flash flood warnings and a tornado warning in southern Medina County. It is a busy weather morning. Flash flood risk through the day. Of morning forecast coming up.
Creeks are rising, roads are flooding, more rain is on the way. What you need to know before heading out.
And flash flooding near Uvalde leaves an 18-wheeler surrounded by rushing water. The dramatic video that you have to see.
You're watching Fox News First with Ashley Sutton, Ted Garcia, First Warning Weather with meteorologist Brad Souter, and on-time traffic with Joy Bergen. Fox News First.
Well, taking a live look right now from Storm Tracker in the area of Hondo, also the area where a tornado warning remains in effect for southern Medina County. Now, there are a lot of things that we're watching this morning. Also, the Sabinal and the Frio River levels are rising, and rain is expected to just continue from Uvalde to Real, western Bandera counties. It's a lot to cover, and Joe DiCarlo is on top of all of those elements.
He is the ringleader this morning. Joe in for Brad this morning, and boy, it has been so busy. We have team coverage of everything going on, but man, this morning tornado warnings. We've had flash flood warnings. We have had severe thunderstorm warnings. Everything on your bingo card.
We've had everything, yeah, and we're going to continue to see that flood threat through the day. Right now, that tornado warning which may have just been allowed to expire. It looks like it dropped off the map here. That would be some good news. We've continued to watch this over the past hour or so. It has expired. It is no longer in effect. So that is some good news. The tornado warning is over. It has been canceled by the National Weather Service right now. But this is the storm that sparked the tornado warning. It is now moving into southern Medina County. It's still a very strong storm. A lot of lightning here south of Hondo, and it's moving up to the north. This is what we're watching for, some areas of rotation. Still seeing a little rotation here right on the Frio and Medina County line, but it's very broad at the moment. So I'm sure the National Weather Service is going to continue to watch this like a hawk. We've been watching this little area here of a little rotation. It's been northwest of Highway 57. It's been near the town of Yancey, which is in southern Medina County, right about here. That's where there's been just a little rotation, but that tornado warning right now is no longer in effect. We'll watch that carefully, but it is very heavy rain moving into Medina County towards Hondo. That is flooding rain. Flash flood warnings stretch from Hondo to Uvalde to Camp Wood to Concan, Utopia. Everybody here included. This is where we've seen the greatest amount of rainfall, over 15 inches of rain in some areas since about 36 hours ago. And we continue to see just torrential downpours right now north of Uvalde. So this is where the Sabinal River is, Highway 55 from Camp Wood to Uvalde. It's closed in portions of this area because of water over the roadway. Concan right about here, torrential downpours. Likely to see the Frio and the Sabinal Rivers rising as well. So we had some issues on Highway 90 yesterday in Sabinal. Could see more of the same throughout the day today because of that heavy rain to your north. In the end, it's pushing towards Hondo. Into the hill country, Kerrville to Bernie. Some heavy thunderstorms starting to move into you from the south. So increasing heavy rain from Kendall and Kirk counties here over the next 30 minutes or so. In Bexar County, seeing that heavy downpour as well from downtown to the north side, especially to the north towards Stone Oak, Timberwood Park, the Rim area. Now even into downtown San Antonio, seeing additional storms starting to fire down to the south. That's going to continue to be the trend. That's a flooding concern here if we see additional storms develop on top of old storms. So they just continue to back build and they continue to put down a lot of rain. Excessive rainfall outlook. This is the flood risk, high risk, level 4 out of 4 across our western areas today. Moderate risk into San Antonio. We're going to have the flood threat throughout your entire day. Future radar shows continuing showers and thunderstorms, and don't fine tune one specific area. That could be the trend here of heavy rain throughout much of the day. Could see a little lull into the evening, and then we're tracking more developing storms overnight into your Thursday morning. So we're not done with this. We still have a long way to go in terms of flooding potential in South Texas. We'll continue to track the radar and have much more coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, now to our roadways here in San Antonio. We are tracking several accidents. That's no surprise with the driving conditions that we're facing this morning. Here's a crash here in the northbound lanes of I-35 at Judson on the northeast side. I have word that this is a pretty serious crash and it is causing quite a bit of congestion. We also have a crash here on eastbound 410 at Perrin Bidle. Not slowing us down as much. They've been working quickly to clear that out. Same thing here on the east side. There was a delay behind this disabled vehicle northbound on 410 at Houston Street, but it's starting to clear out. As Joe mentioned, that flooding risk is increasing here in San Antonio, not just out to the west anymore. Here in town, we're going to see some of that, and the number of low water crossings has gone up in Bexar County as well. We're looking at 15 across the county. That is according to the Bexar flood map. Photojournalist David Mendoza live in road cam this morning. This is what you are going to be facing as you head out the door. David, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joy. Yeah, well, it is a little dicey out here right now. We've got some heavy downpours here on the northwest side at San Antonio. Right now, I'm currently 1604 westbound, just passing under West Bidders right now. Now, the storms that I was seeing were a lot stronger at 1604 and I-10. A lot of ponding on I-10 as I was making my way westbound towards 1604. I've had the chance to kind of circle back to 281 on 1604. Now I'm headed back into the storm. You can see it in the sky, a lot more gray in this part of the skyline. I'm going to head in it. You want to be careful if you're making your way out on the road right now. There's a lot of cars on the road. It's very wet. Hydroplaning is a factor. Ponding on the roadways is a factor. Just be alert and aware. You should be okay for the most part. I'm going to head in the storm. I'll let you know what I see. Back to you.
David, stay safe. Everyone at home, stay safe as well. We will bring you live updates with your on-time traffic.
Well, this threat stretches far and wide, so we have teams all across our area, and right now we want to start with the current conditions in Uvalde.
That's where we find Fox SA's Destiny Fuller with a look at what's going on there right now. Destiny, looks like no umbrella, so not too much rain as we speak.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and that's probably the really good news that I'm able to give right now, as it has stopped raining. People are able to drive with a little bit more visibility than they had when I very first talked to you guys at the beginning of the morning. And since we are deeper into the morning, we're starting to see a little bit more from people who are actually on the roads, more specifically talking about Highway 55. I know I've mentioned it every single time, but it is closed, and it is closed for a reason in some of these certain areas. We are seeing some high water, some branches in certain areas, and this is all coming from you guys at home. So keep sending us your weather photos and your weather videos, because it's really helping us to some of the areas that we're not able to get to. Now, this might be one of the last times that we talk to you in Uvalde. We're going to try and get moving around now that we've got some sunlight to help us out a little bit, and as Ted mentioned, no rain. So this is one of the spots that we're at. We're still seeing some of those same road closures in the city of Uvalde. Highway 55 not budging at this point, and we'll keep you updated throughout the morning.
Thank you, Destiny Fuller, live there in Uvalde. The city has gotten about 4.5 inches, but the county, some areas 15 inches. And check out the rain in Cherry Creek, also in Uvalde County. This is some new video near Garner State Park, north of Concan. Camp Riverview in the area says that the river looks faster and more dangerous in person compared to what we see in this video. Now, they say no water is currently coming into any RV or tent site, so definitely good update there. And the cities of both Uvalde and Sabinal got about 10 inches of rain yesterday into the night. Several rivers along Highway 90 are rising, and some places rising very, very quickly.
So one of those is the Sabinal River, and we continue our team coverage of this severe weather with Fox SA's Ethan Trejo joining us now with a closer look at how things are looking right now. Good morning, Ethan. And earlier, man, we saw some rain coming down on you. How is it right now?
Yeah, I said Ashley, yeah. It was slow earlier in the morning, then torrential downpours is the only way I can describe it. And now it's sort of picked up here as some of the clouds have scattered here in the sky. Excuse me. Let me get behind the camera here. Sorry, I have my camera covered, trying to keep our camera warm. Just behind me, this is the Sabinal River. You can see how much it's actually risen here. It's covering a lot of the roadways getting towards Uvalde. So if you're gonna be out on the roadways, you're probably gonna see something similar to this. Here in Sabinal, I was at another location near the river earlier today, and it's extremely dark because of the lack of road lights. You can see there's not many lights here outside of my headlights. And so if you're going to be out on the roadways, you're going to be watching for high water floods like this. We've been keeping track of the Uvalde County Emergency Services Office. They're telling people in the area that if you are going to be out on the roads, you want to make sure that you're very careful, but they are recommending that all residents do try and stay home and stay safe as much as possible. We're going to be here throughout the day providing you with any updates that we can. But for right now, Ted and Ashley, I'm going to send it back to you.
Thank you so much, Ethan Trejo, live there. And there are at least 24 road closures in Uvalde County right now. And this relentless rain has already triggered destructive flooding there. First responders spent much of yesterday rescuing stranded drivers as other law enforcement officers closed flooded roads. So we have some dramatic video from MG Build Materials Yard in Uvalde, the property underwater because of all the rain. So George Valle shared this video with us, and he says that they used delivery trucks to take their employees to safety, all as the water just rose so quickly. Now, everyone made it out safely, but a lot of people had to leave their vehicles behind. Highway 90 also closed at multiple locations. That move left drivers stranded and traffic at a standstill on Tuesday for hours.
So check this out. A driver near Uvalde captured dramatic video yesterday of just how powerful the flash flooding in the area has been. Gabriel Pablos with Pablos Trucking was stuck on the roof of his 18-wheeler while driving on 83 yesterday. You can see the water rose so high it came over the hood of his cab. Pablos was holding onto a tree while waiting to be rescued. Man, his family tells us the semi was eventually swept away. That tells you how powerful this was. He says it was raining so hard he couldn't see the road and didn't realize a stretch was covered by water. Keep it right here on Fox SA for live updates on the changing weather conditions all day long, and that's the key. They will be changing. Meteorologist Joe DiCarlo and the weather team will be right here, constantly providing live updates on the air and online at foxsanantonio.com and on our Facebook page. Make sure you never miss a weather update. And by the way, we have a great weather app. You can download it for free. Fox SA weather app. Just search for it in wherever you get your apps.
And with heavy rain in the forecast, many low water crossings are getting safety updates. We're going to show you the new technology designed to help keep you from driving into danger.
And we're continuing to track multiple flash flood warnings right now in our area. Heavy rain from San Antonio back to the west towards Uvalde County. We'll have much more coming up.
We're in the break now. We're in the break now. I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mic check. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, that's good because it's raining now, so you got some rain at least. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me fix it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, we got the windscreen, but I don't know if it helps. Okay. Can you hold this for 1 second? Okay, well, let me just push it in though a little bit too.
I think he's using a handheld.
Oh.
I heard you saying to see if this guy's going to cross.
Okay, got it.
All right, it's 7:15, and we are continuing our team coverage now on the severe weather across the area.
Yeah, a lot of our focus has been west of San Antonio, but right now we're going to turn our attention now to the county line around Bexar County, Comal County line. That's where we find Fox SA's Christina De Leon live near Cibolo Creek and Blanco Road. It's definitely picked up there.
Yeah, in fact, there's just some thunder right there, and the rain has picked up quite a bit. In fact, I want to show you one of the low water crossings. We've just seen a couple of people make their way through, and there was quite a bit of water on either side of their vehicles. It's scary to watch that happen because you never know what's going to happen. It's simply not worth the risk. I don't know why they do it, because the majority of these cars turn around, which is what you are supposed to do. This is a low water crossing. There are barricades up, but it doesn't seem to matter for some of these cars and these drivers. This is what it looks like here. It's under a foot of water, but it doesn't matter. This is still closed, so this is a fine if they get caught, and you can get fined for this. But this is what it looks like here. You can tell there is water on that roadways, and off to the side is a Cibolo Creek, so they will get dumped off and get washed away. It only takes a few inches of water. You can hear probably on my microphone, the rain is coming down pretty hard here, and it is going to continue, and then it does let up. But right now it's coming down pretty good. So again, you don't want to take those chances throughout our area once the water and the rain picks up, because it does make the water increase, and it does make the Cibolo Creek rise, or any type of water area in your area. So this is what it looks like here at the Cibolo Creek in the Comal County and northern Bexar County line. As the rain continues to pour down in this area, there's a water crossing. Please don't go around that barricade. Simply not worth the risk. Please use caution. We've seen some lucky drivers, but the majority of them have heeded the caution. Do not take that risk with your vehicle, with your life, with your family, who you'll have to explain things to, and with the first responders who have to go in and try to recover you or save you or rescue you at this point in time. Please, just be safe out there. Use extra caution. Reporting live, I'm Christina De Leon, Fox SA. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Christina. We'll check out this video that viewer Nellie Schmidt shared with us during a brief tornado warning in Bexar County. It shows a weak rotation of clouds in the Castle Hills area. So a tornado warning was issued yesterday. It expired around 7:15 last night, and thankfully nothing touched down.
I was just going to bed, got that beep alert on my phone going, tornado warning. What the heck is going on here?
How long did it take to get to sleep after that?
Not long. Yeah. I turned off the warning. Don't do that, folks. All right, so let's take a look at the radar right now. If you are in Hondo, Fair Oaks Ranch, even city of San Antonio, it's coming down out there. We've got a couple of flash flood warnings. Joe DiCarlo is going to tell us all about them when we come back. Welcome back on this busy weather day. It's 7:21. We're getting an update on efforts to improve flood safety across Bexar County. Crews are repairing and upgrading flood sensors that help warn drivers about dangerous low water crossings. Now, earlier this year, we told you more than a dozen flood sensors were offline, leaving some crossings without real-time data on BexarFlood.org. Well, now the San Antonio River Authority says 26 crossings are already upgraded, including one in Leon Valley, with about a dozen more still to go. The new systems include updated sensors, flashing warning lights, automatic gates that can block traffic, and cameras that send live conditions to emergency responders.
It was broken, and it was like people were coming and some people were getting stuck because the water crossing wasn't working right. But now that they fixed it, it's working good. The cops come, the paramedics come, the fire department comes, and they come and they check it quite often.
The upgrades are part of Bexar County's next-gen flood warning system. Work already underway, with additional improvements expected to continue through September of next year.
Well, up the road in Del Rio, people are bracing for another round of heavy rain as flooding concerns will grow across Val Verde County tonight into tomorrow. So communities across the county have already been hit with torrential downpours, the first of what forecasters say could be a multi-day rain event. So new video from Texas Game Warden shows flooding already near the Devils River at Pandale Crossing. The flood threat stretches south into Uvalde County, where a good 24 roadways are closed this morning. In Del Rio, city leaders say they're watching the conditions around the clock.
We're just preparing for the next couple of days. You know, there's anticipated a lot of rain coming into the county. There's been no life safety issues.
So county leaders say that they are ready to open shelters if that becomes necessary, and they're encouraging everyone to monitor the Val Verde County Emergency app for the latest safety updates.
And now, first warning weather with meteorologist Joe DiCarlo.
Well, live look at the radar right now. We continue to track flash flood warnings. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning right now for Medina County. It includes the city of Hondo right now for this storm that earlier had a tornado warning on it. And we are still tracking a little rotation. And the National Weather Service is keeping an eye on it right here. You see the red and the greens coming together. That is an area of rotation. So that is going to be something to watch for the possibility of another tornado warning possibly being issued because of this circulation right about here. So the National Weather Service keeping a very close eye on it right now. This is off to the south and west of Hondo, and it is trending to the north towards Hondo, or at least on the west side of the city of Hondo. So that's something that we're watching right now. No tornado warning in place. It is a severe thunderstorm warning, but a very heavy storm moving towards Hondo at the current moment. Hondo's seeing some heavy rain now, but it's about to get heavier as the core of the storm is about to move into town here within the next 15 or 20 minutes or so. And we're continuing to watch that rotation. Back to the west, it is flash flood warnings from Camp Wood to Concan to Uvalde to Hondo. This is where the heaviest rain has fallen. We've seen pockets of rain of over 15 inches of rain that's fallen over the past 36 hours, and it continues to just absolutely pour in this area. This is where we're watching for the possibility of flooding, catastrophic flooding, as the National Weather Service is continuing to watch for because of just how much rain has fallen. The rivers, the creeks continue to rise in this area. Highway 55 between Camp Wood and Uvalde is closed because of water on the roads, and it continues to just come down in that area. Back to Sabinal, seeing some heavy rain as well. And then Hondo, that severe thunderstorm warning that is moving towards you right now. About to get very rocky over the next 20 minutes in Hondo. Kerrville, seeing some heavy rain. That's a flash flood warning in eastern Kerr County until 9:45 from earlier activity. And now we're starting to build in more heavy rain in this area. Back into Bernie, seeing heavy rain as well. Into Bexar County, this is where the heaviest rain is right now in the San Antonio metro. It's in the northwest side of San Antonio from 410 to 1604, the Rim, the Dominion, Fair Oaks to Bernie. That's where we're seeing the heaviest amount of rain right now in the San Antonio metro area, and it continues to lift to the north. So we could see some flooding, a lot of ponding on the roads right now along I-10 as you work from San Antonio up towards the Bernie area. Excessive rainfall risk, this is the flooding risk. High level 4 of 4, Del Rio, Eagle Pass, back to Uvalde. Moderate risk level 3 into San Antonio. So the flood risk is with us today. This is future radar from our in-house computer model. It shows, again, the trends here. High rainfall rates, especially west and northwest of San Antonio into the hill country where we could see the greatest risk of flooding. Could have a little bit of a lull into the afternoon hours as we kind of work the atmosphere over. Could be quieter tonight, but then additional storms form overnight into tomorrow morning. Could see high rainfall rates, especially out to the west. And that is another flood potential into your Thursday. So we're not done with the activity. We still have another 24 to 36 hours of rain still to get through, with more flooding rain on the way. This is on top of what has already fallen. And don't look specifically at the numbers. This could shift a little bit, but the trend here is the greatest amounts west and northwest across the hill country. Areas back to Uvalde to Del Rio, that has the highest potential. We could see pockets of an additional 10 to 15 inches of rain on top of what we've already seen over the next 24 to 36 hours. So it's going to be a rainy day. Temperatures in the 70s, maybe 80 degrees in San Antonio. Alert day today for the flood risk. Same thing for tomorrow. We have that alert day, and then we start to dry out, heat up by the weekend into next week. I'm going to back this up real quick to check on that severe thunderstorm warning that we have right now in Medina County. Make sure that has not been upgraded to a tornado warning as we continue to watch just that area of circulation. It is still a severe thunderstorm warning, but we are still seeing a little bit of rotation here south and west of Hondo. So we're monitoring this little area right here as it lifts towards the city of Hondo over the next 15 or 20 minutes. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Medina County. We'll have much more coming up.
We'll get back to our weather coverage in a moment. It is 7:30. Lightening things up a bit, the 32nd annual San Antonio Film Festival just days away, celebrating filmmakers from all across the Alamo City. As part of this year's festival, our documentary, Rising Waters When Warnings Went Silent, will screen Thursday, July 23rd, 7 p.m. inside the Gunter Hotel. The film takes an in-depth look at the devastating hill country floods and the questions that remain in their wake. After the screening, our photojournalists and journalists will take part in a live question and answer session. Festival runs from July 21st through the 26th. For tickets and full festival schedule, visit safilm.com.
Well, taking a live look at the radar right now. So many active situations happening, severe flooding threats. Meteorologist Joe DiCarlo will have the full breakdown of what you need to know right now after the break.
No.
Mic check, 1 2, mic check, 1 2, can you hear me? No, it's not, it's wired. I mean, it's just the cable getting wet. I can't really, like, I switched it over.
You're watching Fox News First with Ashley Sutton, Ted Garcia, First Warning Weather with meteorologist Brad Souter, and on-time traffic with Joy Bergen. Fox News First.
Good morning, everyone. Busy with all of the weather. And of course, in these situations, you always hear turn around, don't drown. But really, in a lot of these situations, you should not be on the roadways at all.
Yeah, if you could stay home for sure, especially if you're in San Antonio on the north side, out to the west to Uvalde, into the hill country. That's where we're seeing the most dangerous conditions right now, and it's not going to end anytime soon. We're going to continue to see this through tomorrow, on and off. But right now, we're definitely on because we have a lot going on right now, especially to the west of San Antonio. Multiple flash flood warnings and a severe thunderstorm warning right now in Medina County. This is a storm, maybe a little hail, pea-sized hail. It's more the heavy rain and a little the wind gusts as well as it moves into Hondo right now. We were tracking, we still are tracking a little rotation, but it's not tight enough for the National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning. So we're keeping our eyes on it right now. This storm was tornado warned about an hour ago, but right now still seeing a little rotation in the storm as it moves up towards Hondo. The bigger threat continues to be the heavy rain, a lot of lightning as well, but this is a strong storm moving through Medina County at the current moment. And then as you work to the west, it's flash flood warnings from Camp Wood to Concan to just north of Uvalde. Hondo, a lot of heavy rain. This is the area that's seen over a foot of rain in some spots, and it continues to just deluge right now. Highway 55 between Camp Wood and Uvalde, it's closed in spots because of heavy rain over the water, or water over the road. That's why 55 not passable between Camp Wood and Uvalde at the current moment. It just continues to downpour here, and we're watching the river levels as well as they continue to rise in this area. We have reporters out there to the west. As you work towards the eastern hill country, Kerrville, that's a flash flood warning until 9:45. That was from earlier activity, but we have another big batch of rain that has formed now over the hill country, and it's moving up into Kerr County. And then as you work into Kendall County, that's some heavy rain around Bernie into the northwest side of San Antonio. This is a lot of training heavy rain right now from Leon Valley to the Rim, Dominion to Fair Oaks Ranch into Bernie. This is where we are likely seeing some flooding issues right now on the northwest side of San Antonio. This is training heavy rain, and that is a flood concern right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do issue a flash flood warning for northwestern Bexar County here pretty soon. Excessive rainfall risk, high risk to the west. That's a level 4 of 4. Level 3 of 4, moderate risk, includes San Antonio. We're going to continue to see heavy rain on and off through the day today, and we'll continue with the flood risk even into tomorrow as well. We'll have more in your full first warning forecast coming up.
And we're seeing some mild flooding here in San Antonio as well. Look at this. This is on the northwest side, the frontage road of Loop 1604 at Old Hausman Road. A couple of connection issues there. That's not uncommon with the weather that we're seeing, but we do have at least one car that's been stalled out in this. For a second there, we had this traffic stopped completely and people were turning around, driving the wrong way down the frontage road to avoid that water. I mean, that's a good idea because, as you can see, it caught that driver by surprise. We now have one lane open. They're going around that water on the shoulder of the road. This is not far from where we also had an accident on Loop 1604. That was near Babcock. A whole lot of congestion in this area and a whole lot going on. We also are still following that accident on the northeast side. I-35 northbound at Judson, still a big delay behind that issue as well. Photojournalist David Mendoza is live this morning in Road Cam. He's been dealing with this wet weather all morning. And let's check. He was headed to the northwest side. Let's see where he's at now. David?
Hey, good morning, Joy. Well, I'm on Hausman Road, just entering into the Helotes area, making a quick turnaround to try to get to Hausman Road. Now, I did see the westbound frontage road at a standstill. Very slow traffic in that area, like you were saying. Hearing reports of several vehicles stalled out in the water. No water rescues, so not hearing anything about anybody being stuck in a vehicle, just stalled vehicles at the moment. Now, I was up on I-10, a lot of heavy rain on I-10 to 1604, as Joe was mentioning as well. Very wet roads. Hydroplaning is a factor. A lot of ponding on I-10 as well. I've seen several vehicles throughout the morning due to hydroplaning, crash due to hydroplaning and wet roads. So you just want to be careful if you are leaving right now. Be aware, be weather alert, and be cautious, be very vigilant on the roads this morning. I'll keep you updated with what I come across out here. Back to you.
David, thank you. Continue to stay safe out there. Same to all of you at home. Remember, that water can be very unassuming. It can look a lot less deep than it really is, and even just a little bit of water, if there's any amount of current, that can be very dangerous for us this morning. More live updates to come with your on-time traffic.
Well, we're taking a live look right now at our storm tracker in Medina County. This is near Hondo, and you can see it is just deluging out there. A severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Hondo and much of central Medina County. And the bigger risk here is the heavy rain and the flooding. You could see that. I think he's on US 90 right now. And as you could see on the side, there is water in the fields. And also looks like a lot of water right now. That is 90. It looks like he's headed west on US 90. It is just coming down. So that's the scenes right now on 90 as you work west of San Antonio. So travel not recommended between Brackettville and San Antonio at the current moment on 90 because what you see right there with our storm tracker shot. Let's take a look at the radar real quick and show you just that heavy rain, what we're talking about right now that continues to sit over the same areas. And there's that flash flood warning again until at least 11:30. These are likely just going to continue to be extended as you work west of San Antonio. That's where the heaviest rain is. And again, even in Bexar County, the north side into the hill country, that's where we're seeing the heaviest rain at the current moment.
Yeah, all this on the move, and really over the past 24 hours, a lot of it has been concentrated around Uvalde, Sabinal, receiving anywhere from 10 up to 16 inches of rain has been reported. And several rivers are also along Highway 90 where we just had that live shot. They are rising, and in some cases very quickly.
Yeah, he was just in Sabinal where we saw that downpour. And that's where Fox SA's Ethan Trejo is live with a closer look at how things are looking right now. Ethan, well, no umbrella, so how are things looking where you are at the moment?
Yeah, as of right now, like you said, no umbrella. Thankfully, the clouds have scattered just a little bit. It's got a little bit of a drizzle here, but nothing too crazy like what we were seeing earlier. Probably an hour, maybe 2 hours ago, it was just absolutely pouring down here in the Sabinal area. The Sabinal River experiencing some high waters, and that's exactly what you're going to be seeing right here behind me. This is the Sabinal River creeping up to one of the roadways here along just off of Highway 90. Sorry, I'm a one-man band here, so let me zoom this in for you just a little bit. You can see the river is continuing to creep up here as more and more rain makes its way into the area. We're getting a little bit of a break right now, like I said, just a bit of a drizzle, but there are several roadways that are experiencing something similar to this. So the city of Sabinal and the Sabinal mayor have been providing updates throughout the day. Uvalde County's Emergency Services Office has also been good with providing updates on their Facebook pages. We're going to be updating you with all the latest from here at the Sabinal River and the Uvalde County area throughout the rest of the day. Reporting live, I'm Ethan Trejo.
All right, and we do have some breaking news. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning now for Bexar County. Oh, flash flood, I'm sorry. Flash flood warning until 12:45 this afternoon. Yeah. All right, so we're continuing our coverage now on the severe weather that is happening in our area as we speak.
Yeah, right now we want to get to Fox SA's Christina DeLeon live in far North Bexar County near the county line with Comal, right near Cibolo Creek. So what can you tell us, Christina?
Yeah, the rain has really started to pick up and really pick up quickly here. I want to show you what it looks like here at this low water crossing at Cibolo Creek. The water has started to move a little bit quicker, in my opinion. Here, you can start to see it. We still have seen trucks move through this area. Those are the drivers that are a little bit braver because they're a little bit more high-profile vehicles. The cars are smarter, I think. The drivers, they are turning around and not taking any chances here. The rain starting to let up just a hair, but it was pouring here a short time ago. It just depends on that band of storms and how they're moving through the area, but it is starting to pick up quite a bit than what we saw throughout the night. And I guess as the storms move through the area, we'll get a little mix of everything this morning, as Joe mentioned, throughout the morning. So we hear the rumbles of thunder in the background, but this is what we expect to see as we see another truck try to make their way. They often stop and then there they go. They start to make their way through. We've got less than a foot of water there, but the bigger trucks do try to make it. The majority of them, though, don't risk it. And we've seen big truck drivers don't even try and they actually turn around, but that's the majority of what we see. It's the larger truck drivers are the ones that even try, but the majority, over 90%, don't risk it at all. You saw one just go through the area here. We've got about 9 road closures in Comal County, and for a full list you can head to the website there in Comal County. A lot of road closures throughout Bexar County, and I suspect that there's going to be a lot more, about 15 of them in Bexar County. The flood map, because the rain is starting to move through our area a little bit more, and it's a little bit more continuous, and there's not a lot of time for the water to recede. So please be careful out there. Just use caution. If you see the barricades, simply not worth the risk this morning. We want to be cautious. You don't want to put those first responders' lives at risk, or your own, or the safety of your vehicle, because you could cause vehicle damage as well. But for now, that is the latest. Reporting live off Old Blanco Road in Cibolo Creek, I'm Christina Velion, Fox SA. We'll send it back to you.
Well, we are tracking that new flash flood warning that's now in effect for northwestern Bexar County, from Leon Valley to Castle Hills, up towards Helotes, the Rim, Dominion, up close to Fair Oaks Ranch, Stone Oak included in this. Heavy rain training over the same areas, flooding ongoing in northwest San Antonio right now and to the west as well. We're tracking multiple flash flood warnings. Your full first warning forecast coming up after the break.
Well, it is an ever-evolving situation with the weather right now, and state and local emergency crews are preparing for another round of heavy rain, probably even more than that. So additional resources are in place. They have been in place ahead of the storms.
So officials say the goal is to stay ahead of any flooding before conditions become dangerous. Our Emily Miranda joins us now from Dripping Springs with more.
This low water crossing off of Creek Road along Onion Creek is going to be one area that officials in Hays County are keeping a close eye on today. You can see right over here, officials have put out one of those high water barricades just in case conditions get worse. Now, Onion Creek has a long history of flooding during heavy rain, but what we saw yesterday could help delay how quickly that happens. The Dripping Springs area saw less than an inch of rain yesterday, so the ground here isn't fully saturated. That means it can still absorb some of today's expected rain, which should help slow the onset of flooding. But officials are still urging you not to let your guard down. Creeks, streams, rivers, and low water crossings can still flood quickly if heavy rain falls over a short period of time. Now, crews in Hays County are continuing to monitor flood-prone roads and those low water crossings, and will be sending out alerts to members in the community if conditions worsen. In Dripping Springs, Emily Miranda, back to you.
And now, first warning weather with meteorologist Joe DiCarlo.
All right, we were watching a developing situation here. We had that flash flood warning. It's in effect till 12:45, but now the National Weather Service is about to issue a tornado warning for northwestern Bexar County. You see the heavy rain, the lightning on the northwest side. It's along I-10 up towards UTSA and the Rim. And this is where we're seeing a little rotation. UTSA right about here. It's right over UTSA at the current moment. So there is potential rotation that could have a developing tornado. So that is why there is going to be a tornado warning about to be issued. I think it's just going off right now. There it is, that polygon that includes the Rim. It includes Stone Oak, parts of Stone Oak, up towards the Dominion, Timberwood Park. And it looks like this is going to extend up into Comal County as well. So I know we have our Christina De Leon up here. So she is now in the tornado warning right now in the Comal and Bexar County line. So let's go into velocity right now. If there was a developing tornado, it is right over UTSA at the current moment. It's about to go right over the 1604 I-10 interchange. It is a fairly tight rotation right now crossing 1604 right here. Just west, on the west side of I-10. No confirmation of any tornado on the ground, not yet, but if you're in this tornado warning, if you're near the Rim, La Cantera, interior room, away from windows, tornado warning now in effect, and we're seeing that velocity, that pretty tight velocity signature right now moving right over La Cantera. So this is going to be pushing to the north. Again, the Rim, La Cantera right about here. This is where a potential tornado is trying to develop at the current moment, right along I-10. Could be a little bit of a lowering or something like that. I know we have our David Mendoza in that general area, so if we hear anything from him, let me know, because he's right in that general area right now. So we're keeping our eyes on it. This is from his shot right now in road cam. Not sure exactly where he is. He said he's near that area. That's Bandera 1604. So he's just a little further to the west of the tornado, where the tornado would be if there was one. Let's go back to the radar here and take a look. So Bandera and 1604 right about here. So he's right on the edge of that tornado warning. If there was a developing tornado, it would be right here, right over La Cantera at the current moment. This is moving north. So the next stop here on this circulation would be the Rim to Dominion, just off to the south and east of Cross Mountain. It would be right in here. You see that rotation right over 1604 right now, right over La Cantera, and moving to the north. Let me step off the frame real quick. Let me see what the National Weather Service is saying in terms of this tornado warning that remains in effect. Let me see how long it goes as well. It's in effect until 8:30 a.m. So let me read you the text from the National Weather Service. It says the severe thunderstorm at 7:49. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Chavano Park, 9 miles northwest of San Antonio International Airport. moving north at 20 miles per hour. So that's why we do have that tornado warning in effect until 8:30. Again, the rotation would be right at La Cantera over the rim right now. According to the National Weather Service, it will cross I-10 between the Dominion and Chavano Park. And that's exactly what we're talking about. Chavano Park's right here. UTSA right here. La Cantera here. The rim here. Dominion right about here. This is where this is going over right now. Okay, just updated. So now the rotation, no guarantee of a tornado on the ground, but it's right over I-10 at the moment. This is our David Mendoza on his live shot. He's working back towards, so now he's facing east. This is 1604. So if he keeps driving this direction, we could possibly see a lowering. Not seeing anything from his shot yet. He's a little bit too far to the west, but he's headed in that general direction. So once again, that tornado warning until 8:30. This is where the rotation is right now, right along I-10. Moving towards the Dominion, right near the rim at the current moment, just south and east of Cross Mountain. Let me zoom this out a little bit and show you where this is going. So if you're in that tornado warning, that includes Stone Oak, it includes Timberwood Park up into Comal County. You want to take this seriously. Again, the tornado warning is in effect until 8:30 p.m. It's AM, excuse me. It is also embedded in a flash flood warning, which is in effect till 12:45. So we're watching the flood risk, but we're also watching the tornado risk at the current moment. It is a radar confirmed tornado now. It is no spotter verification on it, but it is now a radar confirmed tornado that is crossing I-10, according to the National Weather Service. This is our David Mendoza right now. He looks like he's getting on 1604. If we could tell David to go 1604 and then to I-10 west towards the Dominion, that's where we would be able to see any sort of lowering on this storm would be in that general area. So right now you see the heavy rain. We have reports of flooding on the northwest side near UTSA.
Joe, if this were, it's Ted here. If this was a tornado, would it be wrapped in rain? Would it be difficult to see?
It would be kind of hard to see. It looks like there's a little bit, you could see a little bit here on his shot. So you may be able to see a lowering a little, but it's going to be hard to see because it is wrapped in rain. Let's go over to the radar real quick and take a look. Yeah, it is wrapped in rain because it's raining where he is right now. You have a little bit of visibility on his shots, but the rotation's right in the middle of that heavy downpour right now. So that is going to be kind of hard to see. This is the polygon. So if you live anywhere in this polygon, interior room away from windows right now, radar confirmed tornado, not spotter confirmed, but radar confirmed. It's tight enough that the radar is suggesting there may be a tornado right now along I-10. You see some lowering here. This is 1604. It would be in this general area off to his northwest. Let me see if the National Weather Service has updated anything. Okay, it says I-10 in the rim retail area north towards Camp Bullis Road likely being affected now or imminently. So if there was a tornado, it would be right there. Let's go back to the radar and take a look at the velocity. Okay, so this is the rims here, Camp Bullis Road right about here. So it's right on 10 in Camp Bullis. Going to move right over the Dominion. It looks a little broader than it was in the last scan. It's not as tight, but it's still decently tight. It still has a decent enough rotation that the tornado warning definitely is going to continue with this storm. It's in effect until 8:30. It's going to move up towards Camp Stanley, Fair Oaks Ranch area, back to Timberwood Park. Camp Bullis is also right in here as well. So it's moving very close to Camp Bullis in this general area. Let's take David Mendoza's shot here. You see some little bit of lowering there on his shot, but he's still too far to the south. But you just look at the sky in this general area. You notice some of those low-hanging clouds. This is not tornado. This is scud clouds. But so this is not a funnel cloud or anything like this. But you notice the kind of atmosphere there is out there. As a lot of rain, a lot of moisture. You have the wind. And he's about to get on 10. So once he gets on 10 facing westbound, we could possibly get a better shot from him. So it's something to keep our eyes on. Continuing to update the National Weather Service to see if they see anything or hear of any reports. Right now, there is nothing other than the radar that we've have confirmed right now. So it was a radar confirmed tornado. That is not a spotter confirmed tornado. It looks a little weaker. It continues to look just a tad weaker. It's now just east of Cross Mountain. It's riding along I-10. Going to move right through the Dominion. That's about right where it is right now. Between I-10, the Dominion, Camp Bullis. That's where this circulation would be at the current moment.
Any idea how quickly this is moving?
Let me read the warning once again. It does say, it looks like it's moving north at 20 miles per hour. So it's moving in a northerly direction. It has weakened in terms of the signature. It still could be a developing tornado. It goes through cycles like this where you have to, if you're in the warning, again, interior room away from windows, act like there's a tornado on the ground even if nothing's confirmed. It looks like he's on a little bit of traffic now trying to get on I-10. This is facing in that direction. So if anything is visible or if there's any damage, if the tornado did possibly touch down, it would have touched down right over La Cantera, Six Flags, I-10. It crossed I-10 by the rim, and then it's impacting areas by Camp Bullis Road, Camp Bullis, the Dominion area. So he's approaching that area right now.
So Joe, are conditions right for the formation of a tornado or a severe storm with what you're seeing with all this?
Yeah, we could see a spin-up tornado is possible in environments like this. It's a very tropical air mass. A lot of the clouds are low hanging to the ground. It doesn't take much to get a spin-up tornado that quickly weakens, but you know, a tornado could briefly touch down and cause damage. So that's why you have to take every tornado warning very seriously. Even if there's no confirmed tornado or even if it doesn't touch the ground, the atmosphere is primed to try to spin up a quick tornado. It's mainly a flooding threat that we're watching today. We're not talking a big severe weather day, but the atmosphere is primed for something to just pop up real quick, possibly drop a weak tornado and then lift. And that's exactly what we may be seeing here in northwestern Bexar County. Let me look again at the National Weather Service, see if we have any updates from them. Okay, they are saying there could have been a tornado on the ground because there was a little bit of a dropout in the correlation coefficient. So we could have possibly seen a tornado. Keep an eye on David Mendoza's shots, because if we did see a tornado that briefly touched down, it would be right where he was. So if there's any damage with this storm, he is going to see it, or he's going to be very close to where it just went through.
So this is the fourth tornado warning that we've
Fourth
had.
tornado warning in the past 24 hours. We've had two now in Bexar County, one Frio Medina County, and then one in Uvalde County earlier this morning. So 4 tornado warnings.
And is
in
there
the past
Is there
hours.
is there any way to tell how strong the storm is, or not really from this?
Based on this velocity, it's still tight. So this would be where a tornado could possibly be. It's not super tight where it's a super bright red and bright greens, but enough that there could have possibly been a brief tornado on the ground. Let's go over to David Mendoza. David, I think we could hear you now. You're I-10 westbound near the rim. There could have been a tornado that possibly touched down right over your location. What are you seeing over there?
All right, Joe. So yeah, I'm just entering 10 West from 1604 East right now. Now, I heard maybe a couple minutes ago A lot of commotion over my scanners. We had a patrol officer announcing that he had eyes on a twister just above Dick's Sporting Goods in the rim. It then quickly dissipated as it made its way over to Camp Bullis. Now, I looked over in this area. I was a little further back on 1604, and I did see some lower clouds in the area. I can't fully confirm that I saw a funnel or a twister of any sort, but I did hear this police transmission saying that he was tracking, in his words, a twister headed over the rim area. Now that I'm here, the rim is over here to my my right side, not seeing any signs of twisters or anything like that. There is a lot of congestion. It's still raining. We have the fire department coming up behind us. A lot of problems on our roads over here at I-10. Fire department just making their way past me right now. As I look up at the clouds, I can see clouds moving faster as the sunlight sort of peeks through them. Gives me a little definition of the speed that the clouds are currently moving. So we do have some fast moving clouds in the area. As I roll down my window, I can't really feel any wind. Rain is light right now, but I'll be able to give you some more information. I'm going to try to see if I can possibly find this officer who got his eyes on this twister and maybe ask him some questions, see what he has to say. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks, David. Well, we just saw a video on social media. We have to confirm it, but it does look like we had a funnel that could have possibly been on the ground for a brief period of time right over the rim. And that lines up with what David was saying on the scanner about near the Dick's Sporting Goods over by right by the rim. So that's where we may have seen a brief tornado touch down. We are looking to confirm that video, but that's what we are seeing right now. A tornado could have touched down right over the rim the past 15 minutes or so. David Mendoza is in the traffic now. He hears the emergency vehicles as well. So this is a developing situation right now. That tornado warning continues until 8:30 a.m. It includes the rim back towards Timberwood Park into Fair Oaks Ranch. It includes some of southern Kendall County, some of southern Comal County as well. And there's also a flash flood warning in this area as well. That's been the main threat today, is the flooding. But we could have just seen a brief tornado touchdown right over the rim. Which,
so, Joe, if it reforms, where would it be headed? If this particular cell, where would it be going?
So if it did reform, so we're still seeing that circulation now.
Yeah.
We're up towards we're almost at Fair Oaks Ranch, Camp Bullis right about here. This would be heading north, Comal County lines right here. So right through Fair Oaks Ranch.
Okay.
The east side of Bernie, if it held together. Bergheim, I think, is right about here on 46. So these general areas, Fair Oaks Ranch, the Bear, Comal County, Kendall County line, that general area along the Cibolo Creek, and then up towards 46, Bergheim, if it did hold together there. It's right here right now. It's a little broader. It picked up right when it crossed the rim, and that might have been, you see that bright green? That might have been when it touched down briefly, right on I-10, right over the Dick's Sporting Goods, like David mentioned, and then moved to the north at about 20 miles per hour. So that's what we're seeing right now. Now it's a little further north of Dominion, moving into Fair Oaks Ranch. It's not as tight. You don't see the bright greens or the bright reds, but you still have some of that green and red mixing in. That is rotation. So the storm is still rotating. It's just to the east of Scenic Oaks, and it's moving to the north. Let me get an update from the National Weather Service. I'm also going to text my wife because we live in this general area as well, and there's tornado warning moving in as well. So we continue to watch. Let's take David Mendoza's shot. Could we talk to David again? He looks like he's by the Dick's Sporting Goods. David, hey, looks like you're by the Dick's Sporting Goods over there by the rim. What are you seeing over there? Any signs of any damage?
Hey, yeah, just making it into the parking lot over here next to Lowe's and Dick's Sporting Goods. No damage over here whatsoever. You know, from what I heard over the scanner, it sounds like it continued east. I'm not, can't verify that. This is all unconfirmed scanner traffic, but here over to my left is the Dick's Sporting Goods, where apparently it just formed. Again, not seeing any damage right now. Cruising through the parking lots. I really don't see anything out of the ordinary, so I'm not sure if it actually touched down down or if this officer just saw a funnel making its way through the area. But I am about to head a little further north. If you're saying we're getting a little more rotation up that way, I want to be there, make sure I don't see any funnel clouds myself. I will keep you updated with what I come across, Joe. Back to you.
Thank you, David. And the National Weather Service is getting video now of what appears to be a tornado that was on the ground at 1604 in I-10 just a few minutes ago. So that's near where David is. So he's going to continue to drive around, look for potential damage. The video I'm seeing on social media looks like it was right over I-10. It looks brief. It looks fairly weak. It is not. Okay, take a look right now. Again, the tornado warning continues until 8:30 a.m. Still seeing a little rotation. It is a lot broader than it was about 10 minutes ago when it was crossing the rim. There looks to have been a brief tornado touchdown on I-10 right near the rim, the 1604 interchange. So far, we have not come across any damage, or we've not heard of any damage, but we did hear the emergency vehicles out in that general area. So we're going to continue to watch for that, for potential, if there was any damage at all. But there looks to have been a tornado that was briefly on the ground over I-10 in the rim about 10 to 15 minutes ago. This is now pushing to the north. Again, if you're in Fair Oaks Ranch, interior room away from windows at the current moment, there is broad rotation right now near Fair Oaks Ranch. Not seeing anything tight, but that does not mean it could be cycling. It could put down another brief, weak tornado. So interior room away from windows just to be safe until that tornado warning is expired, which right now it goes till 8:30. Until it expires, you want to treat it like it's on the ground regardless if it's lifted or not. That's where it would be. If we had any developing tornado right now, it would be right over Fair Oaks Ranch. It's now in far northern Bexar County. It's almost at the Comal County line, and it's almost into the Kendall County line as well. It's right on the corner of those three counties where they meet, Bexar, Kendall, and Comal.
So that's the good news is, I mean, Joe, as you know, this is an area that has, lots of restaurants, lots of apartments, lots of shopping, and we're looking at David Mendoza's shot right now from RoadCam. And it doesn't look like there are any power lines, any trees down, any damage to any buildings that we can see. I just saw something on social media that showed a funnel, looked like it came down and was on the ground for a short while, but I'm still looking at David Mendoza's shot and not seeing anything at all that looks out of the ordinary, but that doesn't necessarily mean that things can ramp back up. And we saw these earlier warnings in so many rural areas, but when it comes into San Antonio, that's when you got to go, okay, we got to really, be careful.
Yeah, it hit, and it's hitting during the morning commute when there's a lot of people on the roads in the middle of a flash flood warning, and then you get this spin-up tornado, and in one of the most populated areas of San Antonio as well. So that could be a very dangerous situation. The good news at this point is it looks, we haven't noticed any damage or anything. We may have a video. We have that video? Okay, we may have a video coming in from Rhino Roofers. We're going to get you that once we pull it up right now. But you see our David Mendoza driving through. Let me show you the radar here. Very broad rotation, northern Bexar County, right on the Comal and Kendall County lines right now. It is very broad at the current moment. Let me see if the National Weather Service has updated any reports on the National Weather Service chat. They are keeping the tornado warning in effect for the time being. The rotation appears to be weakening. So that is some good news there. We do have that video from Rhino Roofers. Let's take a look at that. This was, again, about 15 minutes ago near the rim. You see some of those apartment buildings right there. That's right by the Top Golf. Okay, I see where I see where David is right now. David, can we talk to David? Hey, David. So we just got a video. We saw a video of the funnel that may have briefly touched the ground. It was near the Top Golf, by those hotels over there between about Target and Top Golf.
Hey, yeah, take a look at where I'm at right now. So I am in the Rim Shopping Center, right next to Stoneworks. It does appear that we've had a lot of trees ripped up in the area. I'm also hearing reports that there might be a roof possibly ripped off a building over here. This just coming out over the scanners, very unconfirmed right now. I'm trying to see, it might be this building over here, the Tribute Apartments. They're doing a lot of scaffolding work. It looks like a total disaster out here, actually. A lot of the scaffolding ripped off, people taking pictures of what was going on, a lot of the fencing messed up. So I do believe that maybe a tornado did touch down. Now, I watched that social media video as well. I definitely saw that same funnel cloud as I made my way over into this area. I didn't see the bottom part of it where it was actually rotating on the ground, but I did see that funnel cloud. Still, as I drive throughout this complex with all the scaffolding ripped off, we have multiple trees on the ground and broken, a lot of chain link fencing, police just making it to the area. We have this sign that says the Rim, this big concrete structure right here, toppled over. So we had some pretty extreme force over here that did knock down trees and knock down cement structures. We see some bent signs. There's a tree toppled on top of a car over here. I actually might park and start walking around with my camera, give you a better idea of what was going on. Yeah, there's definitely some destruction over here in this area. Let me go and set up a ground shot for you. Oh, actually, before we do that, let me move over here. You can see a lot of this stuff just completely ripped up. Again, this is all taking place in the Rim right now. Trees on the ground. We look over here to the Bluefin Sushi and Ramen. Looks like the front end of that was completely destroyed. So we're absolutely seeing a lot of destruction over here in the Rim, leading me to believe that that we did have a touchdown. But again, let me get on the ground. Let me get mobile. Let me talk to people, and I'll be able to update you with a further report. Back to you.
Look at all of that. What do you take out of it in terms of like a potential path or what could have unfolded just about 15 minutes ago?
Well, based on the video, we did see the funnel and the possible that it was reaching the ground. So this is very likely to be a weak tornado that moved through the Rim. That's exactly where our radar was showing had that rotation. So that was exactly where we were tracking it, right over I-10, over the Rim before it moved up towards Camp Bullis. And the damage shows that may have been exactly where it went through. It could also be some wind damage, but because of that video that we're looking at right now, that looks to be a tornado on the ground. You see the funnel, and then you also have, you can see that spin from the ground. If it touches the ground, that is a confirmed tornado. Based on what I'm seeing, it looks to be a weak tornado, thankfully, but it doesn't take a whole lot from a tornado to cause some damage. And we're seeing a lot of pictures come in from the northwest side right now. And the damage that David Mendoza was showing us, it supports that. I mean, it went right over the Rim. Now, that is a very busy shopping area. Again, it's Wednesday morning. Thankfully, this did not happen in the afternoon, the evening, where, that place is just packed. But there was a lot of people on the roads. Thankfully, it looks to be weak. We're hoping there's no injuries or anything, but the damage, people that live near the Tribute, anywhere in the Rim, there's multiple apartment complexes there, a lot of businesses, a lot of people probably getting to work around the time that this rolled in. It was 8 a.m. It's when a lot of the businesses open up at the Rim.
What struck me also was that not only the trees down, which can be caused by the wind, but what struck me was that big concrete Rim sign that must have taken some power to blow that thing over.
Yeah, the National Weather Service is going to be out there at the Rim now because we have damage. They're going to have to go to the Rim, look at the damage, and then they assess how strong that tornado could have been. I'm saying a tornado because we saw video proof of it. It was a funnel down to the ground. That looks like a sure bet tornado. We'll confirm that with the National Weather Service when they go out there, but damage right now at the Rim regardless. Good news is that storm, it still has a little rotation, but look, it's so much weaker than it was before. It's very broad rotation moving out of Bexar County into southern Comal, southern Kendall County, up towards Bergheim. Could have some strong wind gusts with this still. but it does not look to have a tornado on the ground at the moment. The tornado warning does continue until 8:30. They trimmed it back where they don't include UTSA. They don't include the rim anymore because it's well to the north. It's moving north at 20 miles per hour. It includes Fair Oaks Ranch. It includes up to Bergheim on 46, just to the east of Bernie. That tornado warning continues until 8:30. And we also had the flood. I mean, we had the flash flood warning. So now people are going to go out there and try to clean up some debris, but it is still raining pretty heavy right now at the rim, and we have more rain on the way. So we've been talking about the flood risk through the morning, but now we also have some debris cleanup that's going to be ongoing right now at the rim because of potentially tornado that just touched down on one of the more populated areas of San Antonio. Very busy shopping area right now. So hopefully there was no injuries with this.
David just drove by.
Could be a lot worse.
David just drove by a Marshall's. I don't know if we can take the shop right behind you, but looks like the letters are missing or are broken from that sign. I don't think they were like that to begin with, because it looks like some of those letters were blown away off the store. And like you said, I mean, this hit it could have been a much worse time. I mean, this could have been a couple of hours from now, and that place could have been filled with shoppers and also people going to restaurants and things like that.
And so, Joe, you know, today's day 2 of days of severe weather. We had all been well aware of the flooding risks, not necessarily thinking tornado risks as well. So this is now the 4th tornado warning that we've had in the past 24 hours. Could this continue on? Because the storms aren't moving out anytime soon.
Yeah, we could see more tornado warnings. It doesn't take much. Now, these are fairly weak, not really the setup for strong tornadoes, but a tornado's a tornado. It can cause damage. I mean, even an EF0 can cause those trees, the signs to blow over. And we have that setup. It's a tropical, air mass that we have in place. We have that low-level circulation back to the west, just giving us a lot of lift for all this rain. And it could easily spark a quick spin-up tornado, and that's kind of the main threat that we're watching in terms of tornadoes. But each tornado warning you have to take seriously, because we've had 3 in this, or 4 now, and 3 of them look to have not really reached the ground. At least we haven't heard of any damage or anything like that. But this one looks to have briefly touched the ground, moved over the rim, and now you see the damage left behind.
I do have a question, Joe. We talk about April, May being the prime months for tornadoes. We're in July, almost getting to the middle of July. Is this unusual for this time of year?
Yeah, it's more frequent in the spring months, especially March, April, May. But tornadoes can happen 12 months out of the year. You really just need that setup, and that's exactly what we're seeing. We have it's not these supercells. You think of tornadoes, you think of these supercell thunderstorms that are just by themselves. That's where they get the best inflow. They're all by themselves. They could strengthen, put down a strong tornado. And that's what you think of when you think of severe weather, think of tornadoes happening. You don't really think of this setup. But, this is a tropical low, a lot of moisture, and it just doesn't take much, especially how moist the atmosphere is, just a little low-level rotation, and you could see just that quick spin-up tornado. And that's what we're seeing here. It's not super common, but this is possible in a setup that we have right now, especially a tornado on the weaker side, which it looks like this tornado was. Hopefully there was no injuries, because, the sign blew over easily. Those winds, I'm thinking definitely over about 50, 60 for sure. That could hurt somebody. Trees fall on somebody's vehicle, somebody walking out in the rim, not expecting that brief tornado, and it could have turned into a much worse situation. So right now we're continuing to watch these pictures from David Mendoza, and hopefully we don't hear of any injuries.
And Joe, you made a good point that tornadoes can happen at any time, especially in the spring, but at any time. And also, we're guilty of this as well. When you get those alerts, you just kind of swipe them and you move on with your day, right?
Yeah.
You see flash flood warning, severe thunderstorm warning, even tornado warning. People will go, okay, it's not in my area, it's not going to happen to me. But this is kind of a reminder to take these very seriously, because this weather, like we're seeing right now at the rim, we never knew this was coming. And then all of a sudden, you kind of get this warning, and instead of just dismissing it, you should probably say, hey, I might need to have a plan. for something like this.
And you know, the National Weather Service put this out right when the rotation was right over UTSA. So it was before, a few minutes before it moved over I-10 and hit the rim. So the warning was out. People got alerts on their phones. So they did a great job with the National Weather Service getting that warning out. They were monitoring. We had that tornado warning in Frio and Medina counties. So they were already watching for that possible spin-up situation. They spotted one right over by UTSA. It tightened up enough for the warning, and then it tightened up even more, put down that brief tornado, it looks like over the rim, and then moved to the north. Now, the National Weather Service did just update. They are going to let the tornado warning expire at 8:30. So we are not, we're going to no longer be tracking a tornado warning, it looks like, but you can't drop your guards because look at, I mean, even looking at the velocity right now, it does look like it's a little tighter. It doesn't look as tight as it was over the rim, but that's still some rotation right now on the Kendall and Comal County lines, and that's headed up towards Bergheim right now on I-40, on Highway 46. So that's something that we're keeping our eyes on right now. I'm going to continue to keep looking at the National Weather Service, but right now they are expecting to cancel the warning at 8:30. But we're going to continue. Now, we could see more of these, so we have to just keep an eye on the radar throughout the day for that possibility of a small spin-up tornado like what we saw at the rim. Otherwise, we have that flash flood warning until 12:45. A lot of heavy rain. Can't forget the flood risk right now, especially eastern Bexar County. We're starting to get in on more rain as well near St. Hedwig to New Braunfels. There's the flash flood warning over northwest San Antonio, and that's right where the rim was, where that tornado warning was. What's left of the tornado warning for at least a few minutes, southern Kendall and southern Comal counties. A lot of heavy rain as well towards Bernie to Bandera. Here's the big picture overall. We have that flash, that tornado warning till 8:30, and the flash flood warning till 12:45. A lot of heavy rain. The upper level low sitting out back here near Del Rio, and we're see all this moisture moving in from the Gulf. A lot of lift closer to the low. So the low's back here towards Del Rio. This area where we are from San Antonio to Brackettville, even in some of our eastern counties, this is that prime area for developing storms. We've got enough lift, and we can't rule out a little spin up from some of this activity because the atmosphere is already spinning with the upper level low. So that's what we're watching right now. Let me go back to the velocity. It looks weak, so it does look like they're going to expire this tornado warning right now, but we're just going to keep our eyes on this, continue to watch this. It does look like a new flash flood warning, though, has just come out, which includes all of Kendall County, most of Bandera County, Lake Hills, Medina Lake, connects with the other ones that we've already seen. We're kind of just adding on to these now, back into Kerrville. So most of this area from Kerrville to Center Point to Comfort to Bernie, Medina Lake into San Antonio on the northwest side, all under a flash flood warning. And that tornado warning is about to expire right now in parts of Kendall and Comal counties. It's no longer in effect for Bexar County. They cut Bexar County out of it. Okay. It's very small right now into Kendall and Comal. Let me move this a little further to the north. So we just keep an eye on that area of rotation.
And another marker of, potential damage as we are continuing to monitor this tornado that touched down somewhere around, or potentially touched down around I-10-1604 in the rim area is the power outages. So CPS Energy right now showing 30 active outages impacting almost 5,000 customers, and the majority of those, well over 3,000 of those impacted customers, are in the UTSA area, in a neighborhood around UTSA Boulevard. So in the general vicinity of where we saw that activity a short time ago.
Yeah, that's where, the velocity was the strongest. That's where we had that tight signature from UTSA over I-10, right over La Cantera. Now, I know we have our David Mendoza at the rim. All videos that we've seen have been mainly from the rim on the east side of I-10. I am curious to see if there was any, possible touchdown the La Cantera side of I-10.
I'm curious about that.
Or UTSA, but this is over by Topgolf right here.
I'm curious about that too because you've got that whole Elan Hotel up there with all the apartments and that huge hotel there. I'm wondering if it went through there and then just crossed over into, on the Dominion side, up on the rim side, But there's that video, which
yeah, that's touched down. It looks like a tornado on the ground. There's Topgolf. There is a field here. There's a lot of hotels being built. There's the apartments right there. I think that's one of the hotels being built on the side there. That's, you know, the videos that we've seen have been mainly from that side of the highway. Topgolf, the Dick's Sporting Goods.
The east side.
Yeah, the Tribute Apartments that David was mentioning. The east side. Haven't seen anything on the west side. This is where it peaked with the velocity couplet right over the rim. And again, right now, the tornado warning is at 8:30. It looks like 3 more minutes.
Yeah, 3 more minutes.
Yeah, the tornado warning is still for 3 more minutes. But right now, taking a look at velocity, this is much weaker. This does not tell me that it's rotating much at all right now. So that's some good news. We still have to be on guard throughout the area for a possible weak spin up. But the tornado that we did see from the rim as it moved north, it has weakened, and the National Weather Service can allow this tornado warning to expire.
Joe, what type of wind speed could we be looking at from what the damage that you saw with the trees, with the sign blown over? I mean, rough estimate of wind gusts?
Rough estimate, probably between about the 60 to maybe 100-mile-an-hour range.
Okay.
Severe thunderstorm warning criteria is 60 miles per hour. We didn't get a warning with this because it was all just the spin up of the tornado that could potentially, the rotation. But from that tree damage, that sign that was knocked down, I would go somewhere in the 60 to maybe 100. 100 might be on kind of a little the high side, but somewhere in that range.
Okay.
But we could see, I mean, you could see tree damage is 40-mile-an-hour winds or so, but that sign was a little stronger. There's a lot of damage, it looks like, at the rim. So we'll have to see when the National Weather Service gets out there. They'll give the final estimate. They'll confirm that there was a tornado on the ground. They'll give the rating, the wind speeds, the length, the path of the tornado, everything like that. But not sure when they're going to get out there because they're busy right now with the flood warnings and everything else. But they'll probably go out either Friday or this weekend and look at that damage.
And you'll go after this, I'm
yes,
sure.
I will.
Yeah, no kidding.
Driving back home, I will.
Yeah, we've only got about 30 seconds left for the warning, which is good news. But of course, the bad news is we still have weather coming.
Yeah, a lot of weather coming. Let me show you again what we're talking about here with terms of the flash flood warnings that have really expanded across the area. We have that new one that just went out for Kendall County, into Bandera, Kirk County. These are just connecting now. It's like puzzle pieces. They're just like adding on to each other now for most of the area from San Antonio northwest into the hill country out back to Uvalde has a flash flood warning in effect. All of these red boxes right now. We did have that, we had that tornado warning earlier in Frio and Medina County. What's left of that storm now, it's kind of been absorbed by the big area of rain to the north of Hondo. So you see that storm that was producing all that. We saw a storm tracker out there in Hondo. That's weakened now. Most of the heavy rain is now on the north side of Hondo. And then back to Uvalde, that heavy rain, Camp Wood, Concan, Lakey, Utopia, still seeing that heavy rain. This is where the flooding risk is greatest because we've seen upwards of 15 inches of rain and it's still coming down. We could see storm totals 20 to 30, maybe even higher in a few very isolated locations out here. So that's the main threat, is the flooding moving forward. We cannot rule out, though, that isolated spin-up tornado. Here's the rainfall risk today. The high risk, level 4 out of 4 for flooding. Uvalde, back towards Del Rio, Eagle Pass. That is where the flooding is greatest. The moderate risk into San Antonio, level 3. Here's future radar, in-house computer model. And again, you don't want to focus exactly on a specific location, but the general trends here. Here's 10 a.m. We're still tracking those pockets of heavy rain, especially northwest of San Antonio into the hill country. As we head into the afternoon, you notice it kind of backs off a little bit. We could see a lull. We've worked over the atmosphere with all the activity this morning, kind of like what we saw yesterday, midday, kind of backed off for a little bit. And then we recharged the atmosphere and we did it all again overnight into tomorrow morning. And that's what we could do again, especially areas out west. So that's when Del Rio, Eagle Pass, areas along the Rio Grande start to get involved as well. Take a look at this shot right here that we're seeing on social media.
Yeah, so April Ansira just shared some of these photos, Joe. She said she got them in a group chat, so different friends sharing them with her. But that specific location is that 1604 I-10, looks to be potentially one of the crossover ramps.
Yeah, this is one of the more significant photos that we've seen. This is a very defined funnel down to the ground. It looks like it's down to the ground. That would be a tornado on the ground right there. So that's one of the more impressive photos that we've seen.
There's also a gentleman named Brandon Gale who posted video of it looks like a tornado and power flashes as well.
Okay, yes, that happens a lot when the tornadoes are on the ground. Sometimes you can get that with damaging winds, but tornadoes with power flashes, that's often a sign that there is a tornado on the ground. Let's look at how David Mendoza shot. He continues to drive around the rim. Let's take a look at that damage again. Again, if you're just joining us, there was a brief, looks like tornado that was on the ground. We had a tornado warning in Bexar, Kendall, and Comal counties, and it looks like a weak tornado hit the rim about 30 minutes ago. We have tree damage, we have signs blown over, we have our David Mendoza out and about. Can we talk to him by chance? Let's get it. Not yet, okay. We're going to catch up with him shortly. He's driving around right now. It looks like he's over by the Bass Pro Shops. It looks like from where he's been driving around, the greatest damage was pretty much right in the middle of the rim, over by the Tribute, over by, there's a lot of restaurants over there.
Stoneworks.
Yeah, Stoneworks. A lot of restaurants over there in that general area. So right in the middle. Again, like we've been saying, 8 a.m., a lot of people probably going to work at a lot of these businesses. So we're hoping there was no injuries. We did hear the emergency vehicles, but we haven't heard of anything in terms of injuries. It could have been a lot worse if it was a stronger tornado, or if there were more people at the rim at this time. It could have been a whole lot worse. So we're hoping that we don't see any reports of injuries. That tornado warning has now expired. It is off the board. We are not talking about any tornado warnings at the moment. Multiple flash flood warnings, though, do continue into the afternoon. We're going to continue to see this throughout much of the day.
Yeah, and I don't know if David is able to hear us. I'm also seeing Tim Murrow with the San Antonio Zoo. He just shared some video on X of damage at the Palladium movie theater. A lot of debris in that kind of front entryway. Potentially somewhere in the background, some water that's kind of shooting out. I don't know. Something of some water structure potentially knocked over.
We saw that one video by Topgolf. And then there's a field, there's a lot of hotels over there. It comes up to the Target. There's a Best Buy and a Target right there, and then you cross La Cantera Parkway, and then you get over by the Palladium, and then by the Tribute and the Stoneworks and all those restaurants. Curious to see if there was any debris over by the Target area. They crossed over that parking lot because it was near the Topgolf. We saw that one video, and then it looks like it may have been bouncing where it touched the ground, it lifted a little bit, and then it touched the ground again. I know the Dick's Sporting Goods, the Bass Pro area was a little damaged there, so it may have been just kind of jumping a little bit as it moved through the rim. But curious to see if there's any damage over by that Target area, anything more. But all that general area by the rim, from the Topgolf all the way to the Dick's Sporting Goods, looks like there's a lot of tree damage. And looks like strong winds, and for sure it looks like we did have a tornado on the ground briefly over by the rim.
Well, it's definitely what it looks like. We still have David Mendoza driving in and around the rim area. And he was saying earlier that he was driving around this apartment building, and he said he saw a lot of debris. And from his shot, we could see lots of trees that were uprooted in that same area. Ashley was saying at the Palladium. Yeah. It looks like there is a lot of debris from the Palladium. When he was driving, I saw some of the letters off the Marshalls store that was there. We saw that big kind of stone structure that says the rim just knocked over. And as Joe was saying, sometimes they kind of do hopscotch. You see one area that gets quite a bit of damage, and then something right next door not even touched.
Joe, when we first came on the air at 5 this morning, so much of our attention was well west of San Antonio, around Uvalde County, Hondo, areas like that. Of course, that has changed very dramatically. We are now in the heart of the city. What else do we need to know moving forward throughout the day?
Well, we've already had it this morning, so you cannot drop your guard for a quick spin-up tornado. Like we mentioned, we're not expecting major tornadoes. But, you know, it doesn't take much to have that brief little spin up that causes damage like what we're seeing right now from our David Mendoza at the rim. So that is a concern moving forward. The greatest concern is the flooding rain. We have a lot of heavy rain to come. We will have some areas, there's more trees down here. This looks like the parking lot. What?
Yeah,
the Palladium?
So that's the
That's the
Palladium.
Palladium, yeah.
Yeah, that's the video I was just talking about that I can't think of his name. He's the head of the San Antonio Zoo. Tim Moreau just shared as well. So the Palladium movie theater.
They look to have
it looks like there's
quite significant damage there at the Palladium.
We're also hearing that there could be some roof damage from one of those apartment complexes, possibly the Bass Pro Shop, but those are right all in the same area. So it might be a little difficult to determine what debris came from where.
And there was some scaffolding too at that apartment complex,
Yeah.
the construction going on too. But there's no construction at the Palladium.
No.
That looks to have come off the building somehow. And then
Yeah, I don't know
water
about
main
that,
break
yeah.
or something.
Yeah, could be.
Like that.
Are these winds, you said 60, possibly up to, in some cases, 100 miles an hour. Would that be that would be an F0, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weaker tornado for sure. Likely an EF0. Can't rule out an EF1, but we have to, the National Weather Service has to go out there and they'll narrow down exactly how strong those winds were. Confirm it was a tornado, not just straight line damaging winds, but based on what we saw with the radar, it looks to be a tornado because it wasn't a big, storm that was moving in with a lot of wind. It was, that very tight area of rotation that did this damage. So likely to be a touchdown from a tornado.
All right.
I'm just thinking, I grew up on the coast.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, my whole life we know that the threat of hurricanes, and yet I've never experienced a hurricane or anything too severe there. But yet here, like we were hit by a tornado at our house 8 years ago, and I still get surprised by all of this activity we see sometimes.
Yeah, and even by the coast, the hurricanes too, they can, coming off the Gulf, they could spin up a lot of quick tornado, a lot of water spouts too down by Corpus Christi. Very weak spin ups happen a lot in tropical systems, and this is a tropical low. It didn't come from the Gulf like what we saw last year, but it's tapping into a lot of Gulf moisture. And again, the flooding threat, that's the main concern today, but you have to be on guard. If you get a tornado warning on your phone, you'll get that alert. Take it seriously because we could see something like what we just did at the rim. We've had 4. This is the one that looks like have possibly touched down and caused some damage, but you got to take every one very seriously because it was quick. It was 5 minutes on the ground, probably at the most.
And I was going to point that out. So 5 minutes on the ground and probably traveled, from if it touched down near UTSA and then crossed over into the rim, would that be roughly a mile and a half?
Yeah, a mile
maybe?
or 2, maybe 3 miles.
Yeah.
So everything, like we've said, we've seen a lot of pictures and videos. They've all been at the rim on that northeast side of that Loop 1604 I-10 interchange. So, they could have been by UTSA. Haven't heard of anything yet. That rotation went from UTSA across 1604, went right over Six Flags, and then we saw that by the Topgolf and the Palladium.
That's a good point that it went by Six Flags. I don't think we've been to La Cantera. I don't think we've driven around there to see if there's anything at La Cantera that may have had.
Yeah, I am interested in that too because it seems like the closer we get to I-10 from the rim, like the Palladium, it looks like the damage got a little worse. So I'm not sure if you go a little further west, there could be. I'm not sure exactly, but it looks like, again, it was kind of hopping along.
And also I'm wondering if it went, if it traveled for a short time on I-10. Could drivers have, been in the path? And we haven't seen any overturned cars, anything like that. But I'm wondering if it hopped over I-10 or if it blew through I-10.
It could have been a very serious situation if that happened. So thankfully we haven't heard anything like that. We could have easily seen something like that. It was right over the interstate, right at rush hour.
Exactly.
There was a little less traffic on the road thanks to all the flooding. It seems like people are staying home.
Yeah.
But it was still rush hour on a Wednesday morning, going through a busy part of town. And you get that spin up tornado. You get less than 5 minute warning because, it touches down very quickly and then it lifts. But the National Weather Service was on it right before that touchdown. So again, props to them. They gave us the warning. 5-10 minutes, not a lot, but that happens that quick.
It can be enough. Yeah, that can be enough.
Yeah, I was just trying to check with the fire response page to see if they have been called out to that area, but nothing really popping out. So, I mean, that's good news.
Yeah. And we have our David Mendoza right now. David, it looks like you are now setting up on the ground. You're out of the car. It looks like you're over by that Tribute apartment complex right in the center of the rim. David, what are you seeing out there?
Hey, that's right. This is the apartment complex with the scaffolding all over it that really had a lot of scaffolding collapse on it. The fire department being dispatched as an extrication. So the fire department just arriving on scene right now to check the structural integrity of everything. But if you look on the sidewalks over here, a lot of trees all over the grounds. If you look at the restaurant across from this apartment complex, a lot of trees ripped and torn down. Now, I've had the chance to drive all throughout this location of this apartment complex. Really, it suffered the most damage because of all the scaffolding on it. We also had a lot of trees scattered throughout it. We've also seen some businesses nearby with their awnings destroyed. So definitely a small area of destruction, but destruction nonetheless. Looks like we had some definite powerful winds in the area. Again, the fire department is just arriving on location to assess the entire situation. I would say that this division of SAPD, as well as the fire department, is really stretched thin. This area was really hard hit by heavy rains this morning. A lot going on, more firefighters arriving. I believe we do have about 8 units at the moment to check this structural integrity. Not hearing anything about injuries at this point yet. We have a lot of workers out here as well. I'm not sure if they were actually working on this. It kind of looks like they were actually here when it happened, so it might even be interesting to talk to one of them to see if they witnessed anything. I have had the brief chance to talk to a business owner in the area. He says he wasn't here when it happened. His maintenance guy was here, and his maintenance guy didn't see any tornado. But it's definitely an active scene right now. A lot of first responders on the ground. Now, we were here when police officers were just coming and blocking the streets, but it's mostly stuff like you see in front of me: destroyed fences, destroyed scaffolding, destroyed trees, and at least one large cement structure toppled over. If I'm able to learn anything from any witnesses on scene or any law enforcement or first responders, I will let you know. Back to you guys.
Is your mic?
David, I'm trying to map exactly where you at. I don't know if you've been able to see the name of this apartment complex. Is
The
it
Tribute Towers,
okay.
yeah.
It is the Tribute right there. So under construction at the moment, a lot of scaffolding surrounding the buildings. Right in between Bass Pro Shop and Palladium. I've also kind of surveyed the other area. I just didn't get here and focus on this area. I've kind of made a broad survey of it, and really this is kind of the only isolated area where I see a lot of damage right now. But let me try to get some word from officials out here, and I'll let you know what's going on. Back to you.
All right, David, thank you very much. And Joe, from what we're seeing right now, I mean, a lot of activity in that area, and as you said, people getting ready to go to work. They were probably getting into their cars. This could have come up on them pretty quickly and caught them off guard.
Yeah, we were talking about that 5-10 minute lead time on the warning, and a great job by the National Weather Service. But yeah, 5-10 minutes. It was a quick spin up tornado, and that's what you have to be on guard for in a setup like this. We're not, expecting big time tornadoes, but it doesn't take much to do damage like you just saw. And the National Weather Service has now confirmed, you saw that on the lower half of your screen, it is a confirmed tornado now to have touched down. They likely saw those social media videos near the rim. So there was a confirmed tornado touchdown at the rim about 8 a.m. or so. We were live on the air. We've been tracking it right when it was issued, right at UTSA. It passed over La Cantera and then the rim, and then it looked to have weakened as it moved to the north. Here's again the video. This is the Palladium Theater, and you see some damage at the Palladium. Debris from the building looks to have come down. So, I mean, this place could be packed on a Friday night or something like that. So thankfully this was a Wednesday morning, but there were likely people getting to work, and would love to hear about what they experienced. Hopefully they were safe. And again, no injuries reported as of yet, which is great news. But quite the cleanup underway at the rim.
And for those who maybe are just now tuning in, they're probably thinking, what? When did this happen exactly? And it was a little less than an hour ago that the warning was first issued. So roughly, just before 8 o'clock, I guess, or so.
Joe said, hey, we're seeing something in Bexar County. We're seeing a rotation.
Yeah.
And then it turned into this tornado warning for this area of town.
We saw that rotation on our velocity. We're just keeping an eye on it because we've had these areas of rotation last night and through this morning. We had one in Uvalde County, one in Frio, Medina. And then we were just monitoring that in Bexar County. It looked like it was just a little rotation. And then I was checking the National Weather Service chat, and they were saying the same thing. They were like, we're monitoring a little rotation. And then they were like, we're going to pull the tornado warning. It's tightening up. When we were on air already. We were already saying that they were going to issue that warning. They issued it right when we were on the air, and then moved over to La Cantera, moved over the rim. It happened that quick. But great job, everyone involved, to get that warning out, quick and timely. But 5-10 minutes. That happens quick.
It can make a difference, though. And Ashley was saying, what was that, the one that you slept through, the tornado, 8 years ago?
Yes, 8 or 9 years ago. It was in February.
Relatively rare, relatively rare for a tornado to touch down in San Antonio.
And that night it was, I think, at least 3, maybe 4 tornadoes. Wow. And they traveled down 281. It looks like this one.
I remember that, yeah. And there was another one near downtown. There was one, I remember, like 2 or 3 years ago.
Yes.
We've had one in Lytle, or Dilley, excuse me, about a year or 2 ago. So they happen. They've been fairly weak, since I've been here, 4 years or so. But we can see tornadoes, and it doesn't have to be in the spring, and it also doesn't have to be a robust, severe weather setup to see something like what we saw. A fairly weak tornado, thankfully, but it can do damage.
And I have a question for you. Usually, people say, okay, there's a supercell, and that supercell drops a tornado. But this was not a supercell situation, correct?
Yeah, no, it was not. So supercell. So you think of the tornadoes, you think of Oklahoma and North Texas, and it's these big storms that are all by themselves, and you see them off in the distance. They got that cone, and they're all by themselves. They're in an atmosphere that they're not really being affected by something else. Here, this is a messy setup. A lot of rain, a lot of things to mess up a circulation. But a tropical atmosphere like what we have, it doesn't take much with enough moisture out there that we have. The clouds are low to the ground, just spin up that quick 5-minute tornado, and that's exactly what we saw. So no matter what month it is, no matter what setup it is, you want to take every tornado warning seriously. And Mother Nature, you got to continue to watch. We can see tornadoes any month of the year here in South Texas. Even if they're not strong, they can do damage like what we're seeing right now.
And of course, we've been talking so much about the tornado because it just happened, and in the rim of all places. Right. But also, the bigger concern today is the flooding risk. Is there anything in particular, any messages that people should be hearing right now in regards to that threat? For the flooding? To
the flooding threat, yeah. So, we're going to continue to track the rain throughout the day. So, stay tuned with the Fox SA weather app. We're streaming 24 hours a day through Thursday evening on our Fox SA Facebook page, foxsanantonio.com. We're going to keep the radar up. We'll be doing updates as well. The flooding threat is going to continue through tomorrow. And we cannot rule out a quick spin-up tornado even through tomorrow as well. It's not the main threat that we're worried about, but you see, one could touch down, do damage like what we're seeing this morning. So the flooding threats, it's going to continue with that heavy rain potential, training over the same areas. We've already seen a lot out to the west. Here's another video.
Oh, there's the power flash.
There it is, yeah. That's right along 1604. This is on the west side of I-10.
Look at that.
I'm not sure exactly where the power flash was. It looks like it was on the west side. That would be the La Cantera side.
Yeah, that's what I was curious about La Cantera, to see if there's anything there.
Yeah, curious about that because that's on the La Cantera side. So that's UTSA is right to the right on this screen, and then La Cantera is to the left. Six Flags is right there, so it looks to be right over by the Rock at La Cantera. That it went right through there, and then it may have crossed I-10 because it crossed I-10 then and went to the rim over by the Bass Pro and the Palladium. So that's the general path it took, and it looks like it was on the ground before it made the trek east over I-10. So again, UTSA crossed brief. I'm not sure, not confirmed that it was on the ground at UTSA, but there was enough to have that tornado warning. UTSA, it crossed over to the crossed 1604 to go over by the Rock, right by La Cantera, Six Flags, and then it crossed I-10 and it hit over by the Palladium.
Yeah, I'm also wondering if the folks at Six Flags are out there checking everything right now because you cannot take any chances when it comes to those rides. Definitely not.
Yes, it's summertime too, so this is their busy season. I'm not sure if they're open today because of all the rain, the flash flooding expected.
Good question.
Probably a
just
good
the
day
weekends.
to stay
Yeah,
closed,
probably
but
not the
we'll reach out
Six
for
Flags
that
Day. I don't think they are. But
So in terms of let's talk about a little about how long this was on the ground. This tornado. We're going to call it a tornado because it definitely looks like
it was
a
confirmed tornado from the
Okay,
National Weather Service. They're calling it a tornado.
Confirmed tornado on the ground for approximately how long would you say, Joe?
No more than 10 minutes.
No more than
5
10
to 10 minutes, I would say.
Okay,
traveling a long time.
Yeah, traveling probably 2 miles, 2.5 miles. or so.
I was on Facebook Live whenever Joe had first started everything, and so people are commenting, my husband was heading into work. Like a lot of people just on their way to work, and they're on I-10 or on 1604, and I mean, that's hard to miss.
Definitely.
Terrifying.
Especially with the power flashes, absolutely.
Yeah. That's the scene going into work. That's also a lot of people are backed up on that road at 1604 because we had flooding at 1604 in Hausman. David Mendoza was there before we had the tornado warning showing the water. So people were already slowing down. There was a lot going on. People were worried about floodwaters. And then you have this spin up tornado that formed within 5 minutes and caused damage. Quite the morning if you were up near the rim this morning. Anywhere really across our area, especially San Antonio westward and into the hill country. It's been a morning. It's going to be a day. We're going to continue to see on and off heavy bouts of rain with flash flooding, and we can't rule out that tornado. Again, not the main threat today, but you see what happened this morning. We could see a quick little spin up like that.
It's interesting also when you cover weather and when you cover storms like this. You're always trying to chase them, and usually you're very unlucky. But as David Mendoza, he keeps driving around that area. Eventually, it all comes into view, and usually we can get Skyfox up later because that's when you can usually see the path and exactly where it went through and exactly the extent of the damage. Because I have a feeling we're seeing some of the damage, but definitely not all of it.
Yeah, and I'm very interested to see what happened on the west side of I-10 towards Six Flags and La Cantera because we saw that power flash. It looked like that was on the west side, right by the Rock. I'm sure there's trees down probably. Could be more damage. Not exactly sure. We haven't gotten a confirmed path, but based on the videos we've seen, that's what it looked like.
Yeah, because David was at an apartment complex for it's reported for an extrication by the fire department. And that one is in the area of the rim, but then they were also called to another apartment complex around UTSA Boulevard. So that would be over what y'all have been wondering and thinking.
Exactly.
Yeah. What was that call for? Does it say?
What was that?
What was that call for by UTSA?
What was it called for?
Was it another apartment?
Oh, for an extrication, yeah.
Okay,
8 units responding at UTEX Boulevard and Valero Way.
Okay, that's on the UTSA. Yeah, that's on the south side of 1604. So that would be on the right side of this vehicle or of this video that we're watching.
Okay.
And then across 1604 had the power flash.
And here's a basic question, Joe. I mean, when you have a tornado, I've always been taught that they travel northeast.
Yes.
So, and this would be.
And this one would, yeah.
This would do that, right?
Yeah, the warning said north at 20 miles per hour, and it was going north, but it looks like it was going northeast because, went over 1604, then it went over I-10, it took a little east turn, and then it kept going north up towards Camp Bullis, the Dominion area It looks to have lifted once it got to that area, but it was headed in that general direction. So yeah, a lot of storms moving a southwest to northeasterly fashion, and that's what we're seeing through, right now across the area. But that's because of the upper level low sitting out to the west, because if you're back towards Del Rio, we're actually seeing storms come out of the north. But for the most part, they do a lot of times happen from southwest to northeast.
And do you have to have a severe thunderstorm to have a tornado? Do
No.
they go hand in hand? No?
A lot of times they do, but no, this one did not have it had a flash flood warning.
Yeah.
It had no severe thunderstorm warning. So the criteria for a severe thunderstorm warning is 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, one or the other.
Yeah.
We didn't have that, so there was no severe thunderstorm warning, but there was rotation, and it tightened up for just that short period of time that the National Weather Service issued that tornado warning. So we can have a tornado warning without another warning completely, if that's the environment that we have.
Didn't know that. Very interesting.
We also have a shot out of Uvalde I'm hearing right now.
Okay.
Okay, is this a water rescue possibly going on? This looks like a helicopter water rescue ongoing right now in Uvalde. This is a live shot.
Okay.
Can we talk to Destiny? Okay, we have our Destiny Fuller joining us now from near Uvalde. Destiny, it looks like a high water rescue ongoing right now. We see the helicopter. What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, you are right on the money. This is on 83 going northbound. We were trying to make our way to Concan when we actually ourselves got stopped going this direction, and we were stopped by a state trooper who said that there was some flooding. The amount of times that this situation has changed in just a few minutes is so amazing. It was raining extremely hard, then the road was shut down, and shortly after we started to see the helicopter, we saw emergency crews rushing by us with rescue boats. We now know that they are conducting a rescue just a little bit past all of these emergency vehicles and first response vehicles that you see. They are still actively carrying out that rescue at this time. We're told that it was a construction site that they're currently trying to get people out of. We haven't been able to get a close up to see exactly what's going on. This is actually as close as we've been able to get, but this area is seeing some flooding just where we are now. I can only imagine what it's like a little bit further up the road, but crews have been rushing back and forth through this area trying to get to whoever they need to in that area, guys.
All right, well, that is an ongoing situation right now. Hoping for the best from this situation here with the helicopter. A high water rescue currently underway north of Uvalde, between Uvalde and Concan along Highway 83. So that would be right about here. So, good news is it's moving a little further to the north, but all the rain that we've seen, it's really the rivers and the creeks that we're really worried about. And this is an area that's seen about 15 more inches of rain over the past 36 hours. Let me see if I can back up real quick and give you an idea of how much rain we have has fallen. This is radar estimated rain, but let me take a quick look into this, and we're going to go just north of Uvalde over by Concan. You see over 15 inches of rain. The Medina-Uvalde County line, we're up to almost 19 inches of rain. This has fallen since Monday evening. So it's not this morning, but you see that much rain over the same areas. That's where you start to see that flooding concern and those high water rescues. And right now we're seeing that situation right now in Uvalde County. And it's still raining, and we're going to continue to see more rain. We could see another 10 to 15 inches on top of this by the time the system moves out by tomorrow afternoon. So a lot of rainfall. Again, the main threat we're watching is flash flooding. But then we also have the tornado risk low, weak tornadoes, but can't drop your guard for something that happened like what we saw at the rim. But take a look at these totals. And the current radar right now, it's continuing to, just sit. It's not moving very much.
Yeah.
It's just sitting over the same areas.
Right. And it's summertime, so there's a lot of camping going on. I know earlier in the morning you had been watching the Sabinal and the Frio rivers, the levels there. Are those still kind of the top concerns, or are there any other rivers that we should maybe, and people visiting should be paying attention to? Yeah,
it's definitely the Nueces, the Sabinal, the Frio. Nueces, I think I mentioned that. And that's the main rivers to the west. The Medina River as well, flowing into Medina Lake, that was elevated as well. Haven't seen any reports of major flooding. There was some along the Frio River that was in minor flood stage, so there is flooding ongoing right now to the west. Also, you want to keep an eye on the Guadalupe as well. We haven't seen it rise very much. It's been mainly to the south. But, this is just going to be sitting over the same area. So if you're along the Guadalupe River as well, you have the same threat as you do down to the south. Most of the rain has fallen south so far, but that does not mean that the rest of the event is going to be to the south. It could be further to the north. So any river in our area, you want to stay tuned into the forecast. Again, we're live streaming the radar and on our foxsanantonio.com, Fox SA Facebook page throughout the event. So make sure to stay with us. Fox SA weather app, you could track the radar as well. We're not done. I mean, we're maybe halfway, almost halfway, but we still have a lot more to go through.
I want to ask our producer, Miranda, are you still in there? Do we have the video from Hallie Rowland that was sent to us? Okay. All right. Maybe we can look for that. There was a viewer driving by the rim this morning when she caught the tornado. She was on the flyover ramp. Okay. And she got a pretty good view of it, and you can definitely see, I was trying to figure out which side she was on, but you can definitely see the tornado spinning and a big power flash. So hopefully we can get that up. But I have a feeling we're going to be seeing more of these videos throughout the day.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of people on the road at that time, 8 a.m. on a Wednesday.
Probably not great to film when you're driving, but
especially the flash flood warning and a tornado
like they were
warning.
largely kind of stopped, at least. Yeah.
It was the passengers.
Okay, so we will be getting that.
We're
video
getting it online.
shortly.
Okay.
Yeah, I am curious to see where that power flash was when she's on that ramp because, like we said, we saw the power flash on the La Cantera side. We had that report from UTSA. We're kind of like piecing the puzzle pieces together right now.
So this is a different video.
This is a different angle. I'm having a hard time. Okay, I don't know exactly where we are, what way we're looking in this video. There was another power flash.
Yeah. Is that I-10 heading toward the Dominion, do you think?
That could be. Yeah, I think so, because it looks like there's Six Flags on the left. But that's crossing, no.
Yeah, it's so
that
hard
might be
to tell.
1604. I think that's 1604 coming up to 10.
Okay.
Yeah, based on the way that the tornado is moving, it was moving from UTSA to La Cantera towards the rim, because if that was 10, it would be going from the rim to La Cantera. So that's got to be 1604 facing eastward. And I think that might have been the same power flash that we saw in the other video.
Yeah, I think we've got the Hallie Rowland. I'm seeing it maybe on a preview monitor. There it is. Okay, so there you did you see that?
I saw the power flash. That's gonna.
She said she was on the
tough to see.
Yeah, she said she was on the flyover ramp.
That looks like it might be the same power flash. It looks like the power flash happened right over by La Cantera.
Yeah.
That looks like the Six Flags area. That looks like right by the Rock.
Okay. So you can see it's pretty defined there for a minute. For a
and
while.
then you see it gets a little more raggedy there for a second.
Right.
That looks like Six Flags. It might have went right over Six Flags.
Okay.
I'm interested to see if there's any damage at Six Flags, because a lot of those rides are outside.
So we had the video that we were looking at earlier from Rick. The location was I-10 westbound toward the rim. If we want, I know you were wondering.
Yeah, which angle
view we were looking at with that one right there.
What video was that?
The one just before.
The one before this one. Yeah.
Okay.
They're probably trying to get back to it.
Yeah.
But we have a new system.
There we go.
There it
Okay.
is. Yes.
So this was 10 west?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Toward the rim.
Well, this is 10 west, and it crossed from the rim to La Cantera. 10. I see the crossover in the distance, so it's going to the crossover. I feel like that might be eastbound, but I don't want to say anything specifically.
It's definitely hard to tell. Yeah, it's a little tricky. We're also getting another video coming in from someone in those apartments that we were looking at. I'm just checking it out right now. Yeah, you can see debris flying through the air. We'll get this one online as well. But it looks like the, what were the apartments called? The
Tribute.
I think this is from the Tribute.
Okay.
And you can see some video or some debris and some definite low clouds. I don't see a funnel in this video. We'll try to get that up as well. But David Mendoza has been driving around there all morning, and you can really see a lot of trees down, especially in that area.
Yeah, and there's the Bass Pro Shops right there too. And the Palladium, that was probably the most damage that we saw from that video that we saw earlier, some of that damage coming off the building.
And you know, we're in this kind of like standby period where we're trying to get more information and kind of piecing it all together as we continue to get more video and pictures as well. But we do know that a press conference now is going to be held at the apartment that was hit. So David Mendoza is currently setting up, don't have an exact time for when that will happen. It's kind of probably just whenever they are free and available to come and speak to the media.
This looks like it might have been a different apartment complex.
Yeah, so they responded to 2 different apartments.
That might be the one by UTSA.
The video that's just coming into us was from the Infinity Apartments.
Okay.
So I'm going to try to look that up and see exactly where that is.
Yeah, there looks to have been damage on the roof there that he's just zoomed into.
You know, and it's interesting, the scaffolding that we saw in those apartments. Scaffolding, as you know, wind can hit scaffolding and blow it to smithereens.
Yeah, and there's a lot of equipment out there, so that could have been a really dangerous situation. Just the wind blowing that scaffolding, you know, into the parking lot, into the road, it could have been a very dangerous scene.
So the Infinity Apartments, where I just saw some video that we are going to get online soon, that is at the Rim. That is on Talavera Ridge.
Okay.
So it looks like a lot of the damage was really focused, as you were saying, Joe, really focused in the Rim area. We haven't seen La Cantera or Six Flags or UTSA, that area, but right now it may have really done the most damage near the Rim.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. There's the Palladium. We saw the Bass Pro Shops, the Tribute, the Dick's Sporting Goods. And now the other apartment complex you mentioned,
the
all in that, the Infinity, right about that same area, right there, which is one of the busiest areas of town.
Absolutely.
Again, we keep saying that. Thankfully, it was 8 a.m. on a Wednesday, not 8 p.m. on a Friday.
Or noon. Yeah. We've also got word from San Antonio Fire, no injuries regarding the tornado touchdown. That's great news.
Yeah,
very good news.
And you know, you said that potentially the tornado could have been on the ground 5-10 minutes, and kind of interesting when you just look at when the fire department was called out to these 2 different apartment locations, because the first call came out just before 8 a.m. at 7:58, and then it was almost 30 minutes later for the other call to the other apartment complex until that one was made.
Oh,
thankfully, no injuries. I mean, a lot of video. This could have been a much worse situation, hitting in the middle of rush hour, very popular area of town.
Usually, Joe, when there's a power flash, what is it hitting? What is it hitting?
I think it's hitting the generators or power lines, something like that.
Yeah.
And
a lot of times people will think, oh, it's lightning, but it's
flash.
definitely a power
that's
flash.
on the ground. That's either a generator or a power line.
Yeah,
but I don't see any power lines in that.
Ashley was checking on the power earlier, and there are some power outages, but that
right around the rim.
It was still around the rim. It was closer to UTSA. That was the bulk of them originally, but now it is closer to the rim. Almost 4,000 customers impacted.
And the Palladium is closed for the day. That's from Santikos. I would imagine, they've got a lot of structural things to look at.
And Ashley, you mentioned that extraction call from another apartment. Is that a third apartment complex?
No,
or is
just
that
the 2.
Okay, so they're both at the rim.
Good time difference between the 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really expect 30-minute difference there.
Yeah. So you've got a lot of apartments there.
Yeah.
You've got a few hotels there. You've got a number of businesses. You've got a number of restaurants. In fact, there are a couple,
I don't think an IHOP, so
IHOP. There were probably people in there. Yeah,
and a lot of construction because you got the road construction going on over there. A lot of equipment out. The scaffolding at the apartment complexes. They're building a lot of hotels. A lot of things that could have been flown up in the thrown into the air during a tornado. So thankfully, no injuries, because this could have been a much worse scene.
Absolutely. So we're getting, a good look at the rim. Eventually, we hope to get a look at, where Elan is, that huge hotel and apartment complex across 10, Six Flags, La Cantera, UTSA. Wondering if maybe it didn't touch down on that side and maybe it just touched down at the rim, or if it did touch down around La Cantera, we would definitely, like to see that area as well. Let's talk to David Mendoza, who's out at this apartment complex at the rim. David, what's going on?
Hey Ted, so this is actually across 1604. This is the south side of 1604 off of UTSA Boulevard. We have an apartment complex and it is missing partially its roof here. So I heard this right minutes after that police officer did see a tornado above Dick. So what it sounds like right now is that this might have actually passed over 1604. From what I've seen right now, this apartment complex is partially closed while police and fire deal with this. I did hear that they were sweeping the floors, but again, it's missing part of its roof on a couple of units over here. So this is 2 units where it is missing its roof. And the parking lot, we still have the fire department as well as down trees and other debris throughout this apartment complex. But still, the most substantial damage right here is actually this roof that appears to be really damaged and very gone. So we're about to get a press briefing with the fire department to see what the structural damage is, if anybody was hurt. I've heard some unconfirmed reports of maybe someone hit by some flying debris and injured in that fashion, not necessarily having to do with these actual apartment buildings being hurt inside of them during this tornado. But again, we're about to get an update. I'll continue to update you. I'll let you know what I can learn on the scene. Again, this is the Oasis Apartments here off of UTSA Boulevard, just south of 1604. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, David, that gives us a good idea, right, Joe, of where this started, potentially?
Yeah. So now we're starting to see reports from the UTSA side. So there were 3 different areas that we were talking about. It started by UTSA, so that apartment complex would have been one of the first things that it hit while it was trying to make its way down to the ground. And then it moved over 1604 by the rim, by the Rock, La Cantera area, or by La Cantera, excuse me, and the Rock by La Cantera. Haven't heard of any damage there yet. And then it crossed I-10, hit the rim over by the Palladium. We see the damage there. The Tribute, we saw damage there over by the Bass Pro and the Dick's Sporting Goods. So that's kind of the track that it took. UTSA over 1604 towards La Cantera, Six Flags area, crossed I-10, the rim, and then it lifted as it moved to the north.
Yeah,
I don't know if I can think of 3 busier areas.
I know, right? This apartment complex, I'm looking at the map here. There's a Costco nearby, but it's interesting the way that it almost kind of went north and turned, it looks like.
Yes.
So we're at this apartment complex right south of 1604, west of 10. So it must have gone over 1604 to the north toward the Nordstrom, Neiman Marcus, Six Flags, all that area in there, and then headed east, right, to the rim.
Yeah, so it looks like it was moving northeast a bit. So it started at UTSA, then it went over 1604, and then it looks like it turned maybe a little east, northeast, UTSA to La Cantera, crossed to the rim, and then it lifted as it moved north.
Yeah.
So that looked to have been the general area right here, probably in a northeasterly turn.
That's like Ashley said, it's like going through the Pearl. That's a busy area. That's a concentrated area.
And, based off of just when the fire department was called out to those 2 different apartment buildings, it lasted for a good amount of time, because the first report of the building where we just saw David, the one that's closer to UTSA, that one came in just before 8 a.m. And then they weren't called into the other apartment building by the rim until closer to 8:30. So 30-minute window.
Do we know what apartment complex this is?
Oh, okay. This is a video from April Ancira. It looks like some windows blown out.
Is this the Tribute? Looks more like the rim.
And they both look very similar. It's hard to say.
Yeah, but wherever it is, you could definitely see some windows blown out, which You know, as I was saying earlier, you know, as we get further on along in the day, we're going to see a lot more damage from this, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, it hit, like you guys mentioned, in one of the most popular areas of the city. So there's a lot of people out there at 8 a.m., a lot of people live in these apartment complexes. So there's a lot of videos that are going to be coming in. We've gone through, I mean, about 10 or more of them possibly here within the past 30 minutes. They continue to filter into our newsroom. We're going to continue to see more. We'll hear more reports. We had that press conference about to be set up by UTSA, so we're about to learn more on that.
So that video was the apartment complex at the Rim and saw damage from the ground up until the 4th floor of that building over there.
So that's the Tribute at the Rim, and there is other apartment complexes there.
Yeah, we had the Infinity, and then we had the Oasis at UTSA.
Okay, so there's 3: Infinity, Tribute, and then the Oasis.
Exactly.
Okay.
But
and you know, these apartment complexes, every one that we've looked at, notice how high they are.
Yeah.
So, you know, we've been talking about this tornado kind of hopping around where it's lowering and then it goes up and then lowering. So a lot of the tall buildings seem to have gotten hit a lot. A lot of the higher apartment complexes. The Palladium's pretty tall.
Yeah.
You know, those smaller businesses there, they don't look to have that as much damage. It looks to be those taller ones because it was you know, kind of hovering on the ground. It was on the ground and lifted. It was just bouncing back and forth, and it hit a lot of those taller structures.
So we're getting word that there was a gentleman who said that he actually saw it form right near or over the Drury Hotel, right there at 10 and 1604, which would put it, you know, exactly in the area that we're talking about.
But again, good news is no reports of any injuries at this time.
Yeah.
But that press conference should be starting relatively soon. So whenever we get that live element, of course, we will bring it in.
A lot of videos continuing to filter in, and we'll see it. But we've, you know, just us talking on looking at the radar when we were tracking it live on air. You know, we really followed it. Because right before the tornado warning was issued, I was watching the National Weather Service chat. They were talking about the rotation, and then they were like, we're going to issue that tornado warning. We got on a weather hit before that was even issued and said, there's a tornado warning coming. They issued it. It was right over UTSA, and we literally followed it across 1604, and then it moved to the Rim, and then it moved to the north and kind of fell apart as it did so. But that's the exact track we were watching it take. And that's exactly where the damage is showing up right now.
And the way the weather pattern is setting up, Joe, I mean, we're going to have more rain today and also more rain tonight into tomorrow morning. Conceivable that we could see some of the same patterns that we saw this morning, today, tonight, and tomorrow?
Yes, we through tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening. By Friday, we start to wind things down, and then it's just hot and dry for the weekend. But the next, 24 to 36 hours, we're going to continue to see this kind of setup, until we get this little area. You notice a little bit of spin. We were talking about how the storm was southwest to northeast, like a lot of supercells, they move from southwest to northeast a lot. But if you're west of Del Rio, it's more coming from the north. There's a little area of spin out here by Del Rio. That's the upper level low. And until we get that out of here, which will happen tomorrow night, we're going to continue to see these flare-ups because it's pulling all the moisture from the Gulf right into our area. A lot of moisture out there. It doesn't take much to get a small little area of spin that could quickly give us a 5-10 minute tornado. It's not the biggest threat that we've been talking about, not the biggest threat, for the rest of the day. It continues to be the flooding threat, but it's one to make headlines for sure when you have a tornado touchdown in a very populated area of San Antonio, and we will continue to have that chance. The main concern continues to be the flooding. So right now where we're seeing the damage by the Rim, it's a little bit of a hole. You notice that here where you don't see the rain. There's a little area at southwest San Antonio that don't have the flood warnings. Everywhere else in the red shaded boxes, they're under those flood warnings. But right now it's fairly quiet by the Rim. We're seeing more development on the east side, New Braunfels. This is very heavy rain. Probably a mess right now along 35 on the northeast side. And then into the hill country, we did see a report. Again, the National Weather Service said Over 3.5 inches of rain fell near Bernie in the past hour.
Oh.
So that's how much rain we see. So we've been talking a lot about this tornado that occurred. We cannot forget about the flood threat because Bernie's seeing a lot of rain. The Cibolo Creek, I'm sure, is rising. A lot of the rivers out to the west. We had the high water rescue in Uvalde County that we were watching with our Destiny Fuller. The hill country, this is just a solid shield of rain right now. Medina Lake down towards Hondo and areas back to the west, which have already seen 15 inches of rain or so in the past 24 hours in this general area. So this is the main flood threat. That is a very dangerous situation that still continues. We do, again, we can see a spin-up tornado. That is also a threat that we have to keep an eye on through the day today, even into tomorrow.
Yeah.
But the flooding is still the more significant threat ahead of us.
Yeah,
But we're tracking a lot of things at once.
Yeah, we are. And I wanted to ask you about that, Joe, is that, I started my career in Lawton, Oklahoma, which is a tornado alley. And you would always see, you learn pretty quickly between a watch and a warning.
Mm-hmm.
And what's interesting to me is we did not have any tornado watches in our area. I mean, nothing. All of a sudden it went from, thunderstorms and a lot of rain, flash flooding to tornado warning very quickly. So I guess
we've had 4 in the past 15 hours.
Without having watches, right?
No
Without
watches,
having tornado watches.
no watches, because it's not the main threat that we're watching. Sometimes, though, in tropical systems like hurricanes or something, they do put out tornado watches because they do see multiple tornado warnings. Interesting, maybe moving forward, we'll see what the National Weather Service decides, but no tornado watch being talked about yet.
Okay.
It's still that the flood watch, the flood warnings, because it's not like the big time threat, but again, you can't rule it out. It still exists, and it could do damage like what we saw.
We are working to get some interviews. In fact, David Mendoza is getting some interviews right now from one of those apartments, and it looks like some UTSA football players live in one of, I'm not sure which apartment complex, but they live in one of the apartments, and we're going to get you some interviews with them in just a second. But this was a time we were talking about when people are getting ready for work, they're getting in their cars, they're on the roads, and we've already received at least half a dozen videos of this tornado.
Yeah, and it does bring to mind the roadways. What are the conditions right now? And so there is debris reportedly scattered across all lanes of I-10 East at La Cantera, so that's something to be aware of. Also seen an accident in that area, I-10 West at La Cantera, so one of the lanes is closed over there. And then farther away from that, to the east in the Seguin area, there is a full closure of I-10 right now to be aware of. This is I-10 East between State Highway 46 and 123B because water is over the roadway over there. So just some notes in terms of the road conditions right now as we continue to monitor the flood threat and this tornado that touched down just about almost an hour and a half ago on I-10 and 1604.
Another interesting thing, Joe, is that usually when we see tornadoes touch down, and this is another generalization, is they're usually in the afternoon. Usually, right around 3, 4, 5 o'clock, as evening is just starting, the sun is starting to go down. That's when you usually see the stronger tornadoes.
Yeah, and when you get the peak heating of the day, the atmosphere is the most unstable. That's when you see a lot of the tornadoes. But this is a reminder that you could see. We had another morning tornado we were talking about earlier, about 2-3 years ago near downtown. There was that brief tornado. I remember Brad Souter on the air with it, and you can get it any month of the year, any time of day. It just takes the right environment, and that's what we had. We were talking about, we had our David Mendoza out there earlier, right in that area, 1604, I-10. He was tracking the flood waters by 1604 in Hausman right before the tornado warning occurred. And, we've been talking about how this could have been a lot worse. I mean, we had people that could possibly have been stuck there on the highway as the tornado formed because the water was there. We just had nowhere to go. Luckily, it was weak and kind of did some hopping, and it wasn't complete backup on the highway. A lot of people have stayed home today, which is great news. But again, that could have been a lot worse with people sitting there as a tornado formed, moved right over the busy interstate.
We do have video from Vinny Martirano, who's one of our reporters in Austin. This is the first time we're seeing this. So let's take a look.
Same general area, looks like 1604 I-10.
That's, yeah. Trying to get my bearings on where he is right now.
I think this is Vance Jackson in 1604.
Okay.
I used to live over there in this general area.
That's a good shot of the tornado.
Yeah, that is looking west from Vance Jackson in 1604 at the Valero, right there. So that is facing towards the 1604 I-10 interchange, looking towards, to the right. Right here to the right would be the rim once you cross 1604. So that's looking towards that interchange right there. That's a great video of the funnel, and it looks like it's almost on, if not completely on the ground in that shot.
And you can imagine, Joe, if you're
that would be from right here,
from right there,
looking that way.
You can imagine if you're driving, you're in San Antonio, you're headed to work on a Wednesday morning, and all of a sudden you see that, and you're like, am I seeing what I think I'm seeing?
I imagine the cloud even before something was dropping down. It's just like, ooh, that does not look nice at all, and then bam.
Yeah, because you're already seeing the low-level clouds. There's so much moisture out there. The clouds are almost on the ground. So you're already seeing that. It's raining. The flood's the main threat. And then you see that, that little funnel drop from it. And you're like, is that a tornado? I mean, it's hard to tell when it's that cloudy, it's that murky out there, it's raining. But we have a lot of good visuals. We were talking about it possibly being rain-wrapped. It was raining in all those shots, but we could still see it pretty clearly.
Yeah, and we also following the power outages that CPS Energy crews are trying to restore right now. And needless to say, it has increased throughout the morning. So right now, 42 active outages. So over 5,000 customers impacted by this. And, around 7:45 just before the tornado, it was only 14 outages impacting closer to about 3,500 customers. So just gives you just another view of all of the various conditions, all of the issues that are going on throughout the city right now as, we wait for even more bad weather.
Yeah, it's going to continue. And we just got an update from the apartment complex that David is at, the Oasis. I think he's at the Oasis.
Yes.
UTSA. He said the damage on the roof is worse than we could see from his shot. So we see that right now, but we can't see past that, and I guess it's worse. I mean, there could be apartment complexes that don't have their ceilings right now because the roof was blown off. And that's a scary way to wake up on a Wednesday morning.
So yeah, that is the one at 1604 and I-10. So that is probably where this whole thing started. This was probably near the formation or where it came down.
Yeah, the beginning of that tornado warning on the UTSA area before it moved. Still haven't seen any report. We have that power flash. The power flash was the one area that looked to be on the La Cantera side of these three little areas that we're watching. But still haven't heard of any damage or seen any video from that little area by Six Flags and La Cantera, other than the power flash.
Yeah, and in terms of, hearing from the businesses in that area, we've only heard from the movie theater. The Palladium closed today, so still trying to get some information from Six Flags for the situation going on at La Cantera as well. But another live view right now as the fire department has been at the site of this apartment complex for well over an hour. That, of course, following the tornado that touched down in and around the area of I-10 1604 as much of the city was heading to work.
Yeah, that tornado taking a northeast kind of turn, and we were talking about Six Flags, and whether Six Flags has seen any damage or whether they were spared anything. At this point, we don't know. We don't know if they are going to be closed for the day. We'll find out, but we do have sound now. We do have an interview with a UTSA student. Let's take a listen.
I noticed the power was out, and then it just really loud, and so I sleep next to my window, and the building started shaking, so I looked out my window and I'm like, it's a bad thunderstorm, and then the tree just blew over and I saw stuff like flying into the pool, and I was like, what is going on? So
A lot of damage, partially missing roof. Again, we're about to speak to the fire department.
Oh,
So
okay.
that was David Mendoza there, but
Right.
he's been, gathering different interviews with, UTSA students, obviously living in a lot of these apartment
Sure.
complexes, because that's right where the school is located.
And obviously, I mean, these people were taken by surprise. They're thinking, oh, bad thunderstorm,
Right.
little wind, and then all of a sudden the roof comes off. That happens, and
Yeah.
that we were told no injuries, but I'm beginning to wonder, with the scope of the damage here, if there aren't at least some minor injuries going to be reported.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. We continue to learn more, and we're piecing everything together, and it's really coming together exactly what happened around 8 a.m. with that exact track and what everything that we've seen. I do want to point out real quick from the National Weather Service that the West Nueces River in Brackettville, this is in Kinney County, just west of Uvalde, has crested now in major flood stage. So this will tie the main stem of the Nueces River and produce downstream rises impacting Nueces River near Crystal City later on tonight. So that's interesting because Brackettville right about here, we've seen all that rain up near Camp Wood, the flood warnings in northern Kinney and northern Uvalde County through much of the morning. Crystal City is way down here. So you have to, you think about, we haven't really seen much rain in Crystal City. We've had a few light showers, but for the most part, we haven't seen much. But you have to, be tuned into the radar and tuned into the weather throughout the day because, the rivers that flow through Crystal City the headwaters start way up into the hill country and then they go south. So the rain that we're seeing here is going to have a lot of downstream impacts, even across the southern half of our viewing area, which haven't really seen much rain at the system. It's been mainly a US 90 north system so far. We're going to have impacts with that flooding as well. So a heads up to Crystal City and also near Brackettville. The West Nueces River just crested in major flood stage. That was the latest update. Those flood warnings continue. You see lining them up right now from San Antonio back to the west. Very dangerous situation from Camp Wood to north of Uvalde to Hondo, Kerrville into Bernie and northern half of Bexar County here as well, even a little to the east as well. This is a very strong storm right now in St. Hedwig, moving up towards Schertz, New Braunfels, this general area right here. A lot of heavy rain. This is training too, so we're going to have to be on guard for more flooding. It does look like a flood warning too was also just issued, which now includes Seguin back to New Braunfels and the eastern half of Bexar County. So we're really just chopping away at real estate now with these flood warnings. Southern half of Bexar County, they're holding their own with no flood warning, but around the rest of the area, we are filling in these flood warnings very quickly. So I know a lot of attention right now on the tornado warning, the damage that we're seeing on the northwest side, but we also have a very intense flood situation ongoing right now as well.
We do, and getting back to that tornado for a second, I'm told we do have another interview that we'd like to play from a witness.
I honestly didn't even know it was a tornado until after I got the alert 10 minutes later. So I was like, the wind is really bad, and I'm from Mississippi, so it's I didn't think there was tornadoes around here. And so, yeah, we just went outside, and then I was like, it must have been something because there's metal and wood everywhere on the roof. We didn't know at the time, but the roof was gone.
The roof was gone, and like he said, I didn't know there were tornadoes around here. And a lot of people, I'm sure, think, oh, San Antonio tornadoes, they're we're pretty safe here, but they can come down at any time, Joe, like you said.
Yeah, they can happen anywhere, any month, any time of day, any location if you get the right environments. Obviously, we don't have the odds of having tornadoes as much as North Texas does, or Oklahoma, but we can see them. They're relatively weak when they move through most of the time. Doesn't mean we can't get a strong one. We can get a strong tornado, but this one looks to be on the weaker end. But even a weak tornado, look at all the damage we've seen. We've had a lot of damage up towards the rim in UTSA with just this 5 to 10 minute weaker tornado. So that's why that just reminds everybody, every tornado warning, they come over your phones, take them seriously. No matter if you think, well, this isn't a day that is going to produce tornadoes, not a big tornado threat. you got to take them seriously because they could spin up, they could drop quick, and then they could lift and they'd be gone. It was 5-10 minutes, and then an hour and a half later, look at all the damage that we're seeing. It just doesn't take long to just see that impact.
And you know, so you mentioned a short time ago that we have seen the crest of the West Nueces River in Kinney County, expecting flooding later today down into Crystal City. You've also been monitoring the Sabinal River, the Frio River, the area of Uvalde getting so much rain in the past 24 hours. We did have another live picture not too long ago of a high water rescue underway, and also maybe in the future looking to the Guadalupe River, but I was just checking the flood gauges there, and right now really not a whole lot of movement going on. Looked at the one in Hunt, the one in Kerrville, up ever so slightly, but still well below any sort of minor flood stage.
That's good news there. If you could check that eastern half too of the Guadalupe River, because that's where it's raining a little heavier as you work towards New Braunfels, Spring Branch area. It hasn't been raining for hours on end, but it's filling in now where we're seeing the heaviest rain right now from St. Hedwig to New Braunfels up towards Canyon Lake. So that area could see that Guadalupe River rising a little bit more in this general area. So something to just, stay tuned on that. We haven't seen any big rise on the Guadalupe River yet, but that could change obviously through the day. The bigger rivers right now that we're watching are the Nueces, the Frio, the Sabinal. Those have shown rises. And again, that West Nueces River in Brackettville is cresting now in major flood stage. And that's going to head down towards Crystal City, which isn't even close to Brackettville. It's going to take a long time for the water to get down there, but it's going to go through down the river through the day today and eventually towards Crystal City.
All right, so if you're just tuning in,
Where do we begin?
It's been a morning. We started early this morning with mainly out west, severe thunderstorms, flash flooding, and then we
had a tornado warning at 1 a.m., 1:30 a.m. in Uvalde County we were on. It was no reported damage or anything with that, but we had that, and we had the one in Medina and Frio counties.
Right.
And it kind of just worked towards San Antonio. It was slowly moving eastward with those warnings.
That's true. And those earlier tornadoes were kind of in rural areas where there's not much out there. And then we get, this, Joe says, I see rotation right around UTSA 1604.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, a tornado warning pops up. And what time did you first see it?
It was like 7:50 or so, right before our hit at the end of the 7 o'clock. I turned to you guys and said, we're getting a tornado warning in Bexar County.
And then you said the rim, and we said the rim?
The rim, yeah. We're like, how is this possible? And you think maybe, maybe it's something, in the clouds. Maybe there's some disturbance in the clouds or something.
Like yesterday, there was that tornado warning in Castle Hills and on 410, but it never hit the ground. There was funnels. It tried. There was a funnel from the wall cloud, but it never got to the ground. So, this one we're thinking maybe that could do the same thing, but it was a tight signature, and boom, it hit the ground. Confirmed tornado.
And just the radar behind you, you can't ignore it. It looks like an explosion. I mean, how quickly or slowly is this thing moving?
It's barely moving. Most of the storms are pretty stationary. The tornado we saw was moving north at 20. I think that's one of the quicker storms that I've seen. It's mainly moving north like by 10, 20 miles an hour. Some storms have been stationary, especially out to the west. The rainfall trend right now for areas west has come down a little in the past hour or so. Our western areas have started to not dry out. It's still raining. Let me go back here real quick. Got to update exactly where we're looking right now. But here is the Camp Wood to Utopia, the water rescue that Destiny Fuller was on. Brackettville, look at it. It's not even raining in Brackettville, and we have a major flood stage right now because of what happened upstream. So that's something to consider as well. And then all these warnings. It's a lot, like you see the green starting to come back. We had red all morning long. So it's starting to lessen up. This is showing me that there's signs of out here, it's kind of raining itself out for the time being.
Okay.
It might do that as we head towards the afternoon, kind of calm down a little for western areas, calm down, and then we got to recharge, and then we could spark more things overnight for more heavy rain. Now, as you work east, you start to notice it's starting to get brighter. This was the opposite of what we saw earlier this morning, where it was pretty quiet, some green here, and then more red out west. Now this area is more primed to, rain itself out right now, and it's just dumping right now on the northeast side of Bexar County, right on the Bexar, Guadalupe, Comal County lines. It had its very high rainfall rates right now, right along I-10. You did mention at closure around Seguin.
Yes, in Seguin. Mm-hmm.
And then 35, I'm sure, is just a mess right now as well. So this area, which is closer to the metro, is where we're seeing the higher rainfall rates now at the current moment.
So we've got, Joe, we've got Christina De Leon, who is at the Oasis Apartments, billed as luxury student apartments in San Antonio. That's at 1604 and UTSA. And Christina, I know you just got there. You've been chasing weather all morning, but what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, well, you can actually see the damage and the result of that tornado that came through our area. Y'all don't want to see me. You want to see what it looks like out here and the roof of this apartment and how police are really assessing what we're talking about here. David Mendoza doing a great job all morning long showing us what it looks like, the bird's eye view, so to speak here. The roof completely gone. And the result was devastating as this tornado pushed its way through here a couple of hours ago here. You can see the mess that it left behind, just some chairs kind of toppled over. We talked to 3 UTSA students here who told us that they felt the rumblings and kind of asked each other if they were okay, and they looked out their window and saw debris flying out the window. They actually got some video for us that we'll show you later on, that the pool was damaged here. Down below, we saw a lot of students kind of displaced. You can see the tree toppled over here too in front of one of the wings of the apartments, building B, so to speak. And also here is the fire chief, Valerie Frausto, to assess the damage and what was left behind. Hopefully we'll be getting a debriefing from her a short time later. We also saw some Texas DPS troopers here, maybe to keep guard about what is left behind. A lot of damage as a result of this tornado that came through. There is really no way to get through these apartments. A lot of displaced students. Most of the people here do appear to be UTSA students at these luxury apartments here on the northwest side near the rim. And now it is just a matter of cleanup and finding a place for them. We were told that VIA buses would come pick them up and maybe find another spot for them. That is all in the works right now, but obviously a scary and serious situation. We were also told that there were no injuries as a result of this tornado, but as you can imagine, a very scary and serious situation for them as they woke to find a tornado and the roof gone in one of these buildings here at the Oasis Apartments. But that's what it looks like here on the city's far northwest side. I'm Christina De Leon, Fox SA. We will send it back to you guys in the studio.
Christina, from where you are, can we zoom out and see like a wide shot of the building? And is the entire roof gone, or is it portions of it? Can you tell? Have you heard?
Yeah, from what we can see, and we only have this one angle because they're really limiting where we're moving around there, as we see the fire chief kind of making her way and trying to assess here. You can see there, and hopefully, again, she'll talk to us, but looking around, we want to get a wider zoom of that roof. It looks like a big chunk of this building that the roof is gone, where it sustained the most damage, and then part of building A. Part of building A looks like it has a big chunk of their roof too, and it looks like it's kind of got like a little crescent shape on that side of the A, and the flat part of that is gone. It looks like part of this building, it looks like it's the back of that building, that roof is gone. All of that, maybe one section is still intact, but other than that, it maybe has the wind damage from when that tornado, had its way with this building, so to speak. But it doesn't look like there's other significant damage. Now, when we talked to the folks from UTSA, the ones that we interviewed a short time ago, they sent us pictures. We got pictures airdropped to us. They took them off their balcony, and it was a lot of damage in the pool area. They said that there was a lot of debris thrown in the pool area, a lot of lawn chair damage, a lot of things there, and I would surmise that was a lot of wind damage, and that's what it looks like here on the roof. So it does look like this is the major damage here, but we haven't really gotten a chance, nor will they probably give us a chance, because there's police everywhere, to tour the rest of the apartments. But from where we're standing, they all look like they're intact here. This looks like the brunt of where the damage is. There's a lot of people here assessing everything, as you can imagine, and hopefully we will get a full recap recap of everything that's happening. So that, what you're looking at, looks like the brunt of the damage. This building here and maybe the side of building A right there, that little corner area. And those are the people that will have to be rehomed, so to speak, because they've just simply got damage. And the students that we talked to said that they were having water come through their roofs, so they're going to definitely have find another place to stay, at least for now.
Oh boy. All right, Christina De Leon, thank you so much for that. We appreciate it.
Absolutely, and I think we are hearing from a couple other students who live in that apartment complex, sharing how they woke up, how they came to find out what had happened. So we'll go ahead and listen to that.
I see light a little bit, just a little bit of lightning. All of a sudden it goes dark, like something flew over. So something flew over, and I'm like, whoa, and the building started shaking everything. And then once I go check outside, the whole pool side, everything, the roofing was just all there. The trees were there, just broke it all down.
The tree went flying across the poolway, and then next door to us, right there was a broken window. And like me, I never really experienced anything like this, honestly. So like, I didn't know what to do in the situation. And in my room, I had a leak upstairs before, and in my room, my bed, like there was water coming through my room. So I was just like, what do we do? Let's just get out. Like.
Yeah, and that's a good question a lot of people have, especially when you live in an apartment, is what do you do?
Yeah.
And if this formed right over their apartment, which it either did or it was very close, then you really have no warning at that point, Joe.
True.
Yeah, I mean, and it's right at the beginning of that storm. So once the rotation started to tighten up, the National Weather Service went right ahead to put that warning out, and it was still over UTSA, but yeah, you don't have that much time. It dropped quickly, and then it stayed on the ground for 5-10 minutes, kind of bouncing around, and then it lifted. So it was not that much time. Hopefully everybody's phones went off when the tornado warning was issued. If you're in that warning, you should have gotten an emergency alert right when the warning was issued. And that was about 7:50, 7:55 or so. And then, I moved through the next 10-15 minutes and did the damage that we're seeing.
We were also talking about earlier the path that it took from the UTSA area, probably, up to La Cantera, and then across 10 to the rim. And it got me to thinking about videos I've seen, how people are trapped in their cars when there's a tornado and they always tell you, the best thing to do is get out and find a ditch. Well, in that area,
people were on the flyover.
Exactly.
Which I find terrifying without a storm going on.
Yeah, there's not much options.
That's a good point too, because we've talked about how it was kind of bouncing around, it drops. I mean, it could have easily hit that flyover, and there were cars, a lot of cars, and look how everybody stopped.
Yeah.
They're not stopped because there's a tornado going through, because that happened quickly. They were stopped because of floodwaters.
Right.
So they can't really move very much. We're so thankful it wasn't a little stronger, or on that flyover ramp where cars were driving over. So we got to count our blessings this morning. We did not have something much worse at this time of day and in that general area, because it could have been a much different situation.
I was texting our meteorologist, Siobhan Anders. She lives up in that area. And I said, did you see anything? Did you hear anything? And she's like, nope, I just saw it on your air. So
we were on before the warning was issued, and we were saying that it was going to be issued within the next minute or so. And we went back to it, and there it was.
Yeah.
So
and Joe, I know you've been trying to reach out to your wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's okay.
All good? Yeah. Who's also a meteorologist.
It was moving up in that direction. It weakened as it pushed to the north into northwestern Bexar County. We had that warning into Kendall and Comal County, and it was much weaker as it got up there. So that's some good news there. But thankfully it did not stay on the ground too long.
Exactly. And I was with Christina De Leon's live shot there, I was looking at the roof of those buildings. It's going to be a while before that's repaired.
Yeah,
and we have rain and
because the kind of the view that they had, and they're not allowed to really move around a whole lot. I was thinking maybe it was just a flat roof, because we don't know what the rest of the buildings really look like, but it's an entire roof that's gone.
Right. They're going to have to tarp that, because there's a lot of water that's going to get in. Yeah. Thankfully, right now, let's take a look at the radar real quick, because we have a little bit of a hole in that general area right now of San Antonio. We go back to the west to take a look at that moderate rain that continues. This is where we're seeing all those flash flood warnings. that continue, and the rivers are cresting out here as well. It's light to moderate rain right now. Camp Wood, north of Uvalde to Hondo, Utopia, Lakey areas such as that, Concan. Heavier, steady rain right now, which is becoming more of a flood threat in the Bandera, Bernie, northern half of Bexar County, back in the far eastern Kerr County. And then as you work towards San Antonio, see there's a little bit of a hole right here, at least for now. This could quickly fill in. So this is where that tornado was, right about here. So we're seeing a little drizzle or something. We're not seeing that much heavy rain. That could change really quickly in this situation. But right now we're seeing kind of that hole in the rain where that tornado went through. And then this is back building thunderstorms with a lot of high rainfall rates. And the National Weather Service was talking about this from Schertz to St. Hedwig, far eastern Bexar County. You notice how these keep building down to the south. They keep building on each other, and that could, that's a training situation. So you have to start worrying about the flash flooding in this general area of eastern Bexar County into Guadalupe County. As you see these lines of showers and storms that are just feeding into the big area of rain, and that creates a flash flooding problem. Even to the east now, where we've been pretty quiet through much of this event, we're starting to see a little rain now down towards Carson City to Nixon to Floresville. Seeing some activity. No flooding rain at the moment right now out to the east. Bigger area of rain, Victoria and then towards Bay City, that area. But more hit and miss, but at least we're starting to see a little rain in our eastern counties. I know a lot of areas, people out to the east wanted to see a little rain. We always want rain here in South Texas, but
this is
not this much. This is a lot, and we don't want that flood risk that does continue.
What is Bandera County looking like right now? Because we're getting word that RV parks along the Medina River are beginning to be evacuated.
Okay.
Because the river is expected to rise 14 feet.
Okay.
So how are we looking there?
Bandera County, so it is moderate rain right now. It's been raining there for the past few hours, so that's likely, all the rain that's fallen. Now the river's starting to come up a little bit. It's all going to flow towards Medina Lake. So right now, the eastern half of Bandera County that's a really heavy thunderstorm right now over the city of Bandera, which is right here. Medina Lake is here. So that's a lot of rain here in the eastern half. It's quieting down, at least for the time being. It's lessening with the rainfall rates, the western half of Bandera County. But the eastern half of Bandera County, from the city of Bandera to Lake Hills and Medina Lake, Pipe Creek, that's some heavy rainfall right now. So that's when you got to worry about flooding.
Okay.
It's training over that area. It's putting down a lot of rain, short period of time. So yeah, definitely the eastern half. We're seeing that rain now. And Medina River is going to start. It takes some time once it falls for the river to rise. Same thing with Brackettville. It hasn't even rained there, but it came up from what we saw overnight just to the north.
Okay. So Medina River, also we know that the Nueces River has reached a major flood stage. The West Nueces River in Kinney County near Brackettville, and also Uvalde County seeing a lot of flooding as well. So they will be holding a press conference shortly to give updates on the response to the ongoing efforts in there to rescue people from the floodwaters. And then we're also still waiting for a press conference from the San Antonio Fire Department at one of those two apartment complexes that was hit by the tornado earlier. And the city of San Antonio also issued a statement simply saying that the fire department is in and around that area, assessing the damage at multiple locations around the rim, around La Cantera.
And there's a new flash flood warning about to come out for northeastern Bexar County and Comal County included in that. So the National Weather Service, seeing what we're seeing with the training of heavy rain from New Braunfels to Schertz down towards St. Hedwig. It's a narrow little line of very heavy rain. So the new flash flood warning going to be issued there. Everyone it's putting, adding on zip codes this morning. We're just adding on to these flash flood warnings that continue to just increase in coverage.
I do have a feeling that you should stay away from the rim today if you can, because Santikos Palladium is closed. We saw a couple of restaurants that look like they suffered some damage. They're going to be closed. We don't know about the Bass Pro Shop, but that whole area, there's going to be so many fire trucks and personnel around there.
Yes.
The scaffolding from the apartment complexes has come down. Trees are down. Signs are down. If you can stay away from the rim, I think it's a very good idea to do that today.
And just another new piece of video that we continue to get in because so many people were out on the roadways just before 8 a.m. when that funnel cloud was spotted. So just another view, and you know, the flashes there just continues to develop. And you know, Joe, in regards back to the rivers, another really popular area this time of the year is kind of Concan, the Frio River. Have you seen, and I know like we were showing video earlier from a campground just north of Concan, and people are asking, you know, we have family that are supposed to be checking in today. What do they need to know? Any particular concerns along that stretch of that river?
I haven't heard anything on the National Weather Service chat. I can check over by my computer and look at some of the gauges along the Frio River and see if they've risen at all. The Frio River definitely is a concern moving forward. We have not seen anything talked about on the National Weather Service yet. It's been the Nueces River has been the main peak right now, but the Sabinal River and same thing with the Frio that's a concern. Same thing with the Medina River as well. All those rivers, there's a lot of different rivers, a lot of different creeks and streams in that area. They're all at risk of rising. So I'm going to check the gauges, and I'll get back to you in just a few minutes.
Okay, yeah, we talk about the training, which is just, they're almost one right after another, and then stationary in one place, which is what we saw last July 4th, correct?
Right, yeah. And Joe was saying that the way that all of this has developed is very similar to what we saw last year in July, which of course we're all well familiar with everything that happened.
Yeah.
But currently the threat's in a different portion of our viewing area. And again, Uvalde County will be having a press conference coming up shortly because they have received anywhere between 6 to 16 inches of rain in 24 hours.
So not only have we seen a tremendous amount of rain, but we've seen a few tornadoes. This one that definitely touched down at the rim. And what you're looking at now is a video from David Mendoza, who's in our road cam, who was driving through the area literally 10, 15, 20 minutes right after this tornado touched down. And you can see those apartment complexes that were damaged. We know of 3. We've seen some video of windows blown out. We saw the Oasis apartments where a lot of UTSA students live, where the roof is gone. Over at least, I think Christina said Building A. The Santikos Theater has been damaged. We saw another restaurant that had some damage out front. We've seen signs that are down at the rim. And there's video of the tornado from the flyover as it hit one of the, we see the power flashes. So it hit a transformer or something like that. And so many people were on the road at this time because it was rush hour. So we did see a lot of people take out their phones and probably recording this going, I can't believe what I'm seeing here. There's a tornado right at 1604 and 10 heading toward La Cantera, heading toward the rim, which is definitely not something you expect to see on a Wednesday morning going to work.
Yeah, and amazingly, no major accidents happening as everyone is driving through flooded roadways, noticing a tornado, and still managing to drive and take video.
And like you said, that flyover, you've got that very, that huge flyover there at 1604 and 10, and you can imagine being stuck because of the flooding on the roads, and then you see a tornado kind of coming at you. You're like, well, I have no choice. There's nowhere I can go. There's nothing I can do. But luckily, we're not getting any reports of people that were that this hit anybody in their car.
Of injuries, so,
which is also amazing when you see that the roof is off an entire apartment complex.
Absolutely.
So there's a video of one of the apartment complexes at the rim where you can see, or this could be the UTSA, where there is in the courtyard there was a lot of debris because the windows were blown out of a lot of these apartments.
Yeah, all the way up to the 4th floor. That's where we're seeing a lot of the damage. I see, Joe, do you need to jump in with anything?
Yes.
Okay.
So we were talking about the Frio River at Concan. It is an action stage now. So this is a little below minor flood stage. So it's showing some increase. It's not at flood stage yet. It's at action stage. That means, go to higher ground if you can.
Okay, Joe, we're going to a news conference right now.
Out of Uvalde County.
Is our mayor, Uvalde Mayor Hector Luevano, our county commissioner, Roy Kothman, and state representative Don McLaughlin. They each will be addressing you at this time with concerns to the flooding happening in Uvalde County. We will not be taking any questions at this time, as this is an informative press conference and we are currently in operations. Thank you.
Good morning. The city of Uvalde continues to be monitored by local law enforcement. Our low water areas in our city that are prone for flooding are being barricaded at this time. With rapidly changing weather conditions, we are asking the public to avoid these low water crossings if at all possible. The Uvalde Police Department officials are actively working alongside county, state, and federal officials in the Unified Incident Command System in protecting our citizens. Public works staff in our city continue to assist in monitoring streets and addressing public safety concerns as they arise. Our city manager and I are constantly being updated and are working with our community to ensure the safety of our citizens as we work through this situation. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning, and thank you for being here to get the message out to our residents. As our PIO said, I'm Commissioner Roy Kothman. I represent Precinct 3 of Uvalde County. As of 9 a.m. this morning, we had a total of 25 rescues countywide. As we speak, the river levels are rising due to rains last night, and first responders are actively rescuing in the northern part of Uvalde County. Uvalde County Sheriff's Department is playing a pivotal role in addressing road conditions and rescues at this time. The Uvalde County Emergency Management Center was activated around 7 a.m. yesterday morning. Local, state, and federal law enforcement and other agencies are coordinating in an efficient manner at the Emergency Operation Center to satisfy all the needs, the rescues, and we set up a shelter out the Uvalde Fairplex. We ask the residents who feel they are in danger of becoming victims of flood to call 911 immediately. We want to serve every need. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank y'all for being here. As a state rep, I'd like to say, we've had a great partnership. We've got TDM here, we've got DPS here, we've got Texas Parks and Wildlife here. The governor's been on the phone with different people, talked to NIMKID and so forth. So we've had a great response. But the best thing I can say about with the EOC setup, all of these men working together in partnership to do what needs to be done. They had rescues yesterday, they have some ongoing today. We're going to see a little lull today in the rain, but the rain's going to come back tonight, it looks like, with a vengeance again. So I would urge caution. Right now, we had that storm setting north of us this morning, so the rivers and the rivers and the creeks are going to be coming up, and they're going to be coming up again with a vengeance. So we would everybody to use caution. And like Commissioner Kothman said, call 911 if you have a problem with that. But it's been a great partnership with all these men working together, and we're here to keep our citizens safe in our county. So God bless you and thank you.
Just to clarify on the rescues, that was a number as of 9 o'clock this morning. As we're standing here, we are actively rescuing in the northern part of the county. We've had some inquiries from different media outlets. If you'll give us a moment as we reply to those. Again, we are actively in operations, so this press conference will be short. We will update as needed on the Uvalde Police Department Facebook page and on the Uvalde County Emergency Management page. We are done for now, and we will update. I will notify you as conditions change and follow-up interview. Thank you.
Can I say one more thing that I forgot?
One more thing. I think that's on.
And I forgot to mention the other partner that we've had is the United States Border Patrol. They've been a tremendous help also. So, like I said, this is a local, state, and federal venture, and it's worked well for everyone.
All right, so we were just listening live right now to the press conference happening in Uvalde County, providing an update. And again, this is the area that has received 6 to 16 inches of rain in the past 24 hours. Now, not a lot of information, simply saying that they have teams in place and they encourage everyone to call 911 in the event that they need help. But they have had at least 25 rescues, high water rescues, because of the ongoing flooding. And that was as of an hour ago, but rescue is also underway right now. Now, when it comes to the updates for everyone who's in that area, 2 different sources that they want people to turn to. Both Facebook pages, one for Uvalde Police and then also the Uvalde County Office of Emergency Management is where they will be issuing all of the latest information, warnings. In the event evacuations have to happen, that's where you can turn to for the first announcement for that.
Okay, and we are getting word that Fiesta Texas, the park is closed today. We're going to try to contact them to see if they have had any damage because people are reportedly seeing the tornado that happened where we've seen all the damage at the rim. People reported seeing the tornado over Fiesta, Texas, and right over that area. So it is going to be interesting to see, whether this has affected any of their operations, because those rides have to be up to snuff. Or they are held to a very high, strict standard. So if there are any damages to anything in that park, you better be sure they are going to shut it down and not let you get on it. So we're going to check with them and see if they have any damage as well.
And that's really a lot of the work that's been underway from the San Antonio Fire Department, going in and around that area, surveying all the damage, seeing what needs to be tended to first. And their home base has been that one apartment complex on UTSA Boulevard, the Oasis Apartments. And we continue to wait for an update from the fire chief there. But just to bring everyone back up to speed, of course, we continue to monitor the ongoing threat of flooding. A lot of that focus earlier in the morning was to the east, but then just before 8 a.m., just about 10 minutes before the hour, is when a tornado warning was issued. And we have received confirmation that a tornado did indeed touch down in the area of the rim. And just so many different videos continue to come in from everyone that they were on their way to work. They were on I-10, they were on 1604, they were on a flyover. And this is just one of those views of everyone just kind of caught in the middle of this as it was unfolding.
And you can see the power flash there as it hit something. I was texting my mom, she's in Stone Oak, and I was texting her when Joe was talking, and I was saying, hey, there's a tornado in the area. You might want to get in the pantry. That's probably that's in the middle of the house. It has no windows. And people need to remember that, tornadoes can happen at any time. As Joe was saying, they can happen year-round. They can happen in the morning, at night, in the afternoon. And, you need to figure out, where is the safest place to go? When we saw the Oasis, where a lot of these UTSA students live, unfortunately, if you lived on the top floor, the 4th floor of that building, your roof is gone. There's not much you can do at that point. We know there's a lot of damage in that area. And then the tornado kind of hopscotched over toward La Cantera, Fiesta, Texas, then crossed 10. We don't know if it actually moved across 10. We don't think it hit any cars, anything like that. The flyover right there. But then really kind of touched down again at the rim, where we've seen quite a bit of damage from David Mendoza, who's been sending us pictures. April Ancira has been sending us videos that we can use. There are 2 apartment complexes. It looks like they have suffered damage at the rim. And Joe, I know you have some information for us right now too.
Yeah, looking at the rivers right now out to the west, those flash flood warnings do continue here for the next few hours. We talked about the Frio River at Concan. It's in action stage right now, so that means it's above normal. It's not in flood stage yet, but it's in action stage. That means people that are along the river recommended get away from the river, get to a higher ground as the river is rising right now. The dry Frio River is in minor flood stage at Reagan Wells. That is north of Uvalde. So they are in minor flood stage now, as well as the Nueces River at Laguna. It is in moderate flood stage. And of course, we were talking about earlier the West Nueces River near Brackettville. That is in major flood stage right now. So we're starting to see those rivers come up. Many areas in either, action stage or minor flood stage, and then moderate and major. And it seems like the further west you head, the rivers are higher. So the western Nueces, north of Brackettville, that is where we're seeing major flood stage at the current moment. And we had our Destiny Fuller out earlier. She tried to get from Uvalde to Camp Wood, could not do so because Highway 55 here is closed because of water on the roads. So the West Nueces River is now in major flood stage. So that is a concern there. It's still rain. It's been raining nonstop. We're seeing 10 to 15 plus inches of rain. We're also getting word that Highway 83 north of Uvalde, as you head up towards Concan, that is also closed now because of flood waters as well. So as you work further, as you work towards the Frio River, towards Concan, it's in action stage, so it's coming up. And then as you work further to the west, each little river bend here, you got the Frio, the dry Frio, then the Nueces, and that all is in at least minor to major flood stage. You work to the west, and also the Sabinal River is up as well, and Sabinal right along Highway 90. So the flooding, that is the main concern. We just heard from officials out in Uvalde County. It's a fluid situation. It continues to rain. There's images from overnight from the Nueces County Volunteer Fire Department. That's Highway 55, and you see you can't make it between Uvalde and Camp Wood because it is completely flooded, and that's what we're still seeing out there right now. So those images were overnight, but it likely looks very similar to that right about now. Is that Camp Riverview? You also see the flood waters moving through as well in that video in the top left of your screen. So we continue with the flood warnings out to the west. That's where we've seen the highest river response. Even along the Medina River, we had reports near Bandera of an RV park evacuating because of increased on the Medina River. So that flow is also up. It didn't look like there was it was in flood stage when I was looking over there, but it is above normal with the flow right now, much above normal. Into Medina Lake. So a lot of water flowing through the hill country right now. And then you start to see that heavier rain. Now, good news is the areas out west, the rainfall intensity has started to back off within the past hour or two. It's still raining. We still have a very active scene. It takes some time for the water to rise after it rains. But at least the rainfall is calming down for the time being. We could see another flare-up later tonight and overnight. But for now, it's backing off a little. Kerrville, this is moderate rain. As you work towards Bernie, this is more heavier downpours. We had a report of a 3.5 inch per hour rainfall rate. Actually 3.5 inches in an hour fell in Bernie. That continues just absolute downpour right now in the Bernie area. And then you work towards San Antonio where we had that tornado. A little bit of a lull right now. We have a little rain on the northwest side here, but a little bit of a lull for most. We're starting to see some additional development, though, south of downtown San Antonio. These are some heavier downpours working to the north. And then you have more flood warning. Everyone in red is under a flood warning. a lot of the areas under flash flood warnings right now as we continue to just see these training thunderstorms right now. New Braunfels, the Schertz, St. Hedwig, this is training activity. As you work down to the south, you notice these long lines of rain just can continue to feed in from this is all the Gulf moisture working off the Gulf, and it's just developing showers into our big main system. And that's a flooding threat. So that's why the National Weather Service has gone ahead and issued a flash flood warning for Seguin, issued a flash flood warning for New Braunfels. We haven't seen much rise on the Guadalupe, but it is an above normal flow. So there's water that's getting into the Guadalupe right now. We're keeping our eyes on it, but a lot of water. It's got to go somewhere. It's all going to our rivers, and there are responses on pretty much every river across South Texas right now. Eastern areas, this is more hit and miss, but we do have a little bit of rain from Kennedy to Karnes City, and then a heavier little band towards Victoria, this little shield of rain out to the east. So the highest risk of rainfall today is areas out west. That's the flooding risk. It stretches back towards Del Rio and Eagle Pass. We haven't seen much along the Rio Grande. Your event is more tonight, overnight, into tomorrow morning for our far western areas. Today it's more Uvalde into San Antonio, this general location. And then tonight into tomorrow morning, it transitions a little further west with the highest risk. So we haven't seen much rain out in Del Rio this morning. Your time is coming. It's mainly tonight into tomorrow, which you have the highest risk. Today it's a little further to the east. But that's where we have that high level 4 out of 4 risk once again. So guys, we are continuing to track the radar. It's a fluid situation again. The Nueces, West Nueces River at Brackettville, major flood stage. It is expecting that all that water is going to eventually move down towards Crystal City, which is down here, which we haven't really seen much rain. A few light showers in our southwestern counties, but you know the flooding rain is well to your north. But you're going to have an impact from this because all that water is going to flow down the river over the next few hours.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, these people are saying that these rivers are just going to rise with a vengeance, and it could be a very ugly situation. You showed those boxes where we have the warnings right now, and that seems to be like an incredible number of warnings that we have currently.
Yeah, it's pretty much most of the map, honestly. We can go into I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 active, 10, I think 11. Comal County's 11 active flash flood warnings right now.
That's an incredible number of warnings.
You know, at least in San Antonio, trying to pick up debris and figure out what exactly unfolded just before 8 a.m. with that tornado touching down in the area of the rim. But Fox SA's Phil Sterling joining us live right now outside one of the, are you outside the Palladium? I can't tell behind you.
Yeah, we're just outside the Palladium. The Palladium is behind the camera over there, but I mean, take a look behind me. There's plenty of devastation in this area. There's even some drywall on the ground. We're about 200 feet away from the theater. It might be from the theater. I'm not sure. However, whatever damage was done here was pretty extensive to the exterior of Potbelly. Even the entrance is covered. There was some workers trying to move some things out of the way. There's even crews cutting down trees. Other side of this building, there's a sushi restaurant. That restaurant's exterior was also destroyed. The shade was shredded. It looks like some of their tables also were shattered. And yeah, I mean, we got stop signs on the ground, and things really just spread out all over the place.
Hey, Phil, right now, from what you can see, the most damage you can see, where is it right now? Is it the Palladium?
Yeah, so the Palladium seems to have the most damage if you look over there, but it looks like that's what's getting the most attention from crews. They're really cleaning up the place right now. Just like I said earlier, there's people cutting trees, there's people putting drywall inside of trucks.
Yeah, and you know, from my own experience, the city of San Antonio does a fantastic job in helping everyone after these situations, and also just average citizens who want to help out.
Yeah.
However, right now, the city is asking everyone to please avoid this area because it still is such an active situation over there. But live just outside the Palladium there with Phil, I mean, trees down everywhere. You can hear the chainsaws going as we are in the midst of that cleanup process.
Those stop signs are down, and you know, as he said, the entrance to a lot of this is going to, they're going to take a hit. The entrance to these restaurants, Potbelly there, you can't get in. The sushi restaurant he talked about, we saw that earlier. The awnings are shredded. They're going to have a lot of work to do. And Joe DiCarlo, when you look at this damage, I mean, as a meteorologist, you must think, wow, I mean, this is what a tornado can do.
Saw that confirmed touchdown. It was brief, but it can put down a lot of damage pretty quickly. I do want to mention, you know, it's great that we're seeing the cleanup right away and the crews are already out at the Palladium. One, you know, caveat when you see the National Weather Service when they give the tornado rating, when they come out with that, which they're going to they're going to assess the damage. I don't think it's going to be today personally. It would be maybe tomorrow, but they're going to still be dealing with flooding. It could be Friday into the weekend. A lot of the damage will be cleaned up. So a lot of, you know, that's one thing with the how we rate tornadoes. It's based on damage. It's based on what the tornado hits.
Right.
And a lot of that damage is going to be cleaned up. So when we get that rating, it could very well be a little stronger than what, you know, they're going to go out there and assess the damage that is there when they arrive. You know, stronger damage could have already been cleaned up. So that's something, you know, in meteorological community, we kind of wrestle with that. Like, what's the best way to rate a tornado? You know, we try to get the wind speeds, but it's based on damage. That's the criteria that it goes off of right now. So if there's less damage, there's less to look at, so it might have a less rating than if we just didn't touch it. But obviously you got to get out there, you got to clean up the scene. Everybody wants to get their apartments back together, you got to put the tarp up. So I assume they're probably going to find the worst damage at those apartment complexes on the roofs, which will still have damage, and that's what they'll look at. But that's just something to, you know, keep in mind when we clean up after a tornado and then the National Weather Service gets out there later. It could have been a little stronger because we clean up the worst of the damage right away.
Hey, Joe, when you look at the videos that we've received of the actual tornado itself, did anything strike you about, I mean, you know, we've heard of wedge tornadoes, classic cone-shaped tornado. What struck you about this tornado?
It was not a wedge. So the wedge is the big, thick, huge monster tornadoes that, you know, destroy everything in their path, and those are EF3, EF4,
like we've seen
EF5,
in Oklahoma,
200 mile an hour winds. This was not that. This was a weaker tornado, but it doesn't take a whole lot to create damage like what we saw. It was a little skinny, but you know, I mean, it's a little thicker than I would have thought. You know, it's a decent, like, it's clearly a tornado. Like some you would have very small, it's so skinny, or you have a little bit of down at the ground, and then you have, it's kind of, you don't have anything in the middle, but this went all the way down. The funnel went all the way down from the clouds all the way down to the ground. That is a respectable size and visual tornado that we don't see often here in South Texas. So a lot of videos coming in.
No, we don't, and that's why a lot of people might need to rethink their emergency plans and what they need to do, especially when we also see this type of flooding.
And it's a good reminder too, to like, it could have been a lot worse, like we've said. So what do we have to do? What did we do right this time? What could you have done differently? And you think about that, what you kind of need the next time, because we're going to have another tornado in Bexar County. It's bound to happen. Hopefully they're weak, but we get them occasionally.
Yeah, and you know, it's also with weather like this, it's a good time to stay put. You know, it's always advised, if you don't have to get on the roadways, please don't. You know, we've seen some accidents throughout the morning, but also just so many closures. I think if we can take a drivetexas.org, so this is the whole statewide view of the weather conditions. I mean, and everything is just centered in our viewing area. It's just little blue dots on farm to market roads, on major highways, because so many areas areas are underwater right now.
And we flood so easily here. So like
Yeah.
whenever it rains and it comes down really quickly, we get, those low water crossings obviously really quickly. Even a lot of the construction zones, like they're treacherous. I mean, just a heavy downpour and you can have easily ponding on the roads and on major interstates that are under construction, and it could quickly become dangerous. So that's why you don't have to travel, because we're going to continue to see this rain throughout the day, on and off. Could have a little bit of a lull into the afternoon, but on and off, even into tomorrow, we're going to continue to see with this active pattern.
Looks like we have 26 closures at this time.
In Bexar County.
In Bexar County.
Which, is probably about what we see whenever we have big rain events. But now, we have a live picture from Sky Fox right now. Our first wide view of that apartment complex, the Oasis Apartments around UTSA Boulevard, following the tornado that touched down earlier just before 8 a.m. So we believe that this is going to be the most significant damage to come out of this event. But the fire department they're also at another apartment complex also in that area because of damage. But again, this one looks to be the most severe, with that roof over a good portion of it gone.
There you go. As we zoom in, you can really tell that, there was some power to that, Joe and Ashley, because, you can see right into those. You can see right into those apartments.
It's not just one. It's
is your mic on? Joe, is your mic on?
Yes.
It is on.
Oh, okay. There we go.
It should, it wasn't just one apartment, too. There's at least 5 here that, terrifying scene. If you're in that apartment, you're staying home, you want to be safe, you don't want to get on the roads, you're taking the day off, and then your roof flies off. That had to be a scene.
Can you imagine, can you imagine being in there and you're hearing the wood splintering, you're hearing everything being broken apart. And so I am still surprised that they're not reporting any injuries or not officially yet. Because it looks to me that if you were in one of those apartments and your roof went flying off, you might have been hit by something.
Yeah. A lot of wood flying around there, and you hear the roar. They say a train roar. It roars when it comes in too. So,
and this is also one of those things that the Weather Service, they're really going to look at this, aren't they?
Yeah, they're going to hopefully look at that apartment complex, and that's decent damage for sure right there. Again, we were talking about how that's higher building.
Right.
It was kind of jumping around. It was on the ground for a short period of time, and then it would kind of lift and touch down again. But that's pretty good damage.
That's some, and then just a few feet away, nothing. So classic tornado behavior where
you can see the path too.
Look at the carport. That's the carport there.
And as we continue to just kind of get the lay of the land, the damage that's been done, if we can also try and pull up some of the sound that we have listened to a little bit previously, maybe just kind of run them back to back and let us know whenever that is available, because we also have several crews that are there at this apartment complex, and they've been able to talk to several different UTSA students who live there, just kind of recalling waking up, and a lot of them, they're not from here, and kind of commenting, we didn't even know that they could have tornadoes over here.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's even shocking if you are well and familiar with the area.
Yeah. Joe, what strikes you about this, first of all?
The how much there is, and especially that carport, that's metal, so it takes a lot of strength to have that kind of damage at that carport down on the ground. Not even the roof damage. So that's. We could talk maybe now we're looking at possibly a stronger tornado.
Wow.
And look at that tree. That's about half. It looks like half of it just got wiped away.
So what you're seeing on the right is a live picture from Sky Fox of the Oasis. So this was UTSA 1604. What you were seeing on the left-hand side of your screen just a short time there ago was the rim and other apartment buildings that were damaged at the rim. But it looks like This one at UTSA and 1604, it looks like this definitely suffered the
That
most
seemed
damage.
like the most, yeah. And that was right at the beginning.
Yes.
So we've been talking about the path over and over, where it took, where it started. And, you know, it was right over UTSA. That's when the National Weather Service pulled the trigger for that tornado warning at about 7:50, 7:55 a.m. And it was right over UTSA. We watched that the rotation cross 1604 to go over by La Cantera, the Rock area. And then it crossed over to the rim by the Palladium and Bass Pro and areas like the Tribute apartment complex. We don't know how the Tribute looks, but I don't think that seems like it was worse over there, right when kind of the beginning stages of this tornado.
This could have gone into the Dominion. This could have done damage to homes in the Dominion. This could have gone to Rogers Ranch area, Chavano Park, Stone Oak, where you have so many homes and apartments very close together. But this is definitely, a scary sight.
And so much traffic on the road at that time too. 8 a.m. We've seen so many videos because there was just so many people out there. And it was a lot less than a normal Wednesday morning at 8 a.m., but it was still a lot of people out there. And, flying wood flying off the roof of those apartment complexes, I mean, that can cause fatal injury.
That's another great point is, when you have something like this, and I covered the 1999 Moore, Oklahoma tornado, which was an F5.
F5, yeah.
And there was nothing left. The houses were just foundations. Nothing was left. Cars overturned, wrapped around trees. You had 2x4s stuck inside of buildings, things like that. Nothing like that here, but when you have debris flying, when you have like what we're seeing right now, trees, we're seeing insulation, we're seeing the wood from these roofs. Anything like that flying through the air can easily cause a lot of trauma to your body if it hits you.
Yeah, terrifying. If you're driving on the highway or walking, thankfully, it was pouring rain, so there wasn't a lot of people out walking around that apartment complex. No, it looks like the dog park got hit as well. But just driving, the wood flying in the air, that could do some serious damage. And there was, looking at that photo, there was a lot of wood. You see some of the wood on the area of the roof that didn't get blown off. You see those, the 4x4s. That can kill somebody easily. So a very dangerous situation we saw, and it could have been that much worse if it was just a little stronger.
Yeah, so our first views from Skyfox of the damage following the tornado this morning, but also still keeping a very close watch in Uvalde County. I want to go live right now to Destiny Fuller joining us from another area that has just seen so much destruction, but largely because of the flooding. On the rain.
Yeah, guys, we are currently at Leona Park. You can see a little bit for itself. This is not normally what it looks like if you have never been to Leona Park, and it sits just outside of the Civic Center here in Uvalde. It's where we listen to an informational press conference. And the reason why I make that distinction is because it means we weren't able to ask any questions. They just gave us all the information that we need to know. Now, who is they? We heard from the Uvalde mayor. We heard from the Precinct 3 County Commissioner for Uvalde County. And we also heard from State Rep Don McLaughlin. They gave us an overview of what they know in between yesterday and today. Basically, what they told us is that there have been a total of 25 rescues in between yesterday and today as of 9 o'clock this morning. I asked for a split of what those numbers were broken up into. As of 8 p.m. last night, it was 24 roughly rescues and 25 today. But we did learn that the scene that we were at earlier was an active rescue, as we had already said, and they are currently working to get people out of there. It's why this press conference was so short. They were saying that there were officials in this press conference that needed to hurry up and get back out there. Now, we're expecting some more information to come throughout the rest of the evening. Luckily, there have been no fatalities, but people have been pulled primarily from their homes via helicopter and by boat. They're saying that they are expecting this lull, and they're going to take full advantage of that to try and get people out and get the information that they need, either via the Uvalde Police Department Facebook page or the Uvalde County Emergency Management Facebook page. But we're still expecting details to come throughout the rest of the evening, and they're going to take full advantage of this stop in the rain. But as Don McLaughlin said, they are expecting the rain and the flooding to come back with a vengeance, and they're trying to be as vigilant as possible. We'll send it back to you.
Destiny, really quickly, you mentioned that the rain has stopped for now. When was the last kind of big downpour you saw out there?
Let's see, if it is about 10:35 now, I'll say we were getting absolutely poured on about an hour ago, and that's when we were just outside of Uvalde within Uvalde County. We were right there on Highway 83, right by 2690. It's where we actually saw that high water rescue before county officials had even told us about it. And it was raining extremely hard. We saw some flooding on the side of the road, and apparently that flooding had made it down further because a family or a group of people was stuck and being rescued by county officials.
All right, Destiny, thank you so much. Good job this morning. We really appreciate all your work, and stay safe out there, please. So we continue to track this severe weather, and right now you're looking at another shot from Skyfox at the Oasis Apartments right at UTSA Boulevard and 1604, right near the flyover there. Kind of by the Rim, La Cantera, Fiesta, Texas. And you can see fire officials right now going through these apartments that have no roof. Joe, you're looking at this at the same time I am, and I can just imagine if you were in one of these units and this morning you just heard the roof being literally ripped apart and lifted off, that had to be terrifying for people.
Yeah, and there is nothing left. I mean, it looks like you could look in those rooms, the whole roof of the rooms and most of the apartment just completely just lifted off. Terrifying scene. And then it was pouring rain as well, so it could flood easily. You have the debris flying. That's going to be a long cleanup process for sure. Terrifying situation again. And like you said, the carports as well, down on the ground level of this apartment complex, right. They were taken down. We have tree damage, and it's not just here. It stayed on the ground. That the power flash as it moved over 1604, and then over by the Palladium. It was on the ground for a decent amount of time. For it being a weaker tornado and a setup like this, it was on the ground. It was very impressive. Tornado for this kind of environment.
Well, and Joe, also getting information, it looks like the Rock at La Cantera said they are closed today. So okay. I'm wondering.
I wonder if there's damage. Yeah,
I'm wondering the same thing. Have not heard any reports of damage at Fiesta, Texas, okay. Which is good news. But we still, want to get over to that side of La Cantera to see how things are. But right now, let's get to David Mendoza, who is right around the area, right there at the Oasis Apartments, UTSA. A lot of students living there. David, what can you tell us?
Hey, yeah, we're taking a look from up above in Skyfox now that we're able to get a better view. I'm sure you guys talked about it earlier when you guys didn't have me. But now that you got me, man, I gotta say this damage is pretty crazy for what we saw. So the time period in between when I heard this patrol officer say, hey, we have, I spot the twister, until he said it dissipated, very short amount of time. The fact that this tornado was able to rip the roof off this structure, I find absolutely incredible. And across the area, it seems to be only this apartment block that has been damaged. If I look at other apartments in the area, we see minimal roof damage here, maybe some boards up on the roof over here. If we look a little north, we also have that awning that has been completely twisted up. We see some metal shingles across the parking lot. But then again, we also have that tree that has been completely uprooted down here on the south end of this apartment complex. Crews currently out with it right now, completely uprooted from its trunks. We have crews getting this cleaned up already. So very fast response by people in the area, first responders and maintenance crews to get this whole section cleaned up. But as we go back to this apartment, it's absolutely incredible. the view from up above that it illustrates of just each one of these units having its roofs ripped off, as well as, you know, we saw the fire department in there inspecting all of the damage that this apartment block has suffered. Right now, I'm still not hearing any injuries across this whole incident. So I think we're incredibly fortunate as to you know, pretty much best case scenario for an actual tornado to touch down in the city of San Antonio. For us not to have any confirmed injuries yet, absolutely amazing. I'm going to keep my ears open. We're going to try to talk to more first responders and police, see if we can dig up anything with anybody being injured. You know, earlier I heard that possibly someone was hit by debris and had a minor injury. That's completely unconfirmed. That's just scanner traffic. We will have to confirm that with the fire department or police, but as of now, still not hearing of any injuries. I'm going to be above this area. I'll let you know if I learn anything else. Back to you, Ted.
Yeah, David, really quickly, have you been to the La Cantera side of things?
Yeah, I was actually, no, actually I can't say I was in La Cantera. I was mostly in the rim. Compared to here, the rim is not as damaged. We had some structural issues over there with some scaffolding on the side of an apartment building, but even then I did not see any roof ripped off of any structure over there though. But if I head over to La Cantera, you guys will be the first to know. Back to you.
Sounds good. And you know, as David just said, unconfirmed reports of one injury, which in itself is surprising. There are not dozens of injuries from this. When you look at these pictures, you would think, okay, somebody had to have been hurt. Somebody had to go to the hospital just by looking at the sheer destruction of this roof.
Absolutely amazing that we did not see more injuries, for sure, because something like that, and again with the wood blown off, so many things could have happened, and there's multiple apartment complexes as well. And, you know, a lot of people probably were sleeping or waking up, and this could have been your bedroom, your roof just ripped off. Not the way you want to wake up, and terrifying. And you know, in a tornado, you could also get sucked up into it if it takes off your roof as well. So a lot of what ifs, and thank goodness we are right now seeing no injuries. It's probably the best case scenario that we could have gotten with that kind of tornado that we saw.
And you know, maybe it's because we don't see this too often, but whenever it does happen, you always get a lot of looky-loos. And so again, a reminder, everyone is asked to avoid this area so that all of the necessary assessments get underway. They can make sure that everyone is safe. They, you know, can be going apartment to apartment, making sure that everyone is accounted for. And also avoid it because there's not a whole lot that's going to be open over there. We know of multiple closures. The Palladium is closed for at least today, potentially longer. Six Flags Fiesta Texas also closed today, and then the Rock at La Cantera will be closed as well. Their dog park, all of that, everyone asked to stay away.
So the Oasis is what you're looking at on the right-hand side of your screen. A lot of UTSA students call this home, and earlier we talked to a few of them about what they heard and what they saw.
I noticed the power was out, and then it just like really loud, and so I sleep next to my window, and like the building started shaking, so I looked out my window and I'm like, it's a bad thunderstorm, and then the tree just blew over, and I saw stuff like flying into the pool, and I was like, what is going on? So I honestly didn't even know it was a tornado until like after I got the alert like 10 minutes later. So I was like, the wind is really bad, and I'm from Mississippi, so it's like I didn't think there was tornadoes around here. And so, yeah, we just went outside, and then I was like, it must have been something, because there's metal and wood everywhere on the roof. We didn't know at the time, but the roof was gone.
I see light a little bit, just a little bit of lightning. All of a sudden it goes dark, like something flew over. So something flew over, and I'm like, whoa, and the building started shaking everything. And then once I go check outside, the whole pool side, everything, the roofing was just all there. The trees were there, just broke it all down.
The tree went flying across the poolway, and then next door to us, right there was a broken window. And like me, I never really experienced anything like this, honestly. So like, I didn't know what to do in the situation. And in my room, I had a leak upstairs before. And in my room, my bed, like there was water coming through my room. So I was just like, what do we do? Let's just get out. Like,
I noticed the power was out, and then it just like really loud. And so I sleep next to my window, and like the building started shaking. So I looked out my window and I'm like, it's a bad thunderstorm. And then the tree just blew over, and I saw stuff like flying into the pool, and I was like, what is going on?
It's got to be confusing,
Yeah.
especially, you know, you're groggy, you're just waking up, and then all of a sudden your roof is gone.
Yeah.
Joe, have you ever been in a tornado?
Not like that, for sure. No, I have not personally been in one. I've covered a few, but yeah, nothing like that. I mean, and they were in good spirits too. I mean,
Yeah.
probably had to be a terrifying start to your morning, and you know they're laughing about it. That's good, but could have been a much worse scene for sure. Fortunately, there's a lot of people that cannot go back to those apartments though, with their roof blown off. So we feel for them this morning because now, you know, they're gonna have to figure out what to do for at least tonight and the days ahead.
Well, and the rain on the way, they've got all their clothes, their electronics in there, things like that. I'm curious though, you know, you were talking about the tornado you slept through a couple of years ago. Does this, Ashley, to you, does this look like this caused more damage than the tornado back then? I'm wondering how this ranks in terms of tornadoes that have hit San Antonio.
So the one several years ago, I think it was 2017, February of 2017, it hit several different areas because there were 3 or 4 tornadoes that touched down that night. And so more damage in that regard because this is pretty concentrated into one area. And it was homes. It wasn't really a lot of businesses that were impacted with that last one. But you know what we'll see over the next several days also, the city does a really, really great job of helping everyone clean up. You know, I grew up in Corpus Christi, so familiar with at least tropical storms. And when trees are down there, like it's kind of everyone's has to deal with it themselves. Where in San Antonio, the city has crews out immediately, helping with all of the cleanup, clearing away all the brush, and then, you know, we see trees are always brought down. They always provide new trees to be planted, and if you're in the hardest hit areas, they give you older trees and even have people to come out and follow through and make sure the tree is healthy. And then if you're just kind of in a surrounding area, they'll offer like younger trees that might take a little bit longer, but definitely staying on top of not just the cleanup, but making sure that, you know, vegetation is brought back into the community.
I want to remind people, looky-loos, don't looky. Don't go to this area.
No looky, no loo.
No, please do not go to this apartment complex. Do not fly your drones above it, or, you know, this is a good area to avoid the RIM, UTSA right around here, because emergency crews really do need to do their work.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I did just get an update from the National Weather Service. They are trying to get out today to do the damage for San Antonio tornado. They said they looking for a break. They are possibly, you know, we're looking to see if the atmosphere can rain itself out this morning, that we can have a little bit of a lull in this activity, kind of like what we saw yesterday. And then it recharges, and then we see more activity overnight into the mornings tomorrow. It could be the same situation today. So right now they're at the National Weather Service office in New Braunfels. They're dealing with a lot of flood warnings at the current moment. If there's a little lull and a break, they could try to get some people to the RIM area, UTSA, to assess the damage from the tornado before the cleanup process gets underway. Because like we said a little while ago, it's based on damage. So the National Weather Service has to assess the damage that they see, and then they give it a rating based on the wind speed of what could have caused that damage. We saw from our Phil Sterling that the Palladium was already getting, you know, there was work crews out there already trying to clean up, which great to see, but that means that damage is not going to be assessed by the National Weather Service. So that's, you know, the earlier they can get out there, the more damage there is still to be seen, and they can give a better assessment of what we exactly saw in terms of that tornado earlier today. So there you go. There's the work crews already starting to throw some trees, clean up a little bit of a mess there. So yeah, today they are trying to get out and give a survey today. All depends on the weather if that will happen or not, but they said the earliest would be late this afternoon.
All right, yeah, so we'll find out at that point if it's a EF0, potentially bigger than that as well.
Yeah.
So now what we're going to concentrate on, since the tornado is history for now. Now what we're concentrating on is the rest of the day,
And
the
tomorrow.
rivers, the flooding overnight tonight into tomorrow. Things are just very dicey out there, Joe.
Yeah, we're only about halfway through this event, so a lot more to go and more rain to be seen. And again, we can't rule out a spin-up tornado. Right now, no tornado warnings, no rotation being monitored at the current moment. So good news there. The flood warnings, though, let's take a look at the radar and go on a radar tour across the area because we're still seeing very high rainfall rates right now. That is leading to some areas of flash flooding. The flash flood warnings are out pretty much everywhere across our viewing area, from Camp Wood, Uvalde included. Now, the city of Uvalde hasn't really seen much rain today in town. It's been mainly to your north where all the rivers are. That's where we've seen high water rescues. Highway 55 is closed. Highway 83 to Concan is closed. A lot of issues in the northern half of Uvalde County. Same thing with Medina County and Kinney County. And then it's the southern half of Edwards and Real and Bandera counties. This is where the most rain has fallen. If we go back, I think I also have it saved. Don't have the exact measurements here, but you see once you see that white, that's over 10 inches of rain. Over the pinks, over 15 inches of rain, or the lighter pink. That's where we've seen the highest rainfall. And again, this has been the area that's seen most of the rain overnight into this morning. Now it's starting to back off a little in that area in terms of rainfall intensity. As you work back to the west, this is very high rainfall rates right now, and it's training. There is a major flash flooding risk right now in parts of eastern Bandera into Kendall County, right over the city of Bernie. A lot of heavy rain, lightning. Streets reported flooded right now in Bernie as well because of just the massive deluge that is going on right now. And then as you work further to the east, where we've been tracking the tornado by the rim and much of the center of San Antonio, we're doing okay. We're kind of in a little bit of a lull. The heaviest activity has been far northwestern Bexar County, far eastern Bexar County, where we also have another flood warning from St. Hedwig back towards Seguin and New Braunfels. This is heavy rain near Guadalupe County and New Braunfels, and then moving up to the north. Now, we did have a report that, not confirmed, but there possibly be, I'm not sure if sirens are being heard in San Marcos, but there was a report of that. There is no tornado warning in that area and no rotation right now. So that's not, if you do hear a report about that, your family and friends that live in that area, there is flash flooding, but there is no tornado in that general area. Again, the heaviest rainfall right now is New Braunfels to Seguin, and then back towards Bernie, Lake Hills, just heavy torrential downpours continuing, and then it's more hit and miss lighter rain in our eastern counties. The high risk, level 4 out of 4, continues for areas out to the west. That's the greatest flood risk, moderate risk into San Antonio. Here's what the future computer models show. So we're still tracking heavy rain. Again, you see the trends. It's mainly along US 90, I-10 to the north. To the south, it's more of just a cloudy day, occasional showers for you. But the heaviest flooding rain is on the northern half of our viewing area. As we head deeper into the afternoon, here's 2:30. Notice we kind of catch a break. There's still showers out there, but the coverage and the intensity is lower. So we're backing off on the rainfall as we head into the afternoon. Mostly cloudy skies, a few showers, but less in terms of flooding rain. And then we recharge the atmosphere and do it all again tomorrow, especially the western half of our area, overnight into your Thursday morning, Western Hill Country and out towards Del Rio. So guys, we still have more to go, but right now, Bernie to New Braunfels to Seguin seeing the heaviest rain.
You mentioned Bernie, and we just got an email from our chief meteorologist, Alex Garcia. He says the entire city of Bernie is being advised to shelter in place.
Yes, my wife sent me a picture outside, and the whole street is completely flooded on our block. So it is ongoing right now, flash flooding in Bernie. Travel not recommended right now.
All right. Well, you know, why don't we take a look at some of our TransGuide cameras? Okay. Let's just go through the rotation just to get an idea of the conditions. I know we don't necessarily have control over what areas we're looking at. So I-10 at Medical, fairly dry. see the view from 1604 at Bulverde Road, definitely more of a wet situation over there. Now we are seeing closures because of high water on the roadways. So let me get to some of those. Sorry, there are so many dots on this map that it's hard to say. 35 Frontage Road south between 410 and Frostbank Center, flooding because of Salado Creek. High water on I-10 west at 1604. The two left lanes are closed, but it's the opposite direction really that Joe was just mentioning over there.
Yeah, and we also just got word, people living along Cibolo Creek in the heart of Bernie, Evergreen, Yolana, and West San Antonio Avenue areas. They're asking them to voluntarily evacuate now or prepare to shelter in place as water levels continue to rise. Crews are closing River Road in all directions. So River Road is currently shut down and emergency crews are actively conducting water rescues. They say if you live along River Road, you should seek higher ground immediately if it's safe to do so. All right, so this is getting very, very dangerous.
Yeah, very serious. We're seeing more pictures come from Bernie as well, and it's the streets are flooded and a lot of the yards, everything underwater right now. Rivers flowing through people's yards at the current moment. Let's take a look at the radar right now because let's see what's ahead. Is there a break possibly coming for Bernie? And the answer right now is no. We have a lot of heavy rain, and it just keeps building on itself here in far northwestern Bexar County and the southern Kendall County. And then there's more back here that's trending up into Bernie as well. So this just this relentless heavy rain flowing right into the center of Bernie. River Road's right downtown there. It was high yesterday. I was out there yesterday, and it was over the dam. The water was flowing. And now we're just seeing that torrential rain. We've picked up on over 4 inches of rain again today. So the total in Bernie now is approaching 10 inches over the past 24 hours and a lot more rain to go. So that's heavy downpours. And right now it is not showing any signs of letting up. We're trying to see if maybe this little area can push a little further north and try to get in this dry slot. But right now, I mean, this one's going to come in from the west, and then another area here from the south. So it is not going to let up anytime soon right now in Bernie. We're talking heavy rain continuing here at least for the next 30 minutes to an hour. And we'll see if we can get a dry slot in there. But right now, serious situation ongoing. Flash flooding occurring right now.
That is going to be a huge problem out there. I want to talk to Vivian. Are you in the booth right now? Okay. We just got an email from Morgan. It's a video from someone named Marlon RM, and it's the best video that I have seen yet on the tornado. So if we could, let me know when we get that, if we can get that, because and I want Joe to see this and weigh in on this because it's excellent footage of the tornado at the rim this morning. But going back to Bernie and the situation there. Over the next 24 hours, how much more rain do you think Bernie will pick up?
So it really depends on where we could. Let's take a look at the latest computer model. I think I have it loaded up here. Okay, if we could full screen this a little bit more. This is just our in-house computer model. And you don't want to really take these numbers, half inch in Bernie. That's not going to happen. They can pick up on that in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But you notice, I would take some of these higher totals and then move it, really anywhere in this general area, and that's the potential. So we could easily pick up on another 5 to 10 inches of rain if we see it, sit over one general area. So we can't take this for granted. These numbers are a little lower than earlier because we've seen so much rain here the past few hours. So we're a little further on in the event, but we're still putting out numbers that are over 5 inches of rain. Look, Camp Wood throwing out over 5 inches. There's probably, you see these yellow shaded areas? That's 7, 8, maybe even 10 inches of rain that could fall, not just here, it could fall here, it can fall in San Antonio, it could fall really anywhere. So that is the potential that we're watching. So a lot more rain could come. Hopefully we get on that dry slot, we get kind of a break in the afternoon, but at least for the next 30 minutes or so, it is not going to let up in Bernie.
I was just checking the flood gauges for Cibolo Creek near Bernie. So around this time yesterday, it was slightly above 8 feet. And the last reading is it's up to a little over 14 feet right now.
Yeah, it continues to rise. Let me go back to the radar and we'll look at some of these. You know, it just continues. Even, you know, New Braunfels, Seguin, it's a little less high rainfall rates than what we see in Bernie right now, but that is some very heavy rain pushing to the north as well. And then you work into Bandera County and Kendall counties. I mean, it's just torrential downpours. You notice the lightning as well. When you see the lightning, it's just strengthening. So we're not really seeing it let up at all in this general area. If you start to see that, you know, the lightning strikes back off completely, that's a weakening storm. But right now, there's a lot of lift in this area, and it's just continuing to train over the same areas. That's the flash flooding risk. We've been seeing it. We've been saying this throughout the week. This is situations like that, and that's what we're seeing right now. Earlier this morning, it was Uvalde County, Medina County. It's now into Bernie at the current moment, and again, it does not look to be lessening up anytime soon. Area of low pressure out to the west, and this area is just going to continue to spin and just produce more showers and thunderstorms. We're going to have much more on the weather threat coming up right now. We'll be right back.
Fox News Midday with Ashley Sutton, Ted Garcia, and First Warning Weather with meteorologist Brad Souter. Puro San Antonio. And now, First Warning Weather with meteorologist Joe DiCarlo.
Well, we're continuing to track those flash flood warnings right now, and they continue to just multiply on themselves and continue to just move throughout the area as we continue to see these high rainfall rates. So the warnings where we've seen the highest river rise, the West Nueces River at Brackettville, that's in major flood stage, Highway 55 between Campwood and Uvalde, and then Highway 83 between Uvalde and Concan, impassable because of the high rain. The good news in terms of the rainfall is that it's backing off right now for at least the time being out to the west. So a little light rain still around Camp Wood to Utopia, areas like that, Lakey, Concan, but it's a lot less heavy than it was a little while ago. The most concerning part of the system right now is right over areas north and west of San Antonio, from Medina Lake to Bandera to Bernie. That's where we're seeing high rainfall rates at the moment. There are images coming in of neighborhoods that are flooded, streets are flooded, River Road is closed in Bernie, and there's a shelter in place for the city of Bernie right now because of this high rainfall rate that just sits over town. It is just deluging right over the city right now. So that is the main concern that we're seeing right now in our viewing area would be Bernie. Then as you work towards New Braunfels, the St. Hedwig, this is moderate to heavy rain as well. Same thing near Seguin. All of these red shaded areas are flash flood warnings that do continue here for the next few hours. So we're continuing to watch these training thunderstorms that are just not letting up. And we're going to continue to see the same thing over and over again through the next several hours before we start to see maybe a lull later on this afternoon. But it's got to rain itself out before we get there. Right now, it's not showing much signs of lessening up, except areas out west starting to slow down a little bit. Also, Gonzales starting to get in on a little rain as well. More hit and miss down towards Kennedy to Victoria. The highest risk of flooding today, areas out west, but we have a moderate risk, level 3 out of 4, back into the San Antonio metro. Here's future radar, continuing to track those heavy thunderstorms through about 2 p.m. Then you notice it kind of backs off by 2 to 3. We start to see more of a lull. The atmosphere gets really worked over from the rain this morning. Should have a little bit of a break for most areas in the afternoon. Still tracking a little rain, but it's a lot less on coverage the afternoon and the evening. Then the atmosphere is going to recharge and we're going to see more storms develop overnight. That does favor the western half of our area. Flooding rain into Thursday morning, especially across the western hill country, areas along the Rio Grande. And then into the afternoon, it becomes more isolated and we start to dry out by the time we get towards Friday and the weekend. How much rain? Don't fixate on a specific location because this heavier total could really be anywhere in this general area. So we could see 5 to 7 inches or so or more in a few locations, especially across the hill country. That is still to fall on top of the rain that we've already seen. So we are continuing to track a very volatile situation right now. especially in Bernie, which is the major area right now that we're watching that flooding rain that just trains over the same general areas, and it's not really letting up at the current moments. Guys.
All right, meteorologist Joe DiCarlo, thank you so much. It has been a very, very busy morning here.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to wrap everything up. You know, a lot of the attention early on had been west of the city. Uvalde County has been a big concern, flooding, a lot of rescues underway. The current concern is in Bernie because of flooding, and most of the city told to shelter in place.
Shelter in place mode, exactly. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We've also been following a tornado touchdown in San Antonio. Most of the damage right now looks like the UTSA area at 1604 and also the Rim. Let's go to Christina De Leon, who is at the Oasis apartment complex at 1604 and UTSA to see how things are going there. Christina.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I want to show you what it looks like here from the outskirts of the Oasis. Look at that damage from the roof. If you wanted to see what a tornado did on a rooftop there is your first-hand look. We were inside earlier, then asked to leave, but I want to show you the roof, and you can kind of get a better glimpse of that damage from the tornado, the major roof damage here outside the Oasis apartments here at UTSA Boulevard. You can see the wind just ripping the shingles off one of the buildings here and the side of a second building here. We want to show you the front of the building here at the Oasis off UTSA Boulevard. Battalion Chief telling Fox SA that between 52 to 56 units in all were damaged by the storms and the winds and that tornado as it made its way through. The high-end apartment occupied by UTSA students here for the most part. And I want to show you the back end of the apartments here. I got some video before we left. The twisted metal and debris that went flying out around the pool area. You can see even more damage on the back end of the apartments where the pool lies. There's a lot of metal damage, some parts of trees that landed on cars there too, some of the damage from the back end of the apartments, and even more destruction from behind there. Now, we spoke to students who live here and heard everything as it came through. And here's what some of these UTSA football players had to tell us about this tornado that came by.
I noticed the power was out, and then it just like really loud, and so I sleep next to my window, and like the building started shaking, so I looked out my window and I'm like, it's a bad thunderstorm, and then the tree just blew over, and I saw stuff like flying into the pool, and I was like, what is going on? And so
a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, we're about to speak to the fire department and get some updated.
Yeah, so we're told firefighters are working with the Red Cross and UTSA to find a new place to stay for those who need a temporary shelter. Again, we're told between 52 to 56 units who need a temporary shelter as now the cleanup process gets underway, possibly buses that will be brought in to find them a new home for now, because there will be a lot of cleanup, as you can see, with all of the damage that was sustained as a result of that tornado that just ripped through these high-end luxury apartments here along UTSA Boulevard. Reporting live here on the city's northwest side, I'm Christina De Leon, Fox SA. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Christina, thank you. We want to show you that we just got in from Marland RM of the tornado, and this is new video. And Joe, I was wanting you to see this too. This is probably the best angle or the best view that we've had of the tornado so far. And if you are just joining us, this is the tornado that we believe basically started kind of at the Oasis Apartments where Christina just was, went up toward La Cantera, across I-10, and then did some damage at the Rim. And so, Joe, when you look at this, I mean, that's a pretty good shot of this tornado.
Yeah, I think, you know, looking at that, it looks like that's I-10 right there, and it looks like it's facing towards La Cantera. That looks like over there by Six Flags, and La Cantera's on the hill on the top of the resort. And that was possibly when it crossed I-10 to hit the Rim. That's what I think I see. It's hard to get that bearing. A lot of trees in that shot, but looking at that, that's what I would think. But that's a tornado on the ground. Again, we've been seeing many areas in the northwest side of the city that saw damage. Started at UTSA, like you mentioned, crossed 1604, went over there by the La Cantera, had a power flash in the La Cantera area, kind of by the Rock. And then it crossed I-10, it hit the rim. There's damage at the Santikos,
right.
At the Palladium and the by the Bass Pro Shops. Also got somebody on my Facebook page that said that their in-laws were, they lived right behind the Lifetime Fitness over there, and they also got hit by the tornado as well. So that whole general area, multiple areas that we see damage, and then we have reports of being hit by the tornado or multiple videos coming in from that area as well. We can really piece together exactly what happened between about 7:50 and 8:10, 8:15 this morning.
Yeah, that's when it all started, and you know, since then we've hit the ground running because we have multiple flash flood warnings. We have entire cities. We were talking about Boerne, the entire city of Boerne being advised to shelter in place at this time.
And especially if you are along waterways. So those living along Cibolo Creek in the heart of Boerne, Evergreen, Yolana, and West San Antonio Avenue are being asked to voluntarily evacuate. So the Kendall County Department of Emergency Management issued that in the last 15-20 minutes or so. And then I also just saw a little bit farther west in Uvalde, the Uvalde Police Department now advising anyone who lives along rivers, creeks to prepare, go ahead and get ready for possible evacuations because of ongoing flooding. And both of those areas have just received a tremendous amount of rain in the past 24 hours.
And you're seeing more video there of the tornado that touched down near the rim with that power flash. We're telling people to avoid the area. There is a lot of damage in that area right now, especially to the apartments in that area, also to some restaurants and the Santikos Theater. And Joe, as we look at this video, we first saw this at what time?
Around 7:50 or so, 7:50, 7:55 is when the National Weather Service issued the warning. Lasted till about 8:30. That was where the warning was. That's when it moved up towards Fair Oaks Ranch. But it was really between about 7:50 and 8:15 or so that we saw. That's when we were tracking it. We were live on air before the warning was issued. We mentioned we were watching the National Weather Service chat. We were watching the velocity signature of the rotation in Bexar County. And it said, we're going to get a tornado warning. The National Weather Service said, we're issuing it. So we were on already. We were in the middle of the weather. And then right in the middle of it, they issued that tornado warning. And we watched it cross from UTSA to, we had David Mendoza out there along 1604 trying to get a shot of it as well, as it crossed into La Cantera and then eventually into the rim. So we were tracking it step by step as it moved through. Right now, though, let's take a look. Do we have our David Mendoza shot? Can we pull that up full screen? I see it on our monitor right now. He is headed I-10 westbound towards Boerne. And take a look at those clouds in the distance. You could just see, you could see the rain shaft out there. You could just see it's deluging right now in Boerne. He's about to by Ralph Fair Road and I-10 as she works to the west. And you just see those dark clouds. It looks like he's about to turn a little bit. The highway takes a little left turn. You could really see just those dark clouds that continue to stream into Boerne right now with that very heavy rainfall. Once he gets past this bridge, you should be able to see a little bit better in terms of that shot. But he is headed up into the Boerne area right now because we have ongoing flash flooding at the moment. Let me take you to the radar and what we're seeing right now, because it's a very serious situation right now in the city of Boerne because of that heavy rain. Now, multiple flash flood warnings. We've been tracking it all morning west of San Antonio. We had a tornado warning. We had 3 tornado warnings, one in Uvalde County, one in Medina and Frio counties, and one in the Bexar County that hit the rim. And then we had one last night in Bexar County as well, but this one was a confirmed tornado. But the flash flood warnings, they continue right now. Less on the rainfall rate right now. Camp Wood to Hondo. This is starting to see a little heavier rain right now on the east side of Hondo, but for the most part, areas out west are calming down for the moment. The most serious situation that we're watching right now is this area right in here that has it just keeps developing on itself. And it's training over the same areas, Lake Hills, Pipe Creek to Bernie, and it's just coming down in absolute buckets right now. Flash flood warnings everywhere in here, and that's where we're seeing the worst of the flooding ongoing right now, and it's showing no signs of letting up in Bernie right now. East side of San Antonio, starting to see more thunderstorm development. Around the rim where we saw the tornado, it's been fairly quiet. Same thing on the west side of the city. We've been fairly quiet here the past few hours. Going to continue with the rain chance through the day, but for right now, areas to the west and the west side doing pretty good in terms of not seeing much rain. But it's east side, New Braunfels to Seguin, heavy rain, and continuing to see these training storms work to the north. But the most serious situation, again, right now is in Bernie, Pipe Creek to Bernie, and all throughout Kendall County into far eastern Bandera County. So let's take a look again at David Mendoza's shot as he gets closer up into that area right now. You see the traffic coming in. We're gonna see in a few minutes he's gonna get towards the Bernie area, and we'll see more of that flooding. But you just see those dark skies and this treacherous road conditions for sure right now as he gets closer to that area. But a lot going on this morning, guys, from the tornado warnings to the ongoing flash flooding. It's been a lot, and we are not done. We're only about halfway through with this event.
And you know, the city of Bernie, they just posted a video that they've been sharing with the community, but just widespread flooding there. Everyone asked to shelter in place. So the intersections of Herf Road and River Road, which is a big hub in the area, is currently underwater.
All right, let's toss to David Mendoza, who is in road cam. David, how's it going out there? What are you seeing?
Hey, yeah, so 10 West right now, headed into Bernie. Road's getting very wet, a lot of ponding on the road. Look at the sky right now. Just passing under Fair Oaks Parkway, the bridge right here, there is a lot of water on the road. The sky almost looks greenish, if you will, so very distinct. Nasty looking sky. Rain is really starting to come down. Now, responding to reports of all this flooding in Bernie, I looked at a traffic map before heading up here, seeing a lot of yellow all over their roadways. I'm going to try to avoid staying off the frontage roads as long as I can. I'm seeing a lot of water on the frontage roads here, but headed westbound right now, going slower than the 70-mile-an-hour listed speed limit because there is so much water on the road right now. I can barely see 50 feet in front of me. The rain is really intensifying right now. As I look over to my left and my right, you see these frontage roads, a lot of water on them. Really, these cars on the frontage roads over here flicking up a lot of water, mostly on my left side. So in the eastbound frontage road of I-10, looks like there's a lot of water built up. Look up here to my right. I'm not sure if my camera can register it, but over here down on my right on the frontage road, we have a number of vehicles crossing through this higher water right now, entering the highway. Now these look like some lifted trucks that are actually making their way on the highway. Tons of water coming down right now. No wonder we are under a flash flood warning. Looking really bad right here, but I'll keep you updated as I make my way into Bernie. Back to you guys at the station.
Right now, as he's approaching Bernie, he's moving into Kendall County at the moment, and yeah, this is going to get worse, unfortunately, for David as he continues to work into the city of Bernie. There's multiple pictures and videos coming from the city that shows just a lot of the streets completely flooded, and you guys were mentioning River Road closed as well. So David's right about here, entering Kendall County, entering the city of Bernie. And look at just this heavy rain. I mean, it's not showing any signs of letting up. We're trying to get a little bit of a dry slot to move a little further to the north. But once this maybe moves north, we're going to have this little area, which just keeps building on itself. It's just going to flow right into Bernie. So we're not really seeing anything that says this is going to stop raining anytime soon. I mean, it's just going to continue to keep coming down in buckets. We're talking 3+ inches of rain per hour falling right now. and it is a very dangerous scene on I-10. Maybe just keep David's shot up for a little bit. We could talk over his shot. He's next to some semis right now, and that's I've been in that situation. It is not a situation you want to be in. Very dangerous right now on I-10. If you're in the city of Boerne, shelter in place. That's what the city says, and that's exactly what we see right now. Let's go over to David's shot if we can. Not sure if we, there it is. Yeah, guys, look at this. This is just, you don't want to be on the road if you don't have to. Unfortunately, there's quite a bit of people out there. I thought maybe there would be less, but it's decently busy for it coming down as much as it is. Travel not recommended right now.
All right, Joe, we continue our team coverage. Of course, we have reporters all over the place, all over South Texas right now.
That live picture, though, from David is just making me nervous because I'm also trying to read the latest that's coming out of Boerne. But again, the whole city asked to shelter in place, and they're warning, you know, all these areas have the kind of usual suspects that we expect will flood whenever it rains. But in Boerne, areas that normally do not flood can or will be flooded soon. So,
well, why don't we get to Destiny Fuller, who is actually out in Uvalde right now. Looks like, Destiny, it looks like you've got a situation behind you.
Yeah, Ted, that's definitely one way to put it. We are at one of the parks here in Uvalde. It's right outside of the Civic Center that I told you about a little bit earlier. I wasn't able to give you guys as close of a look as I would have wanted to, but now we've been able to make it down here. So here it is. This is a street. It's East Nepal Street. You're supposed to be able to drive from that end down to that end. Can't do that. There's a little bit of a situation as you described it, water completely taking over this bridge. There's also supposed to be a walkway here from where I'm standing to get to the opposite side of the street. You can see it here because it hasn't been covered with water yet, but it looks to be going that way. There's supposed to be a sidewalk this way that connects you across the park and for people to get around. There's just so much water here. It's even taken over what is supposed to be the Rotary Amphitheater. You can see by the sign, there's been a lot of debris. The water was quite high earlier, and those steps are a little bit of an indicator of what's supposed to be there, but what you don't see because it's all covered by water. Now, I will note that the ground is soaked. So if more rain comes, I would not be surprised at all if this continues to flood. You can see it's ponding here and in other areas that, I mean, the water has since receded, but when we were listening to that informational press conference earlier and State Rep Don McLaughlin was speaking, he said that the rain is going to come back, and it's going to come back with a vengeance. And he says that on top of that, they're expecting flooding to come back with a vengeance. This is an up-close look about what's already here, but when we were coming through, we were talking to someone who said that it was so much worse yesterday. Now, I don't know what the future holds, but with more rain, I don't expect the situation to get any better than it is right now.
Destiny Fuller live there in Uvalde. Thank you so much. Please stay safe. And we are staying on top of everything. We've got to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Live, this is Fox News Midday.
And we are back with our severe weather coverage this morning. A wild ride for a trucker trapped by fast-moving floodwaters.
Yeah, 51-year-old Gabriel Pablo says he was driving from Fresno, California to pick up a load when his big rig was swept away near Uvalde. So he was able to capture this video after he crawled onto the roof of his cab, and right now it's going viral. Fox SA's Darian Trotter was able to speak with him as he relived these very tense moments.
My truck, it's a heavy truck, and it was sweeping like nothing.
What did you do?
I just unbuckled, trying to open my window on the right side on the passenger because the water was coming on my driver's side. So I tried to open my window, and it's electric and didn't go down. So, oh, should I have to open my window? And then the water started coming in.
So you rolled the window down and the water got in the cab of the truck where you sit?
Yeah.
Wow, what'd you do?
At that point, I said, you know what? I better do something. So what I did is just get out of the window and just wait. And the truck was start sweeping, going fast. And I said, oh, man.
You climbed on top?
And then when the truck stops, because he got stuck on two trees, in between two trees, I'm just amazed that how things can happen in a second. And that's all I think, like, man, how things can change in 1 minute, 1 second.
All right, and that was Darian Trotter talking to that very lucky gentleman.
Yeah, so the cab of like an 18-wheeler is typically 6 to 10 feet tall, to give a little more frame of reference of how quickly that water or how high it rose. And we know that Uvalde County has gone to at least 25 different high water rescues. So this just one of those. Yeah. And that was only as of 9 a.m. And the flood concerns continue there, and they were actively responding to other high water rescues as they provided that update just about an hour and a half ago.
Let's get to Joe DiCarlo now with an update on our weather.
And now, First Warning Weather with meteorologist Joe DiCarlo.
Well, guys, we are tracking a very fluid situation and dangerous situation right now in the city of Boerne. That is where we're seeing the greatest amount of flash flooding across our area. We have multiple flash flood warnings ongoing right now, but areas out west starting to go through a little bit of a lull. There are a lot of high rivers, rivers going up, a lot of creeks and streams that are in flood stage. Highway 55 between Uvalde and Camp Wood closed because of water on the road. Same thing with Highway 83 north of Uvalde headed towards Concan. That is closed as well because of high water on the roads. And we saw our Destiny Fuller out there as well with some streets that are flooded. The good news is the coverage of rain has really backed off recently out to the west. But this is where we're watching right now, the most dangerous part of this storm. Northeast of Hondo, up towards Lake Hills, Medina Lake, right into the city of Boerne, where it is just downpouring right now and continues to just train over the city. And we're talking rainfall rates over 3 inches per hour. We have our David Mendoza right now in road cam in Boerne. David, it looks like a definitely serious situation ongoing right now. What are you seeing up there?
Oh yeah, so I am in Boerne right now. I'm alongside Frederick Creek. It looks like a lot of these roads are closed right now. Frederick Creek is quick moving, and it's overtaking roadways right now. We've seen a lot of people out walking, kind of surveying the area, but just making my way into Boerne. There also might be some sort of police situation. Looked like we had a stalled out vehicle on the side of the frontage road as soon as you make your way into Boerne. I'm unable to access the other side of Boerne right now because they do have blockades up right now. But man, as I look at Cibolo Creek right here, I'll have to most likely get a still shot up. It's completely overtaken the roadway. I'm unable to actually see the flood gauge, so it looks like Frederick Creek to Cibolo Creek, the rivers are overflowing right now, or the creeks are overflowing right now. Seeing a lot of water in the area, but I'm gonna try to make my way around and sort of bypass, see if there's any high enough bridge that'll let me get across this, so I can give give you a better view. I'm also going to try to make my way to downtown Boerne, see how that's faring for the moment. But we are seeing fast-moving waters and blocked roads right now. I'll keep you updated with what else I come across out here. Back to you.
All right, well, thank you, David. That is a scary situation right now. Flash flooding. The city of Boerne is under a shelter in place. So do not get on the roads right now in Boerne because we have torrential downpours and flooding. You saw the Cibolo Creek rising as well. River Road is closed in Boerne, and we also have reports of possible evacuations or so. We're not exactly certain on the river, but Cibolo Creek right now, River Road is closed. Shelter in place in the city of Boerne because we're going to continue to see that high rainfall rate over the next few. Does not show any signs of letting up. We're going to continue to look at the radar, track the situation in Boerne. There it is right now. We have that ongoing, just relentless heavy rain over Lake Hills to Pipe Creek to Boerne right now. Travel not recommended. Shelter in place again if you are in the city of Boerne as this continues to flow in. That high rainfall rates that we saw from our David Mendoza shot, streets are flooded right now, so it is a dangerous situation. Back to the east, eastern Bexar County, St. Hedwig up towards Schertz, New Braunfels. This is a pocket of heavy rain as well that is also trending to the north, and these are all flash flood warnings that continue here even into the afternoon. We're going to continue to see this as we just see more heavy thunderstorms train over the same areas with high rainfall rates. That could lead to flash flooding. So that's the situation. Down to the south, it's drier, more isolated as you work to the east. But right now, Boerne is getting hit the hardest right now out of our viewing area. The excessive rainfall risk continues today. High risk to the west, moderate risk in the San Antonio and Boerne. We'll have much more on the situation. We're tracking the radar from the Fox SA Weather Center. Stay with us.
Fox News Midday with Ashley Sutton, Ted Garcia, and First Warning Weather with meteorologist Brad Souter. Puro San Antonio.
Well, we continue to follow and cover the ongoing threat of flash flooding. Rain continues to fall. A big focus right now on the city of Boerne. Now, the city has posted a video giving some of the latest information and shared that there's an automatic rain gauge near Boerne City Lake. Yesterday, it recorded 6 inches of rain. Already today, it has recorded another 6 inches of rain, and it's still coming down.
Yeah, still coming down in buckets. We're talking 3+ inches per hour rainfall rates. So if that continues, we're going to add up very quickly. So it's a very fluid scene right now in Boerne, and that is where we're seeing the heaviest rain. Everywhere across South Texas right now, we have multiple flash flood warnings, but you notice the heaviest rain sitting right about here, right over the city of Boerne, and it is just training in. So unfortunately, we're not, right now this is a live shot from our David Mendoza. Can we talk to David by chance? No, we cannot talk to him at the current moment, but you see multiple, a lot of ambulances going down. We saw him, he was along Main Street near River Road. River Road is closed. The Cibolo Creek is flooding at the current moment. He is trying to get as close as he can. He's trying not to interfere with anything going on. There are reports of water rescues, so we are watching that carefully right now. He is getting us these great shots as close as he can get, but it is a dangerous situation. Again, shelter in place right now for the city of Boerne. So let me zoom into the radar right now, and you can see, look, Boerne's just in the middle of this red. All of Kendall County really is right now. Flood warning continues, and it's just training in. Medina Lake right about here. Medina Lake's now, just an update on the lake level real quick. It is over 10% full now, 10.8% full. That's the highest it's been since the summer of 2022. So there is good news with the lake levels with some of this, but the danger right now is the flash flooding. So it's stretching right now. The heaviest rain from Lake Hills and Medina Lake to Pipe Creek, to Boerne, back towards Bergheim, up towards Candalia, areas right here. So northwestern San Antonio, we had that tornado earlier near the rim. This is light to moderate rain from the rim to Stone Oak to Hollywood Park. But then as you cross out of Bexar County and head into Comal and Kendall counties, this is where it's just downpouring with that high rainfall rate. And again, Boerne's sitting right in the middle. And, you know, we try to get some of that dry air in, but this activity is moving in, and this is going to take at least another hour or so before this is able to stretch through Boerne. So it was very high. We had red. It went back to yellow. It's calmed down a little, but this looks right here. You see a little uptick in lightning right over Pipe Creek. That's headed towards Boerne. That's a sign of a strengthening storm. So you may see the rainfall back off with the intensity a little in the city of Boerne right now, but it's about to pick back up again as this second little batch begins to move in. We do have our David Mendoza. Let's go talk to him right now. David, you're driving around Boerne at the current moment. We've seen a lot of emergency vehicles from your shots. What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, Joe, it looks like Boerne is mobilizing for a serious situation. I saw 5 paramedic units, a very large inpatient paramedic unit that just passed me moments ago, along with some other SUVs, all first responders headed towards downtown Boerne. Now, I'm unable to get through downtown Boerne on South Main right now. They have a lot of road closures. That's no surprise because we've seen Cibolo Creek and Frederick Creek in that area really rising fast, really fast waters as well. A lot of water on the ground, a lot of ponding. Definitely heavy rainfall. Now the rain is picking up again. There was just a lull, a brief 5-minute lull. It's now starting to pick up again. We're seeing a lot of rain out here, definitely dangerous conditions, and I would definitely advise to shelter in place at the moment. Not looking good whatsoever pretty much throughout the whole city from what I've been able to see, especially if you live in the lower lying areas near these creek beds. Man, you gotta either get out or think quick because this rain is no joke up here. Potentially life-threatening, very dangerous. Stay safe, shelter in place if you have to. Definitely don't leave your house and get out on the roads. I am a trained professional out here working for the news and covering this, exercising the utmost care and caution as I'm doing this coverage as well. I'm going to try to make my way into downtown by going around. South Main is closed right now. I had multiple crews out there on the bridge overlying Cibolo Creek tell me, don't turn around, get out of here. But I'm going to take this street over here to see if I can make my way into downtown, see where those paramedic units are mobilizing. I'm not sure at the moment. We're going to try to figure that out and see if they have an ongoing situation. I will keep you updated to the best of my ability and let you know what's happening in Boerne. Back to you, Joe.
All right, thanks, David. We're going to continue to watch his shot as he drives around Bernie and looks to try to make it into downtown to give you a better view of the Cibolo Creek and what is going on right now. But we've seen multiple ambulances, a lot of emergency personnel right now. This is Main Street. He's turning to the right, but you saw it was kind of backing up because I think that's where they have it closed as you work down towards the Cibolo Creek. The Cibolo Creek is flooding. There's a lot of homes along the Cibolo Creek right now. River Road is closed. I'm not sure the emergency personnel is on the scene. Not sure exactly what's happening along the creek, how much it's rising. It's definitely flooded. We saw that from a quick shot David got. But there are a lot of homes that back up to this creek. So it's a fluid situation right now, a dangerous situation currently in the city of Bernie as the rain just continues relentlessly. Let's go back to the radar. Let me go back to Bernie. And here's where we're seeing right now. So David's trying to get right downtown. We have that heavier. He said there was a little lull. Like we mentioned, there was red and it went a little yellow. So calm down a bit. But as you work to the southwest, this lightning is just nonstop. This lightning is, especially when it's so frequent, that shows a strengthening storm. It does not show a storm that's going to die anytime soon. And with the uptick in lightning, that shows that it's strengthening. So there's heavier rain moving into right around 46 west of Bernie from Pipe Creek to Bernie. That's where the heaviest rain is now, and that's going to be moving right towards the city. So we're not talking about Bernie drying out anytime soon. We have at least another hour of just torrential downpours on the way for the city of Bernie. So we're watching that carefully. San Antonio, we're doing really good. We're dry at the moment from downtown, south side. Even inside 410 for the most part is dry. As you work outside 410 to 1604, we have heavier rain from Hollywood Park to St. Hedwig, Schertz, Cibolo. That area, that's some heavy rain right now. So flash flood warnings continue in this area. 35, I'm sure, is a mess. New Braunfels to Seguin, heavy rain as well. So now this is pockets. It comes and then it lightens up and then it comes again. So we have flooding issues from New Braunfels to Seguin that we're watching, but it's not relentless. Like Bernie just hasn't gotten out of it in the past hour or so, and we're not expecting them to. So that's why Bernie right now is the most serious situation at the moment, because there's just no lull. It just continues on and on. So that's what we're watching right now. Further down to the south, more additional showers. And it's raining in our eastern counties. Now, areas out here haven't really seen much in terms of the rainfall, so it's hit and miss as you work into Kennedy and Goliad, Cuero, just some light rain. The greatest risk of flooding is areas out to the west. That's what we've seen in Uvalde County, Medina County. Back towards Del Rio and Eagle Pass, we haven't seen much so far. Your event is more tonight into tomorrow morning as the bulk of the energy starts to move a little further west. But we've been quiet so far from Del Rio to Eagle Pass. Here's how future radar may look as we head towards 1 p.m., continuing to track those pockets of heavy rain, especially in the hill country. That's where we're watching for the greatest risk of flooding. You see that's still hanging on here, 1, 2 p.m. Now by 3, our computer models want to have the storms rain themselves out. So the atmosphere will become worked over. We may see a lull the middle of the afternoon into the evening. You notice not much around the I-35 corridor in San Antonio. We still have some showers and thunderstorms. That's when we start to see some activity out towards Eagle Pass and Del Rio, but not much further east you head. Now the atmosphere will try to reload as we head towards tonight, and we may see more pockets of heavy rain. This looks more scattered, but look at that. That was the latest update here, and that is not a good update. As we head towards the middle, this is 3 a.m. This is another flooding signal across the hill country with torrential downpours. And look, it doesn't move very much. So more flooding concerns, especially if you're in the hill country tonight into tomorrow morning. And then we'll start to become more scattered into tomorrow evening, but we're still tracking rain chances even towards tomorrow night. Before Friday, we start to wind things down. This is the latest computer model, and it's still throwing out some 8 to 10 inch totals. Utopia to Kerrville, Rock Springs. Now this could be anywhere. This could shift a little east and be right over Bernie and give us even more than we have right now, or over San Antonio. But the trend is mainly to the west. The hill country has the greatest risk. Flooding rain continues all day. Temperatures Going to be in the 70s. Alert day today and tomorrow. We will dry out by the end of the week into next weekend. But guys, it's a lot going on. We had the tornado warnings. We have multiple flash flood warnings. The situation in Boerne. It's been a busy morning. It's going to continue to be a busy day.
All right, Joe, and we will be here for it. Our team will be here for it. Right now, let's get to Phil Sterling, who was out at the rim where that tornado touched down earlier this morning. Phil, what have you learned?
Yeah, guys, I mean, there's been extensive destruction from this tornado. Just take a look behind me. I mean, look at this tree that's fallen here in the parking lot of the Palladium, completely uprooted it here. It was about a foot into the ground. Look at those roots just torn up right there. And the tree isn't the only thing that fell. I mean, we have stop signs and all the other trees that have fallen right in front of Potbelly Sandwich Shop. I saw some workers in there. It looks like they're just trying to figure out what they're gonna do next after all this damage hit the outside of their store. It's difficult to get into the store right now. Well, they do have a door on the side, but if you were planning on using the area to eat over there, it's really just has a lot of foliage in there at the moment. And on the other side is a sushi store that saw a lot of its shading destroyed and a lot of its tables shattered. Now, if you come with me over here, you can see the Palladium on the other side. This is where most of the crews are working. They're actually putting up a fence right now outside of the Palladium. They've been taking drywall that was destroyed on the exterior of the building and breaking it up, putting it into piles, if you can see them from here, and also dumping some of the drywall from the top balcony down to the bottom so they can put them in those piles. Also, crews working to chop up those trees, a lot of this foliage that's around here. As of now, we've been here for a few hours. They still did not get to this part of Potbelly Sandwich Shop, but I'm sure that's on their list of things to do. Back to you guys.
Yeah, much of that area closed today. Everyone advised to avoid the area after that tornado touched down just before 8 a.m. So we're also, the major concern right now is the Boerne area.
Right.
And the amount of rain that they are getting right now, they haven't seen since 2015. And that was when we had the catastrophic floods over the Memorial Day weekend. So the Boerne area saw severe flooding at that time. And the city warning everyone, please shelter in place. If you're near creeks, find higher ground. You won't be able to get on a roadway at this point. Even roadways that normally do not flood are flooded right now.
All right, so we are going to continue our coverage in a moment. It is 11:46. We'll be right back.
Mic check. I'm going to do a live interview if that's cool with you. Cool. All right. Sorry, I don't
Well, we are continuing our team coverage right now of the ongoing flooding threat and a true life-threatening situation unfolding in the city of Boerne right now. Everyone is told to shelter in place. Many roadways are closed, and if you're in the low-lying areas along any creeks, please find higher ground. Now, that is also where we find Fox SA's Ethan Trejo near Cibolo Creek. You have been all over the place this morning. It's almost as if you've been following the storm and the storm has been following you, because every time we've touched base, the rain has just been pouring down, and there you are again.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we said, like you said, the rain's kind of been following me wherever I go. We're here now in Boerne, and this is another place that's experiencing a massive amount of flooding. This is just along the Frederick Creek, which you can see is absolutely raging with some of the waters that have been coming down over the past several hours. The storms are continuing to come through. The raging waters are causing multiple water rescues throughout the city of Boerne, advising residents that are living near this creek or the Cibolo Creek to stay indoors or evacuate because it's getting bad. You can see how fast it's coming through. I actually have a couple people here with me that live here in the area. So can you guys tell me how long you guys have been here?
I've been here since I was born, so like 3.
Okay.
Me too.
So have you ever seen the rain get like this?
Never like this. It's never been like this ever.
What's your initial reaction to seeing, turning around and seeing that that water just absolutely raging?
It feels like how it was in Kerrville a couple years ago, or like
yeah, it's really sad, and I hope everybody's okay. And shout out the Wyatt Ingram family for letting us stay at your house when we were trapped in this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Do you guys have a place to go? Are you going somewhere safe?
We're storm watching like you guys.
Okay.
Yes.
Alrighty. Yeah. So the city of Boerne is advising people to stay safe. They have evacuated several people. Like we said, made several water rescues. We're going to keep updating you guys with any information we have, and we'll bring all that latest information to you guys. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Ethan Trejo, thank you so much. We really do appreciate that. And just a reminder where Ethan is right now. We have an email from the Director of Communications and Civic Engagement from Boerne. He says there are active water rescues. The worst flooding is on Herf Road and River Road from Main Street all the way past Herf Road and River Road. That is all closed. The worry is that the water will continue to rise, and they're urging anyone living along creeks that they need to be ready to go at a moment's notice.
And we saw from an earlier live picture what appeared to be them mobilizing. It was at least 6 different ambulances all heading in the same direction, ready to respond for a very dangerous situation that continues to unfold right now.
All right, Joe DiCarlo, you were looking at that. David Mendoza looks like he has to turn around because the weather is so bad right there. I guess he can't get through from where he's trying to go.
Yeah, he's right on I-10. It looks like, we've been tracking his shot for a while, and it seems everywhere he goes, he's trying to get downtown, but he keeps finding the floodwaters, and he's got to turn around. And, emergency vehicles blocking the roads. It's just a very fluid situation in Boerne right now, and he can't get where he's trying to go. So don't go on the roads. That's shelter in place from the city of Boerne right now, and we are going to continue to see those high rainfall rates here over the next hour or so at least. So right now we're seeing just a little bit of a lull. The rainfall rate has backed off a tad, but we've been tracking again this little area of lightning near Pipe Creek. That's a pretty strong part of this storm that's going to continue to just train right into Boerne, right along Highway 46. So do not travel on 46 right now. That's a treacherous road when it's not raining, but that is just a whole mess right now with just heavy rain. This is just a fire hose pretty much just continuing to just go, and from Lake Hills to Pipe Creek to Boerne, back towards Bergheim into Candalia, even to Canyon Lake, although it's a little less than the intensity around Canyon Lake. But that is just extremely high rainfall. And like we mentioned, the most amount of rain we've seen in Boerne in over 10 years is what we're seeing right now. So a very fluid situation. We've seen about 10 inches of rain total from this total storm, including this stuff we had yesterday. and today. That's about 10 inches or so now, over 10 inches in Bernie. New Braunfels to St. Hedwig, that's some heavy rain right now. San Antonio, the city's got a little shield over it right now, so that's good in terms of flooding rainfall. It's kind of just splitting the city a little bit. We had the flood warning in the northwestern section of Bexar County. We had that tornado obviously earlier around the rim. And then, but right now we're pretty quiet across much of San Antonio. As you work to the east, St. Hedwig, Cibolo, Schertz, New Braunfels, that's some heavy rain back towards Seguin. Carson City to Floresville, Pleasanton, we are dry right now. Nothing heading your way at the current moment. Less of a rain chance the further south you are. And then our eastern counties, it's very hit and miss at the current moment. So high to moderate flood risk continues today. Let me just show you the future radar once again. Here's 1:30, still seeing those pockets of heavy rain, especially in the hill country. It does back off as we work towards 3-4 p.m. We get in a little bit of a lull. The atmosphere's worked over. See some rain out west, and then into the evening it starts to recharge itself, and we see additional storms tonight. And look at this, into tomorrow morning, 3 a.m. tomorrow. That's more flooding rain potential across the hill country. So guys, we are talking about 24 to 36 more hours of this on and off. We should get a little bit of a break this afternoon, but right now a very serious situation right now in Bernie.
All right, meteorologist Joe DiCarlo has been on top of it all morning. Thank you. We want to get you some new video that you've been sending us through our Chime-In site, foxsanantonio.com. This is a look at the tornado, the touchdown near the rim. This one courtesy of Marlem, RM, and Carly Jones sending us this video from one of those apartment complexes right there that suffered quite a bit of damage. All of this, look at that. Look at that. That is wood, that is metal, and that is all twisted there.
Yeah, so that tornado touching down just before 8 this morning. Still, though, no reports of any injuries. Plenty of sightings, however.
Right.
It was really during the morning commute. We have so many videos that have come in from people that were like this one along I-10 or 1604, capturing it as all of that unfolded. So Jennifer Schreier sharing this one, saying it was the first ever tornado that she has seen in this area, and that she also was able to see debris flying. Clearly a tornado that touched down. And the National Weather Service, Joe had said, will be heading out to that area to assess the damage. Sometime today, they're hoping to find time to do that, so then we can find out if it was a EF0, if it was slightly stronger. Yeah.
All right,
dynamic situation.
Yeah, and we do want to tell you that your FIFA, your live World Cup coverage that will be here on Fox SA. But we will continue to have weather updates during our breaks, of course, through the afternoon. So you will be able to see soccer. We will have those weather updates, though, because it is vitally important that, especially if you are in the hill country, if you're in Bernie, you're going to want to pay very close attention to the weather, right,
Only
Joe?
during the commercial breaks.
Yes,
People get very upset.
During the breaks.
But we'll be bringing that.
And if you want 24/7 or 24/3 through the end of the event, we are live streaming completely commercial free the radar on our Fox San Antonio Facebook page as well as foxsanantonio.com. We have the radar up the whole time, and then we occasionally do these web updates as well, giving you updates on the radar and the situation ongoing. So you can follow along there as well as our Fox SA app as well, or in our weather app.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Joe DiCarlo, for he's been on top of it since 1 this morning. But we will leave you with live coverage of the FIFA World Cup and bring you updates during commercials.
of flooded over roadways right now, but as I continue through Bernie, I'm going to keep my eyes out. Here are all the first responders out here to my right, staging, again, ready to act. It even looks like we have some possible Army vehicles over there as well on the opposite end of that parking lot. But I'm in downtown Bernie right now. I will let you know how the situation progresses and keep you up to date with what I can learn. Back to you, David. Hey, this is David. Hey, I have a crazy shot of Cibolo Creek right now. Tell Bergen to answer her phone. Live you 3. Oh no! Hey, are they having problems with IFB? We have some. Look at the picture. Look at the picture. We have deers getting washed away. Yeah, look at my shot. We have deer struggling in the water. They're getting washed away. Three. They got washed down river. Pull it up. Okay, bye. Hey, are we having IFB problems? I can't hear any IFB on WOI when I dial in. Ah, that's why. Hey man, just so you know, I just got footage of deer being swept away in the river. Just so you know. Cibolo Creek, a family of deer getting swept away. I know. Tragic. All right, well, that's good. I didn't know what was going on, why I didn't have any IFB. Oh, okay. All right, sounds good. Okay, sounds good. Bye. Yeah, I would agree, David. We're seeing some waves of some absolutely ferocious rain out here. So I was just standing over there with my mobile camera off of Cibolo Creek and School Road. Now they have that road closed off, sort of separating Boerne into two halves. I was on the side of that closure, and I did witness a family of deer, a group of deer, including some fawns, leap into Cibolo Creek. They were swept away, taken under. I lost sight of them. Shortly after that, Cibolo Creek is really ferocious right now, I want to say. The fast-moving water, high-rising water, took them down into the trees. Like I said, lost sight of them. Couldn't believe I saw that. I saw them on the side of the river, or the creek, if you will, and they decided to go in, and unfortunately, I do believe they have gone under. Right now, where I'm at, though, I'm seeing more and more first responder vehicles show up to the staging post. Again, multiple divisions over here of Travis County and other counties, other surrounding counties coming out to help Boerne right now. At this point, I haven't witnessed any water rescues or anything of that nature. What I will say is that this rain is really intense, and that creek, Cibolo Creek, is fast moving and fast rising, and to shelter in place, heed the warnings of Kendall County sheriffs, and really shelter in place. I could show you right here. Here's another part of Cibolo Creek where they have the roads closed off. You can see that water has overtaken the bridge. Plenty of debris piling up on the bridge right now as the water makes its way through this roadway. Exercise the utmost caution, especially if you plan on leaving right now. I wouldn't suggest it. Just play it safe, be smart about it, and don't cross any high, fast-moving water. That is my best advice I can give you. Back to you in the studio. Look, this is definitely an intense storm. I can't really compare because I don't know of any loss of life at the moment. What I will say is that the creek is super intense right now. The rain is very, very intense. At times, again, I said it was coming in waves. At times it's hard to see 15 feet in front of you because of how intense the rain is coming down. So in terms of that, I haven't seen any loss of life or any water rescues. So I say it's definitely a life-threatening, potential life-threatening situation, and just be smart right now. If you're indoors, stay indoors. If you're on low ground, make it to high ground, because that creek is unforgiving, as we saw with those deer. Back to you. Hey, is it cool to head back into town? Okay, I'm gonna head back. Yeah, that's fine. Yep, bye.